A notable sound echoes across the desert as the world's top pickleball pros fight for the year's first Grand Slam. While new partnerships unfold, the defending champs, Ben and Anna-Leigh, look for yet another mantelpiece. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tour. This is the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside professional pickleball player and coach Kyle McKenzie. Now it's going to be all about mixed doubles on this second day of action, as you can also see what will unfold on Saturday and Sunday with gender doubles taking shape tomorrow, as well as Championship Sunday, the medals and hardware given out in just 2 days' time. But first and foremost, as we look to mixed doubles, some new partnerships unfolding and already on championship court. It's going to be Parenteau and Julian Arnold. I cannot wait to see what this partnership can bring to the table. What do you expect from this duo?
Yeah, no, Cameron, this is absolutely a sleeper team that has a real shot at making a very deep run, but mixed doubles, in my opinion, is the deepest event that we have. There are so many teams that have a realistic shot of making a splash here, and this is certainly a team to watch. A
team to watch here at Bell Bank Park. Just take a look at that gorgeous championship court. This is the place to be. The Dura fastball is going to be in full action all weekend long. We can't wait to have you join in on the action.
Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna-Leigh, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. Be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna-Leigh to have something safe. Anna-Leigh has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna-Leigh.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Julian Arnold, as you look at our first matchup here on Championship Court. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. All right, give me some expectations for how this one might unfold.
Yeah, so we talked about Parenteau and Julian Arnold. I believe this is the first tournament they've played together, so it'll be a fun one to watch to see how their chemistry is. But we talked about their potential. Very capable team here in the first round in Zane Navratil and Jade Kawamoto. Zane Navratil, probably his best event is singles, but mixed doubles is very, very close for him as well. He's got a great, powerful serve, a really good drive. He's very comfortable playing that up-tempo style, and his partner, Jade, is extremely gifted as a defender. It's keeping him in points, so really like on paper, them as a duo as well. And Julian Arnold, similar to Navratil, also a great singles player, very capable of playing an up-tempo, aggressive style. And Parenteau can do a little bit of everything. She can be aggressive when she needs to, but certainly capable of grinding and keeping them in points if they need to play that patient style.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch to see how this patient game, or maybe lack thereof patience, as the wind conditions will increase throughout the day. It was definitely something to note as of yesterday. It changes the style of play for a lot of these athletes, as well as the chill in the air. First serve now underway. And it's also going to be fun. You've got the lefty and Jade Kawamoto on the right side, so some double forehands up the middle.
Yeah. So expect them to stay in that cross-court pattern predominantly, at least to start this match, to feel each other out.
And it appears as Catherine Parenteau and Julian Arnold find the second point, they are definitely testing that middle early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Julian Arnold especially is going to want to shift over, look for opportunities to be aggressive anytime he can sink his teeth into a ball here.
So give me a rundown. You gave me a little bit of an education on the temperature and the wind and some of the effects and impacts it might have on the game after this point.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, when players don't trust their touch as much because the wind is swirling and really changing the direction of the ball, sometimes they want to try to win points playing a little bit faster where they don't have to string together as long of combinations of points in a row.
Second serve.
So maybe some shorter rallies throughout the day.
0-3-2.
Finding that left hip of Jade Kawamoto.
Yeah, she was on it. I'd like to see her sit down just a little bit more to put herself in a better position to counterpunch there.
Second serve.
And you see early on the male players are certainly looking to use that third shot drive a certain amount. That's one way to adjust to the windy conditions.
And a good lead from Kawamoto.
0-3-1.
Yeah, nice job by Kawamoto recognizing how good the drop of Navratil was. She really closed in a hurry, really maximized her lean to speed that one up out of the air.
Cross-court speed up. Nice shot selection from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, he recognized that Arnold would be leaning middle, knowing that he popped that ball up. Great job going back behind him there.
What defense from Jade Kawamoto! She saved them 3 or 4 different times.
Yeah, her ability to reset in the middle of chaos really goes a long way in extending points.
I know they didn't win the point, but it sure feels like they did. Big forehand from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, that's where Kawamoto every now and then may need to keep Arnold a little bit more honest. He was leaving a lot of space open up the line there. I know she's trying to catch them unwinding the stack, but sometimes driving back behind the male player just keeps them from taking too much court.
A lot of open space as Catherine's backhand is covering.
Yeah, when he comes that far over, speeding up cross court does expose your line. So unless you get your opponents on that speed up initially, you're probably going to get beat.
Wild bounce on that one.
Second serve.
And to your point, yes, this is the first time Julian Arnold and Catherine Parenteau are playing together. Their first match and first tournament playing together. Catherine traditionally playing with Tyson McGuffin this year. However, Tyson out with a minor foot injury.
Well, it's not a bad thing to be Catherine Parenteau. I know last tournament when McGuffin went out with his foot injury, she was able to pick up, I believe,
Zane Navratil,
right?
The guy on the other side of the net.
And now she's able to get Julian Arnold. So no shortage of strong partners for her, that's for sure.
There's that speed up the line from Jade.
Yeah, and Arnold, you know, looking to take a chance going right at Jade. She did a great job of countering, and as the point extended, Arnold just wasn't able to catch up with one of the subsequent balls.
Another good drop.
Yeah, and it's the forward pressure of being decisive where they both closed in after that drop that made that a tougher shot for Arnold.
Second serve.
Saw a lot of shake and bake when Zane Navratil played alongside Catherine Parenteau. They went full send on that third shot drive. Oh, off his back foot and off the bounce.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the disguise is one element off the speed up off the bounce. It's so important. Wasn't power that really got Arnold the point there. Really was deceptive, made that look like a dink till the last possible second.
Second serve.
And we've seen just a few thirds from all the players here catch that tape. Again, mentioning the windy conditions, it just throws the touch off just a little bit to be significant at this level. And Arnold going with not a conventional speed up there, trying to use the two-hander going back across to Zane Navratil. Got a little unlucky with the tape there.
And Zane putting a ton of pressure, just really sitting on the tee right there at the kitchen line.
Yeah, the drive from his partner was a little high, but he showed some great reflexes there to steal that point away. Nice location on the speed up there by Parenteau. Got that left tip of Navratil. He uses both two and one hands on the backhand, and not a bad location to cause some indecision.
Wow, that flew off the paddle of Julian Arnold.
Yeah, we mentioned the drive and serve combination of Zane Navratil really can generate a lot of power on that forehand side.
Kawamoto and Navratil earn another point.
7-4-2. Point. Timeout receivers, 8-4-2.
So 8-4, the number 26 seed in Kawamoto and Navratil, the perfect combination of fire and ice here in game number 1. The defense on display as well as the aggressiveness of Zane Navratil.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is a brand new partnership for Parenteau and Arnold. So I like the timeout here. They're just still feeling out the best way to play with each other.
The future of pickleball is here. Welcome to Top Court. For my top tip, when it comes to hitting serves, you want your serves to land back here in this area.
You want to keep that paddle towards your body, and it's more of a push with my shoulder.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Zane Navratil and Jade Kawamoto off to a firing start here in game number 1 in their first round match against Julian Arnold and Catherine Parenteau. a little bit more patience. Julian Arnold had the same look that we saw him take that step back on the tee, and instead of speeding up, he went with a nice little dink.
Yeah, likely was part of the conversation with them in the timeout. Just, hey, let's work the point a little bit longer. Let some of the points come to us more organically and go from there.
I wouldn't say that's that organic from Zane Navratil, creating off the edge.
Yeah, and that's the risk that Catherine has, dinking up her line to Navratil. Very athletic and very capable of jumping that kitchen.
Side out.
Well, Arnold disguised it well, but he may have fooled himself and waited just a little long, unable to clear the net there.
Second serve.
Yeah, in hindsight, may have just been a little bit too low to take a swing at from Jade, but she's balanced patience and aggression beautifully so far this match.
There's the aggression, and
Exactly.
I caught up with her as well as her sister, Jackie, and the conversation was, what have you been working on? They said, we're trying to get more aggressive. We're trying to find more speed ups. I also think that's the case for just about every pro on this tour.
Yeah, the game's getting faster. Paddle technology is getting grittier, and the capability of coming up with offensive shots from lower locations is becoming more available.
Beautiful little combination from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, again, he's just doing such a great job of disguising that. No backswing at all in his motion, just accelerates through the ball, is always ready for that ball to come right back. Well played.
5-9-1.
Corner pocket for Julian Arnold.
Really tough to be able to come up with that much spin on the stretch with a reaction volley there. And that's what they need just in time here. Need to make a run right now.
And it looks as if Julian Arnold's starting to find some success even on that backhand side of Navratil.
Yeah, he's really clogging the middle right now and looking to implement his will early.
Like a wall is Julian Arnold, but Zane Navratil says, man, what do I have to do?
Well, he finally just hit it away from him, right? To finally get at the point. Tested him about 3 times and said, okay, I got to go to a different spot here.
Wow, I'm waiting for the first Andiamo. I haven't heard it yet as they've earned several back just within one now.
8-9-2.
Clips the top of the net, gave him too much loft. They get the ball back.
9-8-1. Second serve.
Yeah, a little unconventional to drive that ball. Generally, if you're not
9-8-2.
balanced, dropping is usually the more percentage play.
Side out.
Zane looked like he wasn't sure exactly what he wanted to do on that.
Yeah, and it's a couple different ways to use the drive. You can drive, kind of wait, and then drop the next one, or you can drive and just immediately get in there and look for the volley. They appear to be a little bit more aggressive with driving and just crashing right in.
That was a nice adjustment there by Zane, though. Watching his backside just a second longer. Nice cover as that ball just flies off the paddle of Jade Kawamoto. It's 9-all.
Good deep serve there by Arnold.
Right through the middle for Julian Arnold.
Yeah, it wasn't just a great shot, but a great recognition of where the hole would be on the court. He saw Kawamoto slide over for the earning, knew that there would be some space right up the center. Really smart there by Arnold.
So it has been full comeback mode here in game number 1. It's actually game point for that man right there who is eager to close it out at 10-9. Parenteau's taking a drink, but Julian Arnold just sitting and patrolling that baseline.
Well, and Cameron, they took a timeout down 4-8. They played the first points, I would say, pretty patiently. And then Julian Arnold really got more aggressive. He started getting more in the middle, looking to drive a little bit more, taking some offensive chances, and getting loud, like we talked about. He really thrives on energy, and he seems to be bringing it here in this first round match.
Well, you mentioned the timeout at 4-8. They actually went one further down at 4-9. So that's the amount that they have come back to this point after that timeout. Now with a game point lurking for Parenteau and Arnold.
10-9-2.
And they changed up the third shot drive location. They had been going at Zane Navratil and said they go at Jade. A much needed side out now. Firefight the direction of the team in red.
Yeah, just constant pressure, and Kawamoto and Navratil both weren't able to get comfortably established at the kitchen line there.
Speed up from Jade Kawamoto. She started that one.
Well, and like you mentioned, you can see she's clearly looking for offense early in these points as she's transitioning to the line.
Goodness, talk about a slow death from Zane Navratil.
I think he fooled just about everyone in the stadium on that. What a time for it to earn themselves a game point here.
Game number 1 to the 26 seed, 12-10.
Yeah, pickleball, as we know it, is a game of runs. It looked like Arnold and Parenteau were going to be able to take that one and come back, but Navratil and Kawamoto hold on strong to take game 1 here.
Here's a look back at the last point in the game. That one just off the top of the cord, and next thing you know, the closeout, the two-handed backhand. A thing of beauty.
On Holland America Line, we'll make it the time of your life. Time and time again. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
The Carvana PPA Tour, 25 total stops this year alone. This is stop number 3. We've been spending some time out in the desert, whether that was out in Palm Desert or here in Arizona at Desert Ridge just a few short weeks ago. Now at Bell Bank Park, Jade Kawamoto and Zane Navratil picking up game 1, 12-10 over Julian Arnold and Parenteau. And a missed return gets them the first point.
Yeah, certainly a little colder here this morning. That Duraball tends to fly a little bit more during colder conditions.
You know, and in the commercial break, we were having the conversation. I love watching mixed doubles. I think it's my favorite style of play. I think it's so fun to watch, so many different dynamics to unfold. And that first game was a great epitome of why this sport is so fantastic, as these men and women are on the court at the same time.
Yeah, there's so many subtle adjustments that they can make, and really separates pickleball from a lot of sports where this is a big-time marquee event. To be able to have the mixed component really adds to it.
And quickly talking is Julian Arnold. He may think he's the king of this court after MLP. And he'd have reason to be one. He ended up winning MLP with the Mad Drops, as well as becoming the MVP of MLP.
Yeah, it's certainly a breakout event for him.
Wow, cross court, cross body.
Well, it's tough to show, you know, on television, but the last dink by Kawamoto just had so much bite on that slice. It really creates some indecision out of Parenteau as to what her best response is.
I do know the Kawamotos, both Jade and Jackie, I believe are free agents on the paddle market, so if anyone's looking. I don't know where that deal stands now, but as of a few weeks ago.
Well, paddle manufacturers should be paying attention to that, absolutely.
Five,
5-1 now, the 7th seed. Much better begin. Talking about bite, how about that dink from Catherine Parenteau?
Absolutely, she's just being a little more aggressive off the ground. And what that enables is it enables her partner to not necessarily hold his line as much. He can then go more towards the middle, and that's what we've seen out of Julian Arnold. He's been a little bit more aggressive with his movement, but the placement and the aggressive dinking of Parenteau enables that.
So a solid start for the team in red here in game number 2. They're going to look to push this to a 3rd.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
Hit the ball. I know I hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
High fives for Julian Arnold and Catherine Parenteau, who have put themselves in a solid position here in game 2. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. And as for another duo, that's Jade Kawamoto and Zane Navratil. A different look for Julian Arnold.
Yeah, coming all the way over off of that return and then speeding up the next ball. He really is one of the elite shot makers that we have on tour, and putting it on display here.
Julian Arnold is unstoppable. Catherine Parenteau hit the ball once in that.
No, he's turned up the dial right now, and he's committed to playing up-tempo and moving as aggressively as he can right now.
And too much on that from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, it's the level of defense, though, that Parenteau and Arnold are able to come up with that's forcing Navratil to aim for a smaller target there.
1, 2. Side out.
He was sitting backhand, and Julian gives him a smirk.
Yeah, he was right on that. I don't hate the play by Navratil, though, because Arnold was dictating every single ball. Sometimes you just have to punch back a little bit.
Second serve.
Really nice choice by Parenteau there to go back behind Navratil. He was really looking for the poach, and she kept him honest nicely. Yeah, Navratil there for the first speed up, but wasn't able to get that second one. Nice job from Parenteau.
I wonder if I can get one of those shirts. That's Jade and Jackie. That's what I'm talking about. I wonder if they sell those over at the store.
I think that is fan number 1 in the stands right now. Love it.
I need me one of those. I'm definitely a Jade and Jackie fangirl.
Second serve.
Certainly a lot to like about each of their games, that's for sure.
10, 1, 2. Side out.
That's the second we've seen just on the backhand body of Julian Arnold.
Yeah, it seems like it's a routine error, but when you think about how aggressive he is, darting towards the middle, going at him is a good way to just keep him honest.
1, 10, 2.
So 1 to 10 still. And a nutmeg.
Yeah, just a little too high on the drive there from Kawamoto, and Arnold making him pay the price there.
What a drive, and game number 2 to Julian Arnold and Catherine Parenteau.
Well, I think the difference between game 1 and game 2 is Parenteau and Arnold brought energy late in game 1, but they brought it right from the get-go in game 2. We'll see if they come out the same way in a deciding third game here.
It was firing on just about every aspect. That last point was a good example. Catherine Parenteau's serve hitting nearly right on the baseline, and then the third shot, the hybrid, we'll even call it, from Julian Arnold, the dipping third shot, just a thing of beauty. We'll be back with game number 3 after this.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
A new commercial for Maggie and Mary Brasha. I'm here for that. Gotta love that with Selker. Fantastic. Another sister duo that you'll see out on the court, just like Jackie and Jade.
Yeah, sporting that Ava Lee clothing line from Selker.
Meanwhile, game 3 just about to get underway. Catherine Parenteau gets us started. Jeez, Jade Kawamoto's defense.
Yeah, she's doing everything she can, but more of the same from Parenteau and Arnold. They've really committed to almost not dinking, just firing as often as possible and just staying on offense the entire time.
0-1-1.
And it's interesting, we also were having a conversation this morning as we were getting ready for broadcast, talking about paddle angle and paddle location in terms of that speed up on the forehand side. Particularly off the bounce, as that's a fantastic rally right there. But it's interesting how much you have to drop that paddle face.
Yeah, I think if you don't drop the head of the paddle and hit it more like a traditional ground stroke, at least the tendency in my game when I started out was I would hit the net a lot on my speed ups. And so just in order to clear the net, dropping the head below the ball is the start, and then being able to kind of brush the bottom edge or bottom side of the ball is kind of the motion that you see most of these pros using to at least force their opponents to volley.
Has a little bit more side spin to it as well when you drop that paddle head.
Yeah, just another continue to play good placement with those dinks from Kawamoto there. Anytime you can get it near your opponent's feet, it really can cause indecision about what their next response should look like.
A really nice read right there from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, it can always feel a little dicey as the male player when you come all the way on the other side, but he had a high ball and was able to stay in control there.
Just wide.
It's in.
And actually, it's going to be overturned.
Yeah, Navratil drawing on some of his singles prowess there for that beautiful forehand drive.
So 5-1, and you talked about how Parenteau and Arnold, here's a look at that last point. Came out to a really hot start in game number 2, but right now it's the same thing. The opposite direction. It's Kawamoto and Navratil.
You know, it's been a weird match where it seems like the team that's been borderline, for lack of a better term, reckless with their aggression in the first couple of shots has set the tone to dictate throughout the point. And we've seen that from Navratil and Kawamoto. Kawamoto looking to counter a little bit earlier, even before she's at the line. And so far in game 3, it's really paying dividends for them.
5-1 is the score in here, game number 3. This is the deciding game to this point.
And again, we mentioned the depth in this mixed doubles pro draw. And, you know, we talked about Parenteau and Arnold being a team to certainly look for to make a very deep run. But here they are in a first round, and they're against a very, very capable, experienced team against Navratil and Kawamoto here who have the lead.
Slapping that down is Julian Arnold.
Side out, yes.
Yeah, you always like to have one of those right after the timeout. We'll see if they can close the gap here.
That one's sent up to the rafters.
Yeah, beautiful backhand swinging volley there from Navratil. Really generated a lot of pace and spin on that one.
And a second point for Parenteau and Arnold.
There were several balls there where I really expected Arnold to kind of surrender and just dink, but he kept his foot on the gas and it paid off for him.
Trying to find the backside, but Zane Navratil, he had a tough combination in there. He had to step into the kitchen, get back out to be able to then find that backhand on the combo.
You had to show off some fancy footwork there.
Speaking of footwork, Julian Arnold's trying to take his toe off.
Yeah, and that's the downside of driving and crashing in immediately. If your opponent is able to get that ball at your feet, it's so tough to stay on the point.
Side out.
Trying to look for a drop instead is Jade Kawamoto. Right now, have to unwind the stack.
2, 5, 1.
Oh, that is just crispy clean from Jade Kawamoto.
She tells Arnold, stay on your side. Honor that line. Yeah, great usage of leaning in and using heavy spin from Navratil. It's not just the power there, it's his ability to get that ball to dip to an unattackable location.
At 6. Change ends.
Ball just long, so that's going to bring us to the 6th point here in game number 3, which means it's time for a change of ends as we look to the grandstand as well. As there's plenty of action unfolding. You've got Ben Johns and Leigh Waters facing off against Tellez and Esquivel. That's Pablo Tellez and Michelle Esquivel near side of the screen. Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, the defending champs here at the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai.
Looks like they're getting a tight game here from Tellez and Esquivel. It's good to see them getting pushed here. They've been such a dominant force in really all the events, but especially partnered together in mixed doubles.
They debuted their partnership just over a year ago at the Desert Ridge Open, where they just picked up their 2nd Triple Crown.
6-1.
Center court, championship court, back underway. We did have a few big upsets in terms of the singles competition yesterday. Catherine Parenteau took a loss to Mary Brasha. So big congrats to Mary.
6-2.
Having made it into the semifinals.
And I was just going to say Leigh Waters and Ben Johns will not be getting their triple, double, triple, as Ben Johns was upset by Federico Staksrud, who's been really in form all year in his singles game.
So Staksrud will play in the singles final against Jay DeVilliers as there's an open angle. Smooth as can be from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, and it's very rare to see winners in doubles. We mentioned the shot-making ability of Arnold, and that's what they're going to need to claw their way back in this 3rd game.
Some noise on the side of Parenteau and Arnold, 4-6.
And the coverage, the court coverage of Arnold was just incredible there. Kawamoto doing everything she could to try to keep it away from him, but he's just everywhere right now.
Game point on the grandstand. A hip check for Arnold.
Yeah, nice job going at him, but like you mentioned, right at that right hip, unable to clear his body for the forehand volley there.
And a missed return gives an easy 5th.
5-6-2. Side out. Yes. 6-1. Point.
Zane Navratil with some nice top spin. Propelled that ball down below the height of the net. Same thing. Both Kawamoto and Navratil just firing away.
Well, yeah, they know how aggressive Arnold's being with his court coverage, and if you slow it down, in a way it almost plays into his hands. So they're committing to aggression and getting some errors on the volleys here.
I like that, committing to aggression. I think my mother would say that's my life motto. I was way too aggressive as a child.
I have a couple of those kids at home, so I can relate a little bit. Of course, I was an angel growing up, obviously.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, Game 3 could come to a conclusion after this. Thanks for joining us here on Championship Court.
Turning back.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
A first-round matchup that is going the distance. Zane Navratil, Jade Kawamoto, Julian Arnold, and Catherine Parenteau in Game 3 action. And another point on the board, which means it's match point.
10, 5, 1.
And I love it. It comes from the paddle of Jade Kawamoto. The aggressive play pays off with the victory.
Yeah, it was really a story of whichever team was more bold and not necessarily waiting for that perfect moment, but just took it to their opponents. Really ended up taking each game here. So great match on both sides.
Here's a look at Jade Kawamoto. She sped that up from the transition zone. Absolutely fearless. And it 100% paid off. So the number 7 seed drops round number 1, while Kawamoto and Navratil are moving on the winner's side of the bracket.
Well, you mentioned that Kawamoto has been looking for opportunities to be offensive and find that aggression earlier on, and that was really the difference, in my opinion, here in Game 3 with her and Navratil just committing to dictate from the first couple of shots, and it paid off for them.
So Zane and Jade will go on to face Rafa Hewett and Etta Wright, the 23 seed, who took down Callan Dawson and Yana Grechkina, the 10 seed. So my goodness, there's been a few, if you're looking at least in terms of seeds, a few upsets already this morning.
Well, I think the seeding can be a little bit deceptive. We mentioned how deep this division is. Obviously, there's dominant teams like Ben Johnson and Leigh Waters, but there's a lot of other teams just a tick down that can beat each other or anyone on a given day.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, let's see what's going to take shape here on Championship Court. I believe Pat Smith's out there with Megan Sheehan-Dizon.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna-Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. Be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna-Lee to have something safe. Anna-Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll.
I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna-Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
New People Pickleball.
thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Our first match here on the stream has now completed, and we started our morning off just the way we would have hoped. A fantastic battle here for the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. Already seeing some upsets on the board, or at least good pickle. We won't even call it upsets at this point, but another great duo and face-off is about to take shape on championship court. Give me a rundown of what we might be seeing.
Yeah. So we've got, Pat Smith and Megan Dizon, both obviously very strong players. I'm not sure if I've seen them partner together, so we'll have to see how the chemistry on court looks like. And then on the other side, they're going to be playing against Steve Deakin and Brooke Buckner. So of all the players on the court, I'd say Brooke Buckner's the newest to the pro scene, certainly has a lot of talent, a lot of ability. She made a decent run yesterday in women's pro singles, and her and Deakin have played together several times. So I still think that with her experience level, I think the best is yet to come for her and this partnership. And again, we talked about the depth in this draw. This is really one of those matches that could easily go either way. Just watching Megan Dizon the last few tournaments, I really feel like something's clicked in her game. She seems to be really able to use that natural power style that she has, but I think the soft game is starting to come along even more in her game. So really see improvement in her game to start this year, and we'll have to see how it plays out in this matchup.
One of the things I've loved watching is the backhand of that woman right there, Brooke Buckner, just so deadly in that regard, has the ability to create a ton of opportunities off that third shot drive for her partner. We saw a lot of that in the last matchup with Zane Navratil and Jade Kawamoto.
Yeah, it was crazy because to start the match, they each were kind of feeling each other out. And I would say they started by each playing good, but more old school traditional pickleball. And then it seemed like the team that kind of threw patience out the window and just decided to take it to their opponents, that was the team that was going on those big runs. So that's what we're seeing in the evolution of the game right now, with more aggression, more often, and players figuring out different attacking patterns that they can use.
New patterns are always getting tested, especially at the highest ranks right now. As you take a look out to the grandstand as well, we showed the game number 1 for this matchup between Ben Johns and Leigh Waters just in a spurt versus Pablo Tellez and Michelle Esquivel, who are now on the near side of your screen in game 2 action, the first going to the number 1 seed and defending champs.
Yeah, Tellez doing a nice job of being big and covering a lot of court there.
And this sun-soaked court is bringing the fans as well. This is where the warmth is.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of warmth and, watching the best team in the world, but that's definitely the packed house here.
There's Ben Johns inserting himself into the middle.
Nice little step back speed up there by Esquivel. Anytime you can get some aggression through Ben Johns, you've known you've done a pretty good job. Well, Johns and Waters using a little modified I formation at one point. They tried to hit it at the feet of Waters, but Johns was there to keep him alive in the point and steal that one away. Just another thing that makes Leigh Waters so dangerous, her ability to poach both on the right or left side, showing her prowess with that beautiful two-handed backhand to cut off the angle.
And championship court is underway with a quick shot at Pat Smith.
Yeah, great close there by Buckner, and a great location to find that chicken wing location on Pat Smith. Yeah, mentioned the power that Megan Dizon has. Anytime she gets a high ball, she really has that one ball put away power in her arsenal. Yeah, excellent body control there by Deakin, and a good patient point all around. From Dizon's perspective, it looks like she had him moving, but he planted his feet and got his body in front of that counterpunch.
Oh, had some room, but it's just wide of the court.
1-1.
Don't worry, not an earthquake, folks.
Point. 2-1-2.
Really reaching in, but to me, that's the same thing. How far can you reach in, maintaining balance and getting enough shape on the ball?
Yeah, and the ball was a pop-up, but it was barely a pop-up, and so the response from Dizon has to be a medium-paced attack there. It looked like she tried to hit a little too hard for how low that ball was.
Point. 2-2-1. Second serve.
We mentioned there's a few different ways to use that third shot drive. Steve Deakin, really a master of using what I call the drive-drop combo. He uses that drive as a way to get a weaker response to eventually get to the net. But showcase there, it also has the option of maybe earning the missed volley and winning the point right there too.
Point.
Missed dink for Pat Smith, but I'm liking the slice backhand I'm seeing from Brooke Buckner as she's kind of getting in that transition zone, getting up to that kitchen line. She's being able to keep that ball down at the feet of her opponents. Impressive.
Yeah, Buckner and Deakin did a good job of extending the point there, but just never could kind of get out of jail and get one down enough to completely neutralize the point there. Good aggression by Pat Smith and Megan Dizon.
He leaves it and it lands. The leave and land is not a play you want.
Not the one that you want on your stat sheet, absolutely. A little look what I found from Pat Smith there.
3-4-1. Point.
And that's kind of the difference that I'm seeing from Steve Deakin to Pat Smith. It seems like when Pat's driving, he's looking to close in and look to pounce on any weak volley, whereas Deakin is using it more to set up an easier drop to get to the line.
Point.
Taking one off the chest is Steve Deakin.
5-4-1. Point. Timeout, receiver.
Yep. From Deakin's perspective, really looked like it was going to be out off the paddle, but a great usage of spin to bring that in at the last second from Pat Smith.
So Dizon and Smith have a 2-point advantage here in game number 1. It's the 19 seed versus the 14 seed. Game number 1 and the first round for these two teams. We'll be back with more after this.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I will be on my phone all week.
Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go. To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Megan Dizon and Pat Smith in action with a 2-point advantage over Brooke Buckner and Steve Deakin.
Second serve.
Yeah, and a great adjustment there. I imagine in the timeout they talked about the need to get better depth on their returns. The drive ability from Pat Smith and Dizon has really been problematic for them early on. And we're seeing any time they just kind of float a return in, it's putting them immediately on defense. So they're going to need to have more of a singles mindset with taking a little more risk on the initial return.
Got that ball down at the knee of Pat Smith.
4-7-1.
Brooke Buckner, the former Division I tennis player, as is Megan Dizon.
What a dig there by Buckner to set up her partner, and that's what it's going to take, is winning a few more of these fast twitch athletic points. They're comfortable in grinding it out, but they're going to need to play offense a little more often. Well done.
And that's the hard part of finding the hip. Trying to protect that is not the easiest thing.
Yeah, not just great power there, but beautiful location, jamming up Pat Smith there on the volley. Great technique as well as great location on the speed up there from Buckner. Did a nice job of dropping the head and finding that medium pace to slide that one through the middle.
Wow, awfully close to being very painful for Megan Dizon.
And that's why we love pickleball, but can get a little scary at times. In those fast exchanges, that ball can get on you in a hurry.
Hopefully she's okay. I don't know if it actually ended up hitting her, but my goodness, that was as close as it gets. And like you mentioned, the paddle technology, the speed, it was interesting. Even yesterday, there was some conversation online, I believe from the Pickle Pod, talking about deflection rates and then the amount of time that the ball can actually sit on the paddle and how quick it comes off of a paddle.
Yeah, you see people making an argument for protective eyewear more and more. You know, I've never been hit directly in the eye, you know,
Must
yet.
be nice. I have.
But to your point on the deflections, that's happened to me a couple of times, and there's almost no defense for that. So as the sport evolves, as it continues to get faster, we might see more people doing the protective eyewear look.
It's not for the faint of heart. I'm not gonna lie. I have gotten a very minor black eye from pickleball off the ball. It actually came off my own paddle and hit me in the eye. I don't know if that speaks for my skill level or not. But
well, you're not the only one, so no worries, Cameron.
9-7-1.
9-7. Buckner and Deakin. We're down 2 at one of the timeouts, 4-6. So now have found the advantage to this point.
9-7-2. Side out.
Yeah, it looked like Deakin was just maybe moving through that one a little bit. An unconventional error from him there. Yeah, and most of these teams are going to stack, which means they're going to try to get the male player or whatever player they feel like's forehand is in the middle when they can, but getting caught unwinding the stack is certainly problematic if you can't get there in time.
That was from the top floor for Pat Smith. Again, you mentioned unwinding the stack causing issues. That's a great example. Nice drive from Megan Dizon. And you can see just how difficult unwinding is when you've got somebody that can drive like both Pat Smith and Dizon.
And the last few points, you know, Steve Deakin has been late in that foot race. So a couple of adjustments he can make is, you know, if he returns up the line, it's a little tougher to get beat with that drive, but he has been doing that. I would consider adding a little bit more height and hitting a slower return in order to give him more time to get ready for that first volley.
A little more height and a slower return. Typically, are you going to be finding that as just a flat ball, a backspin, or a slice? What are you thinking?
You know, I think it depends on what your skill set is. With Deakin, who can do a little bit of everything, I think he could slice that with a little bit more lift, or just lift the ball with no spin, just for the purpose of giving him time to set his feet for that first volley. Because right now, they've landed mid-court, and he's been a full step late and on the full stretch about 2-3 times in a row.
Let's see if they can figure out exactly what needs to find, or what they need to find with the return. It will be Brooke Buckner on the return.
You know, the other adjustment, Cameron, is they can choose to not stack or temporarily just play the other side, but that's not as advantageous for them if they would be playing the opposite sides of the formation that they prefer. So this is a decision they're going to have to make here. Looks like they're going to try to stick with unwinding the stack here.
Watch for Buckner to potentially go up the line here. Give herself some more space. Instead, she goes to Pat Smith. Interesting, as it ends up being Dizon and Smith on top, 11-9.
Yeah, again, I prefer the up the line return, but wherever you go, you have to have depth. And that's where I said, even if it means you taking more risk and missing an occasional return, those mid-court returns right now just aren't doing the job for them so far.
So Dizon and Smith, with plenty of power, finds them plenty of points in game number 1.
Okay, listen. Think you can take me? Let's go.
It's your journey. Own every mile in an available H-Track all-wheel drive Hyundai SUV. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Tucson or Santa Fe, or $750 bonus cash. Hurry in.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddletech, let's go again.
Game number 1 to Dizon and Smith here in their first round matchup versus Brooke Buckner and Steve Deakin. Awfully close, just 2 points difference. He thought to maybe leave and land, but that time it landed.
Yeah, I'd love to say that Deakin hit that lob on purpose, but I think that was just some good fortune with the deflection volley there.
Wow, Pat Smith. I don't even know if that ball was going to stay in, but he still went for it.
He said, you know what, if it's up that high, I've got the power to just put this thing away no matter what. So had to slide off the court there, but nice footwork to get around the kitchen.
Brooke Buckner got a paddle on it. That was impressive enough.
Point.
Yeah, I like that play by Deakin. I think that they need to match the aggression of their opponents and look to continue to use that third shot drive. Yeah, nice job by Deakin again, playing within himself. Recognized one ball from Pat Smith, sat up just a little bit, was able to start the fire against Dizon there.
You know, it's interesting. I talked to Megan Dizon about her tennis career. She played tennis at BYU and asked her if she played pickleball like she played tennis in that same style. She said, well, actually, yeah, I was a very aggressive doubles player playing tennis. And she said, that's why I love pickleball so much, is I still get to have that same type of mentality, especially up at the kitchen line and also even from the baseline. She said she loved her two-handed backhand drive in tennis.
Yeah, those fast volley exchanges in tennis, if you're comfortable there, certainly an easier transition to play high-level pickleball, that's for sure.
She even has a little bit of a unique background. Actually grew up as a swimmer and then transitioned to tennis. And then later found pickleball after her tennis career. Now resides in Utah. Trains with several pros there. Steve Deakin found about 3 nice drops, but couldn't quite get himself into the transition zone.
Yeah, and we've had a few deflection volleys this match there from Pat Smith where they're fooled, but they just had some good fortune in keeping that ball to land in.
Second serve.
Excellent volley there by Deakin, finding the feet of Pat Smith, looking to do the shake and bake, but if you can get down on that volley, makes it very hard for your opponents. Yeah, great placement by Buckner. All those balls were right at the feet near that kitchen line of Dizon and create some indecision there.
Second serve.
Pat can't believe he walked away winning that rally based off the net trickle.
Yeah, I think he was pretty fooled by that last speed up though too, and got fortunate that that one didn't clear the net by Buckner.
Trying to get tricky, but Steve Deakin's forehand not letting him have it.
Yeah, he read that one really, really well. Nice job by Deakin there.
3-2-2. Side out.
Yeah, a little long with the drive, but I like the look. They've been getting the majority of their points and sinking their teeth into these points, mostly off of Deakin's drive. So I think when he's balanced, he needs to continue to let it fly.
Wondering if another ball has found the Dura graveyard, aka the stands here on Championship Court.
2-3-1. Second serve.
Yeah, we mentioned the adjustment that they needed to make was better depth on the return. Excellent depth there and created the error.
Smith is currently one with the net at this point. I know that ball just went long, but I feel like he's seeing as many net cords as anyone in this matchup. Bye-bye ball, says Pat Smith.
Yeah, it had power and angle, and that one is never coming back.
Buckner's going to try and find it, but I'm more impressed with that defensive play. Oh. And that ball actually nearly bounced back on the other side based off the amount of spin.
Yeah,
that was close.
He needed to hit that, that's for sure.
He had to do that quickly.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like Deakin was just still moving a little bit as his opponents were hitting. You always want to look to use that split step just a fraction of a second right before they're about to make contact to enable you to be balanced and move laterally.
Confirming the score now.
2-3-1. Point.
Just look at the amount of shape on that forehand. There was no getting that ball back.
Yeah, and one of the other things that's actually hurting Deakin here is where he's standing on the return. He's all the way in the corner looking to play a backhand, but that's creating at least another full step of distance to travel, and he's been a step late several times in winding the stack.
So core position is even imperative in terms of where you are in your return, not necessarily just at the kitchen line or transition zone.
Especially when you're going to run diagonal in that stack formation.
Well, he gets one away there as the ball is just long on serve.
3-3-1.
Wow, Steve Deakin finding the body of Pat Smith.
Yeah, Smith looking to be aggressive in those middle balls, but the initial attack was probably just from slightly too low of a position and eventually lost the point.
Point.
Tough to go up the line.
Yeah, it was the pressure of the dink and the location that I think made her want to reset and not go back across her body. But credit to Buckner for being just a little bit more aggressive with her dinking.
And Buckner again.
Yeah, she did a good job. She didn't hit that hard enough to make it an attack, but again, it wasn't high enough to hit it as hard as she possibly could there. Good job balancing that aggression.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Steve Deakin and Brooke Buckner facing off against Pat Smith and Megan Dizon. Second game action. Right now, the advantage is on the side of Deakin and Buckner, who dropped game one. Cameron Irwin and Kyle McKenzie. And the trickler to Brooke Buckner, but interesting, you've got Megan Dizon on the left in that rally and Pat Smith on the right, and it looks as if they're going to stay as well, not having to, oh, maybe they're actually going to switch. They decided to change.
Yeah, I think they had some confusion on the last one, but got it back figured out.
Well, even then, she showed the fist, too. It looked like potentially stay and then switched.
And then she changed her mind. So, yeah, I don't know what they talked about on the timeout, but the last couple points, she kind of took an odd path coming forward. So they seem to still be deciding what the better play is as far as do they stack or do they play straight up temporarily.
Playing straight up here. Tough dink, well defended by Dizon as the lob now comes. And two people trying to hit one overhead rarely works.
And what a point. It had a little bit of everything. Buckner and Deakin were on defense for the vast majority of that point, but eventually able to steal that one away. And just because the ball goes up in the air does not mean it's easy to put away at this level by any means.
Dizon and Smith are still trying to laugh that one off, even though they trail by 6 here in game 2. It's hard when that overhead's on top of you. I get it.
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion on the first one. They kind of both went back for it. And then, unfortunately for Patty, ended up missing, I think, the easier overhead of the two.
Yeah, you need some feet underneath of him to be able to, you know, find the overhead like he wants to. I'm kidding, of course. Megan Dizon and Pat Smith need to find something here in game number 2, even if it's just some momentum to get into game number 3.
You know, it's interesting with the formation changes. You know, I didn't see them getting beat, unwinding the stack too much. They were losing some points with the drive of Deakin, but it seemed like they were just good drives when their feet were already set. So I look for them to go back to more of a traditional formation. Not really sure why they're looking to make that change, but we'll see if they go back to what was working for them in game 1.
Well, you're correct. They do switch.
And that's a drive where you're going to get beat with that, whether you play straight up or unwind the stack. So that's not one where you need to make an adjustment, in my opinion.
And game number 2 goes the opposite direction, and rather emphatically, 11-3. 2 completely different games.
Again, it seemed like the third shot drive was really the story that told each game, and the team that drove more effectively was able to get the win.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Game number 3, a decider about to take shape here on championship court. Our first 2 matches going all the way. You gotta love that here at the Arizona Grand Slam, the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam.
Yeah, we mentioned just how many really high-level mixed doubles teams there are in the draw, and so many of these matchups can really go either way. It's just going to come down to execution.
So much of the story has been all about the third shot drive or just pace in general this morning, especially in these mixed combinations. We saw unwinding the stack become that much more difficult for both of these teams at different times.
Yeah, and you said it, Cameron. If teams are going to take that risk of running diagonally to get into formation, it really opens up the opportunity to start the point with a drive and go from there.
A nice return. Gets Pat Smith in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, we mentioned how important depth is going to be for Buckner and Deakin. They did a much better job of that in game 2. We'll see if they can keep that going here in game 3.
And Pat Smith just has to turn his head away. Cannot believe the bounce that took off the net.
Yeah, he had plenty of time, but it just stayed so shallow. He didn't really have anywhere to take that ball.
Nice cover there by Megan Dizon.
Yeah, bailing out her partner a little bit from time to time always helps the chemistry.
I won't make a joke of that one. I tried.
I can see you thinking about it.
I wanted to, but I held off.
Yeah, excellent depth on the volley there from Dizon. Just taking a little bit of that preparation time away from Deakin, was able to generate the error there.
And a missed return. So Smith and Dizon, the 14 seed, facing off versus the 19 seed. Again, this is first round action for both these teams.
Yeah, never want to see missed returns. That being said, I did mention they are going to need to take more risk on that return. So to some degree as a team, not ideal, but you have to say, you know, every now and then one may be in the budget because those short returns were really, really hurting them in game 1. It's a fine line as the male player where you're expected to be aggressive and take a little bit more court, but if you just get a little overextended, the errors really start to creep into your game.
Reaching outstretches Pat Smith, former Division I collegiate tennis player.
1-3-1.
Was introduced to pickleball by Jay DeVilliers, both now residing in Wichita, Kansas. Megan Dizon floating one to the baseline.
Yeah, really measured that little slow roller perfectly. Well done by her.
Right out. Yeah. 3-1-1.
At this point, you've just got to become frustrated on the side of Dizon and Smith. The ball just bouncing, not their direction off the net.
Yeah, not so far. I mean, we've talked about long-term, they usually even out, but in the heat of battle, it's really tough to not get a little frustrated.
Pat Smith with a magical save. Wow.
Yeah, it definitely had a little circus shot in there to extend the point, but the aggression of Buckner and Deakin still able to win out.
Nice drive off the paddle of Steve Deakin.
Yeah, and that's been working for them the entire match. I think he's going to continue to look to do that to give them their best chance here in game 3.
Point.
Yeah, it looks certainly a makeable ball, but much tougher when you feel your opponents closing into the kitchen line.
3-3-1.
They decide to play straight up on the other side, Dizon and Smith.
Yeah, interesting that when Deakin got that first pop-up, rather than traditionally going at the person in front of him, he stayed and kept the pressure on Dizon there and attacked back cross court, was able to win the point.
Second serve.
Pat Smith continuing to try and find the feet of Deakin.
4-3-2.
And there it is. It's going the opposite direction now. We'll see if you're right, Kyle. I think they've got a few more to go their direction.
Remember it's long-term math. Long-term math here.
Point.
And another ball to the side of Dizon and Smith.
Yeah, a couple examples there of you don't need to get the ball to bounce in the kitchen to be able to pressure your opponents. If you just get them hitting it from lower than the height of the net, it can really change their shot and force them to be a little less aggressive.
The winner of this match will have a doozy of a next match, because next in store is Anna Bright and Riley Newman, the #3 seed here, who had a match point opportunity to go to the final back at the Desert Ridge Open. To Matt and Lucy. Matt and Lucy making a significant comeback and victory, heading to the final there.
Second serve.
We have yet to see one of those. Nice job, Megan Dizon.
Yeah, really good job. She recognized that Steve Deakin was leaning a little bit towards the middle. Nice job of keeping him honest, going back behind him there with that speed up.
Right up. 4-4-1. Second serve.
Yeah, just a little bit more motion on the Pat Smith forehand than his backhand. And he's had just a couple times where he's just been a hint late on that side. Certainly there's a lot of people in that category, but that's been just a bit of a factor here in this match.
Side out.
Yeah, I think that's really the location. If you feel like you have an offensive shot, going to the Pat Smith forehand seems to be the location that they're getting a few more errors.
And a let serve off Brooke Buckner. See who can get off 4 first.
Second serve.
Yeah, and that slightly bigger motion really helps him when he has time for an offensive shot. A little tougher when his time is taken away.
That ball lands in bounds too. Dizon had success there earlier, just a few points ago, but the door has been closed.
Yeah, I think it's just an example of fool me once from Deakin. It was almost the same scenario, but this time he didn't lean as much middle, ready for that ball at his backhand.
Side out.
Deakin has done a nice job on those drops on that backhand side, slicing that ball down. I believe he's only missed about twice to this point from the baseline. Trying to go full tripod.
Yeah, he did a 360 in the middle of that, and darn near came up with a highlight reel there.
That is a beautiful return from Brooke Buckner. Barely skidding over the top of the net. Not much of a bounce on that. Sometimes taking pace off works in your favor when you're expecting the hard-driven ball.
Yeah,
makes it that much more challenging.
Deakin recognized that Dizon was anticipating the attack. She took a step back, and rather than go through her, he just used that extra space to find her feet.
2 points of separation here at the change of ends. We'll be back with the conclusion of Game 3.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Introducing Simply Spiked Lemonade. Real fruit that left the farm and has seen too much to ever go back. Simply Spiked Lemonade. Tastes like your favorite lemonade, now spiked. It's getting juicy.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Game 3 action here in the second match on championship court. 6-4, Steve Deakin and Brooke Buckner on top. Ooh, that could have been a winner.
Yeah, he definitely had some space in the middle. He recognized it, just slightly overcooked that drive. I like the choice, though.
As I look at scores across the board right now in this mixed draw, one stands out, Maggie Brasha and Hayden Patriquin taking the win over Lena Padigamite and Colin Johns in 3 games. Those were some wild game scores.
Yeah, and in my opinion, Cameron, I think we've got, you know, Ben Johns, Leigh Waters, maybe the team of Riley Newman and Anna Bright, but then there's so many other teams that are right in that conversation where it just comes down to who's going to execute on a given day.
Well, and to your point, one of those potentially AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine, who have picked up a first round and second round in total win, 11-6, 11-6. So they're moving on as well. They'll face off against Jansen and Rettenmaier. Brooke Buckner can't believe that one didn't go.
Yeah, she had her feet set, and she saw that she had a sliver going back behind Pat Smith. Just wasn't able to convert there.
Point.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pat Smith there, he just decelerated. Looks like he wasn't really sure what type of shot to hit. And that's the thing with topspin. The more you trust it, the more control you actually have.
Well, it's hard too. I was watching so many matches out on the outer courts yesterday, and as the wind continued to increase, you're so right. That hesitation, you saw so many balls starting to fly out or adjusting the game, especially with your back with the wind. It's very challenging. You think that ball is just going to soar on you.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I stress when I teach is not always making the perfect decision, but being decisive in your decision and kind of learning to operate with that mentality. Most people find their best games.
Brooke Buckner with a big high five after a solid shot.
Yeah, both these ladies are doing a great job. If they're given any space at all with a slight pop-up of being bold, going right at the guy and hitting some really nice locations.
And that's kind of the ball that you're taking out of the air that you have to kind of let slide off your paddle, right? It's a little bit challenging to bring that ball up the line. Maybe the next time you see it, you can dictate and tell us what are some of the challenges with that contact. As Brooke Buckner looks to poach with the one-hand backhand.
Yeah, there's a couple things that are challenging. Is one, we talked about dropping the head of the paddle to make sure that you clear the net. And then the next would be hitting a good location and finding a medium pace. Seems like when you hit that one too hard, it's easy for your opponents to just let it go out. And not to over-talk here, but the next challenge is often if you do hit it, it's going to come right back to you. And so switching from a forehand speed up to then playing a backhand on the very next ball can be problematic.
Pat Smith with a massive groan as he picked up a great defensive play.
Well, I think he recognized he had the whole court open cross court, but the ball just got in on him in a hurry. Wasn't able to straighten that one out.
Right up.
You can see anytime one of these pros misses their third, the frustration is clear.
Yeah, this is crunch time here in the match, and all those thirds just get a little bit more important as we get to the end here.
Dizon taking over.
Yeah, you know, first time we've seen Buckner go for the lob there. Didn't love that occasion because she was still kind of on defense there, but we'll see if that one works next time.
Deakin stepping in right at the right time.
Yeah, and going back behind Pat Smith. Great recognition that he would often be looking for that forehand in the middle.
8-5-2.
And a bit of a late call on the wide call off Dizon's paddle.
Timeout receivers. 9-5.
Brings Deakin and Buckner to 9-5, just 2 points away from a match victory. So 2 points to the conclusion. We'll see what happens at the end of this third.
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
Playing for a spot to face off against Anna Bright and Riley Newman next up. Megan Dizon and Pat Smith versus Brooke Buckner and Steve Deakin. Game 3 action. If you're going to make a move, it's now for Dizon and Smith.
Yeah, very timely hold for them. Let's see if they can go on a run here and make things interesting. And interesting, I would say most of the returns in that location, Pat Smith's come over to play his forehand, but he left that one for Megan Dizon to play her backhand, and that enabled him to get to the net a little sooner. We'll see if that's an adjustment they're looking to make here.
Well, and also it's important to note what number that Buckner and Deakin are at that 9 point, which means they're going to be unwinding the stack in this rotation.
Yeah, not a bad instinct. Dizon recognized that Deakin was still moving, so tried to speed up back behind him, but just she didn't have a lot of space to work with there.
7-9-2. Point.
Oh boy, make it another point on the side of Dizon and Smith, just
8-9-2.
one away.
Side out.
But still a good run.
Yeah, and earlier we saw Dizon play that drive with a two-handed backhand. Might be a little too far for Smith to come over on that particular occasion.
Dizon and Smith now need a hold. Dizon, a beautiful combination.
Yeah, I like the play of going right at Deakin and then anticipating where that counterattack is likely to come. Well played.
The direction of Dizon and Smith, and they're grateful. They're definitely evening out the score in that regard.
Yeah, Buckner and Deakin looked to be in control of that point, but great reflexes and defense from Smith and Dizon.
What a ball from Steve Deakin and Pat Smith's recovery. Steve Deakin to the right shoulder of Dizon.
Yeah, you got it. Really great location there. Good job leaning in. But again, had he hit a different spot with that speed up, might have been a different story.
Point.
9-all. But how about that return location, forcing Buckner to stay even further on the baseline, having to work all the way across to unwind. She can't believe it. She's done it a few times now.
Yeah, trying to thread the needle again. There's not a lot of space to work with, but I certainly don't mind the attack attempt there from Dizon.
9-1.
And you knew right away as that came off the paddle of Dizon.
Well, so much top spin on that forehand cross-court roll from Buckner. Really did a good job of setting her partner up with the pop-up.
Match point. He takes the shot and it's long. So Buckner and Deakin, 11-9 in the third, pick up a first-round victory.
And what a roller coaster of a match. Two very evenly matched teams. And credit for Deakin and Buckner playing the big points better when it really, really mattered. They will be advancing.
Here's a look at that final point. Aggressiveness paid dividends in this matchup. So much of those third shot drives and speed ups paying off. This time it's the direction of Deakin and Buckner, though, as they will now face Anna Wright and Riley Newman in their next round. But coming up next, it's Waters and Johns, Kawamoto and Ignatowich here on Championship Court.
Gooder, $25 active sunglasses for anyone. That includes you, Wildcat. We see you out there bringing the fun to the starting line. You're the life of the party, whether there's a party or not. We see you making sure everyone matches. That's important.
No, go back.
Hooligan, Yahoo, troublemaker. You just want fun sunglasses. Find your fun at gooder.com.
There's only one way now, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
A combination we know so well. Ben Johns and Leigh Waters, the defending champs here at the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. At Bell Bank Park, Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. They're facing off against a solid team of Jackie Kawamoto. We saw Jade earlier on with Zane Navratil. But now she's playing alongside James Ignatowich, who took a bronze yesterday. So big congratulations to him in the men's singles division.
Yeah, and you know, Ben Johns and Leigh Waters have been dominant in mixed doubles, but this is really a team on paper, when you think just about skill set, that really should be able to push them a little bit here. I think James Ignatowich is one of, if not the most talented kind of up-and-coming new face on the scene this year and late last year. And then Jackie Kawamoto plays very similarly to her sister. She's an excellent defender. That's kind of her base, but we saw some of that aggression in Jade's game in the last round, and I'm expecting to see a little bit of that the same here from Jackie, and she'll need a little bit of that beyond just defending to be able to really push Ben and Leigh here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We did see a very aggressive Jade Kawamoto, and I think most people would be saying, does that go together? Because so defensive-minded, but these two have been working so much there, both out of Indianapolis as we switch on over to the grandstand. Been hard to train out in the cold in Indianapolis for both of them, but they found some time. This is a matchup that we had circled as well. AJ Koller, Jessie Irvine. I don't see a leash on him yet, but maybe there's one later on in the day. Here's, of course, Travis Rettenmaier and Leigh Jansen.
Yeah, should be a very tight match. And like you mentioned, Jessie Irvine has talked about restraining some of the shot selection as we see the third shot lob there from AJ Koller right on cue. But, you know,
if it works out, maybe he gets a little more length on that leash.
He's a creative player. He's certainly a trend setter with shot selection. But when it's going good, he's certainly one of the best players in the world, that's for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt, AJ Koller, the crab walker. One of many on the PPA, the Carvana PPA Tour. I mean that stylistically. Leigh Jansen. Also a very aggressive player in her own right. That's what we love about her.
Yeah, one of the best singles players around, and using a nice, good deep serve in the last couple points.
She's also made her way to the final for women's pro singles. She'll face off against Leigh Waters. Last two events, it's been Parenteau versus Leigh. And this is a new partnership on both sides for Leigh Jansen, as well as alongside Travis Rettenmaier, as well as AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine. They've only played once before as a duo prior to the 2023 season. Still warming up on championship court. We'll be sure to get you there once that match starts.
Yeah, and I really feel like long-term Rettenmaier is a good choice in a partner for Jansen. They're each capable of playing multiple styles, and I think that having someone who's comfortable occasionally playing that more up-tempo style is going to be really the best type of partner for her.
Yeah, Leigh did a really nice job alongside Elise Jones, making a Sunday appearance for gender doubles at the Desert Ridge Open. Playing alongside Elise allowed her to be that aggressive, spirited style that she likes.
and I believe that was the first time they had partnered together. I think they've got more tournaments in the future. My goodness.
I'm sorry, what is AJ Koller doing out there? He's doing up-downs like he's on a freaking football field.
He's down, then he's back up.
I need some high knees in the middle of that, please. Some stutter steps.
Never a shortage of entertainment when you're watching an AJ Koller match.
Up, downs, burpees, whatever you want to call him. He's all over the place. I still can't believe that. So 10-7 now for Koller and Irvine in game 1 versus Jansen and Rettenmaier. So we'll head back to championship court. Ben Johns, Leigh Waters, Jackie Kawamoto, and James Ignatowich.
And they're smiling. They look like they're ready to have some fun and just give it their best shot here. And I really think, you know, if you just think about skills and what they're capable of, they should be able to push a very, very dominant team here in the #1 seed.
And a lob from Leigh Waters. Now, this is a piece she's definitely added more to her game this season. We've seen it a few different times throughout the first 3 events.
Yeah, it can be a very high percentage shot when you're playing that right side and you're able to kind of slide that through the middle like she was able to do there.
Ignatowich and Kawamoto picked up a first-round win in 3 games versus Chuck Taylor and Irina Tereshchenko.
Point. 1-1-1. Point.
Really trying to find an angle there is Kawamoto.
Yeah, I've just seen a couple of unforced errors from Kawamoto and Ignatowich early here.
James, well known for his 2-handed backhand, that time working with the 1-hand punch.
Yeah, and it's not a good sign to start from Ignatowich and Kawamoto. I would say the one thing Ignatowich is really known for is his hand speed, but if Leigh is able to effectively attack him, I think they're really going to struggle winning a lot of these slower, extended kitchen points.
Well, and she's looking very quickly to attack up the line, whether that's on her forehand or clearly on her backhand side as she shifts to the sideline. I know she just missed that long, but shots are already being taken that way.
Yeah, it reflects the confidence that she has to start this. We'll see if that holds true here.
5-1-2.
The leave and land. Again, you never want to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, I think, you know, from Ignatowich's perspective, he thought maybe that was going to fly, but that Project Perseus with a little extra dip from Ben Johns there gets the job done.
I don't think that one flew enough for James Ignatowich. That ball well inside the court. And Ben Johns and Leigh Waters off to a hot start.
Not yet, buddy.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Receiving team, 2 timeouts, serving team.
62-2. That is the record all time for this mixed doubles combination of Leigh Waters and Ben Johns. That's a 96, make it 97% win percentage. Pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, we talked about the level of dominance, and those are the stats to back it up. Pretty intimidating going up against this duo.
And again, there's the forehand speed up to the backhand side. Those two losses came just about a year ago. The first was against Catherine Parenteau and Riley Newman, and the second was just a backdraw match with J.W. Jansen and Simone Jargin.
Looks like Waters is just a little indecisive on how hard she wanted to hit that one. Error into the net by her there. I like the idea by Ignatowich to play that aggressive up-tempo style, but Ben John's doing a great job of getting back in that point and finishing it off with his hand speed.
Leigh Waters with a deadly two-handed backhand just finds the top of the net. So a third point for Kawamoto and Ignatowich. It's like watching the mirror image of the match we saw earlier. Jade and Jackie, righty and lefty, but same defensive prowess.
Yeah, and she missed the lob attempt there, but I like the attempt. I think that's going to be something that she can use in this match. I'd like to see her stick with that and keep going for it when it's there.
Got the switch, and Leigh Waters knows exactly what to do with it.
Yeah, so deceptive there. She kind of did a little look away and found that outside hip of Ignatowich.
And intriguing.
We talked about the Kawamotos adding some more offense into their game. There was an example of it. 2 times she certainly could have dinked, but she chose to speed up and balance aggressive dinking with speed ups, doing it well so far.
And just getting caught there off the drive of Leigh Waters.
8-3-2.
A nice recovery from James Ignatowich, but Ben Johns closes the door.
Yeah, and this is one of the areas where Ignatowich can separate himself from a lot of the other dominant male players. He's very comfortable playing both the right or left side and taking a lot of court with his two-handed backhand in the middle.
Side out. Three, 9-1.
Yeah, nice job by Johns, not just making those volleys, but really doing something with them and getting good depth on both those responses.
Kawamoto delivering a line shot.
Yeah, anytime you can hit a winner up Ben Johns' line, you got to be feeling pretty good about that. See if they can continue to kind of build off that and close the gap here in game 1.
Quick angle for James Ignatowich. Very compact in that stroke.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing. They're not being too afraid of Ben Johns, going back behind him just often enough to get into some more of these points.
A well-managed slight punch and flick from James Ignatowich.
Yeah, they seem to be really coming to life here. This is good to see. We talked about them having the skill set on paper. It's nice to see it translating into some points here.
6-9, Kawamoto and Ignatowich finding a little something here in game one.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. Be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
All smiles on the side of Ignatowich and Kawamoto as they found a few points now against the #1 seed of Ben Johns and Leigh Waters, the defending champs. 6-9. And a side out again for Ben and Anna Lee.
9-6-1.
Wow, and that was set up several points ago. Anna Lee taking shot after shot after shot up the line. This time she goes to the interior.
Yeah, and it's such a visually different look by her running around to play backhands on the forehand side. Just not very many people are ever going to show you that look effectively like Anna Lee can.
Anna Lee decides to take that aggressive step forward, but ends up, I think, touching that with her left hand.
Yeah, she was trying to get out of the way of it. A little unlucky for her that her non-dominant arm got in the way there.
Johns just bends his elbow, gets the paddle face down as well as the ball to close out game #1.
Yeah, I think Kawamoto fooled him a little bit, but that's the thing when you're right on top of the line like that, you can get down on it and even your mishits can become winners.
A winner nonetheless for Ben Johns and Leigh Waters picking up game #1. Kawamoto and Ignatowich will look to respond.
The future of pickleball is here.
Welcome to Top Court. For my top tip, when it comes to hitting serves, you want your serves to land back here in this area.
You want to keep that paddle towards your body, and it's more of a push with my shoulder.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
That man is ready to go. Ben Johns has pretty much maintained his posture out on the court through game 1 into game 2 on the changeover. And Leigh Waters, she's running around all over the place. Why not? James Ignatowich sitting on the other side of the net alongside Jackie Kawamoto. Game 2 starts now.
Certainly never how you want to start a second game, but shake that one off. And it's important for these athletes to have a very short-term memory out here.
Side out. 0-1-1.
Yeah, I like the play by Kawamoto. Johns has added in that two-handed backhand counter when he's reaching, and sometimes going right at him is the best play if you can surprise him just a little bit.
Second server. 1-1-2.
I like that choice from James Ignatowich, the quick close.
Yeah, and that's what he can bring to the table. He's very explosive, very long frame, and he can plant himself in the middle and show off that elite hand speed.
He knows he had a good look.
Yeah, certainly was there for him, just put a little too much strength on that one.
1-2-1.
Yeah, good location from Johns there, just handcuffing Ignatowich a little bit, going at that forehand right hip.
And Leigh can't even believe it.
Yeah, she knew it right off the paddle. Didn't even wait to watch that one bounce. She just turned her head right away, a little disgusted with her shot selection there.
Big news for the 16-year-old. She recently re-signed with Paddle Tech.
Great news if you're a Paddle Tech fan. That's an important athlete to keep under your company there.
A new car and re-signed with Paddle Company. She should be feeling pretty good. Couple triple crowns to her name too. By a couple, I mean she's got more than double digits.
She's certainly accomplished a lot in her 16 years on this planet, that's for sure.
Turned pro when she was just 12 years old. The youngest to do so.
2-3-1. Second server.
Looks like James is starting to maybe work with a little bit more often a one-hand backhand.
Yeah,
kind of getting it into the mix.
Yeah, certainly certain situations where one hand is the preferred shot. In this match, I really would like to see him stick with his two-hand backhand roll. I think Ben Johns is so comfortable going slice to slice, but you start giving him top spin, I think it presents a different look that might make Johns a little uncomfortable.
Redirect there from Ben Johns. And a side out back for Ben and Anna Leigh. 3 apiece.
3-3-1.
Nearly finds the noggin of Annalie.
Yeah, Waters is doing a great job of varying her attack locations, really keeping Ignatowich guessing out there.
Wow, plenty of pace off that paddle.
Yeah, when Johns reaches back, I don't know if there's anybody who hits the ball harder, but it was all set up by the excellent lob by Waters to push them off the line, and they maintained control to finish the point.
Yeah, she took that lob out of the air, too. Very deceptive.
5-3-2.
Oh, my. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, fortunately, we avoided the collision, but my goodness, what does it take against this team? You defended the around the post, but still, Johns was able to get back and put the next one away.
Jackie getting backed off the kitchen line.
Yeah, and it's just the pressure that Johns is putting on by being in the middle of the court, trying to go back behind him. It's not a big target to be able to make those dinks unattackable.
Same pattern has resumed. They've gotten themselves in some pretty good positions, like you mentioned, with the backhand roll, but it's coming instead off of Kawamoto's paddle as she's on the left side. Right there.
If you can hit that short corner, it really will open up a lot for you. Obviously, easier said than done, though.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Point.
4-7.
4-7-1.
Ignatowich gets it back yet again.
What a pickup.
What a rally. Point of the tournament without a doubt.
Oh, it had a little bit of everything, and it ends up with Ben Johns actually playing the right side and Annalie on the left, which you don't see very often, but they're clearly capable of doing it all out there, Cameron.
Crossing like ships in the night, Ben and Annalie on opposite sides.
Side out.
7-4.
7-4-1.
Ignatowich smiling at that one. I think everybody in the stadium kind of felt like Annalie was going to speed that ball up.
Here's a look out on the grandstand. Third game action happening there. Whoa. That's a backhand, Annalie Waters.
Yeah, amazing body control. She was actually out of position, but she planted her feet, did a nice job of turning on that two-hander.
6-5 on the grandstand. Change of end. Travis Rettenmaier, Leigh Jansen down by 1 to AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine.
4-8-1.
We'll check back in when they come back out.
Yeah, some great dip on the last drive by Ignatowich, really changing the volley from Waters there.
Point. 6-8-1.
second.
Yeah, nice speed up cross court by Leigh Waters. I haven't seen her do that too much, but really handcuffed Kawamoto there.
I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Well, it's tough. It's tough, you know, because if you don't go at Johns often enough, he really just gets so comfortable staying in control. But if he does see it coming, you can look pretty silly testing him at the wrong times.
Ben Johns looking to Leigh, wondering if that ball was inbounds or out of bounds. Play continues. Jeez, Ben Johns just unleashes on that ball.
It was an absolute rocket. It crossed Kawamoto about at her waist, and I'm still thinking that probably was going to land out.
Ben Johns also checking the face of that Perseus paddle after that point. I think that one left a mark. I like that ball from James Ignatowich. Kind of that, we'll call it 70% ball to Leigh Waters catching her.
Yeah, I felt like the entire point, both players did a really good job of moving the ball around and really making Waters and Johns earn it.
Unfavorable bounce off the net for Ben Johns.
Well, they're in striking distance here with the ball back at 6-9-1. Let's see if they can make a push here.
6-7 on the grandstand. Jansen and Rettenmaier down by 1. Rettenmaier with a nice flick to get the 7.
Very much in control, great location, and yeah, we've got a battle here.
Woo-hoo, this is fun. 2 courts head-to-head right now. Sliding that off her paddles, Leigh Waters.
Yeah, good choice going right back to where the pop-up was created. Ignatowich sliding back to the middle. Nice choice going back behind him.
Ignatowich puts one away. Jansen and Rettenmaier find an 8th. A lead change, and it looks as if at different times Jessie Irvine, AJ Koller ended up on the opposite side. That time Jessie back on the right as they unwind the stack here. And a timeout called on the grandstand.
6-9-1.
Says thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't mind the play from Ignatowich testing Leigh. He's going to have to do that from time to time, but that one just sat up just a little bit to the Leigh forehand, and she was all over it. Yeah, I think Ignatowich does have to keep being offensive there like he was trying to do. Just unfortunately for him, unable to clear the net on that speed-up attempt.
Just put your paddle in front of the ball, James Ignatowich.
Well, Johns did straighten it out, but that's the risk when you go that far over. You do leave some court back behind you.
Another side out at 6-9. Kawamoto and Ignatowich with a solid hold.
So they've kept him at 9 a couple of times here. This is really their opportunity to see if they can close the gap.
Having some conversation as a missed return comes off the paddle of Ben Johns. Make it 7-9.
7-9-1.
Eight, 9 now.
And a beautiful drop there by Kawamoto. Just what the doctor ordered right here. See if they can push them in game 2 and maybe take this game off of them.
Scores 8-9. First server.
8-9. Kawamoto and Ignatowich just one away, causes the #1 seed to take a timeout. So we'll check in on the grandstand now as they are back out of a timeout. Rettenmaier and Jansen are tied in game 3 versus AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine. That's big time for Rettenmaier right there.
Yeah, bold, but if you are going to attack AJ Koller, if you can find the forehand, that's usually the better side for it. Great time to be bold with the speed up there.
And another back-to-back for Rettenmaier.
Yeah, Irvine looks a little bit frustrated, knows that she had a good play on just resetting that ball. Might have been a little too far for Koller to go.
First serve now for Jansen and Rettenmaier. They add a 9th point. The 13 seed versus the 4 seed on the grandstand.
Yeah, Koller known for being very bold with his own shot selection, but when you thread the needle that often, sometimes some errors can creep into your game.
We'll go 2 box as we now see championship court getting back out of a timeout. Leigh Waters on the far right side of the court as they will have to unwind the stack. Yeah, Trav is the call from Leigh Jansen.
Yeah, and he was just giving Irvine a steady diet of topspin balls to her feet until he eventually got the pop-up to put it away.
9-9 now on championship court.
Such a brave speed up by Leigh Waters to be able to go cross court and find that outside hip of Kawamoto. Really, really well placed there.
Second serve now as the score is tied on championship court. Meanwhile, the grandstand still down by 2. Make it 1, excuse me.
And we've got a game point here at 10-9-2 with Ignatowich to serve.
Kawamoto from a decent space off the kitchen line.
Yeah, and the height of the bounce just really didn't sit up enough to be aggressive there. She probably wishes she had that one back.
Leigh with perfect placement. 10-10.
You know, it's amazing. She does not care what the score is. She's going to be herself out there, and she is an aggressive player. Love to see the confident version of herself. This is great.
And it lands for Ignatowich. He held his breath.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he intended it to go that way, but put your paddle on it and good things happen.
Second serve now. Oh, she had a good look. It's also matching scores out on the grandstand at 10 apiece there. Now 11-10 for Ben Johns and Leigh Waters. Another crossing pattern, but Ignatowich, I like it. Fearless with the put away.
And if there's anyone in the sport that has maybe even a more lively arm than Ben Johns, it would be the man on the other side of the net. This is coming off his paddle huge anytime he gets a high ball.
So first serve fended off. Second serve now, still down by 1. Koller and Irvine still down by 1 as well on the grandstand. Same thing, he pokes it back cross court. He's found some success that direction. French fries on the board, it's 11-all on championship court. Here's a look back to grandstand.
11-11-2.
Looks like they fought off a match point there.
And they get the ball back on the grandstand. Down by 1.
Great job by her to recognize it was going to open up, wait long enough, and we're being treated to some amazing pickleball. Got my head on a swivel, bouncing back and forth here, Cameron.
11-11 and 11-11. Ball called out of bounds on championship court.
It was after the bounce. Point.
Make it 12-11 on championship court. Ben Johns and Leigh Waters with a match point. With a final put away, 13-11 on championship court. The match goes to the #1 seed.
And a great job from Ignatowich and Kawamoto to push them, but the experience and the adjustments, it was really impressive to me. Leigh Waters started speeding up cross court much more often as that game got tighter, and did it just often enough to be able to get through and win this 1 and 2.
Yeah, wild Leigh Waters. She saw her speed up the line, then to the left side of the person in front of her, then all the way cross court. Just beautiful shot selection from Leigh Waters as the #1 seed moves on. Let's take a look now to the grandstand as both these matches were coming to a conclusion at just about the exact same time. Rettenmaier and Jansen again with another match point opportunity. For the win. My goodness, but a second shot now as it's second serve.
And a good idea by Rettenmaier, squatted all the way down to look for that pancake finish, just unable to straighten it out.
Slapping that ball down, Leah Jansen and Travis Rettenmaier survive in game 3. They take down the #4 seed.
Yeah, what an absolute marathon. Easily could have gone either way, but great job for Rettenmaier and Jansen. They've got to feel really good about advancing and really making a splash here today.
Without a doubt, look at those scores, 11-8, 11-2, 13-11. Rettenmaier and Jansen are coming up big.
On Holland America Line, we'll make it the time of your life. Time and time again. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
A fantastic day of mixed doubles here at the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. Next up, it's going to be Wright and Newman versus Stratman and Frazier. Looking around the tournament, there are some good matchups in store. David and Wilson, that's Vivian David and Thomas Wilson, will face off against Jansen and Rettenmaier, as Rettenmaier and Jansen just picked up a big win over Irvine and Koller. Johnson and Johnson have also moved on. They will now face Waters and Johns, a matchup that we saw at Desert Ridge that was spectacular, pushing that #1 seed to the brink. So can't wait for another solid matchup. So much happening this afternoon here at the Arizona Grand Slam. We'll be back with more from Championship Court.
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
Some wild matches happening. We already mentioned just a minute ago. Ben Johns will face off against, and Leigh Waters against Johnson and Johnson. That's Georgia and J.W. Johnson. Also intriguing to note, I was just told Kovalova and Wright just lost to Deckelbar and Megan Fudge. So there have been, I know you said earlier, not so much upsets according to seeds, but that to me is pretty big upset.
Yeah, no, definitely still an upset, but just more talking earlier about just the capability of more of these upsets happening. There's so many players that are taking this, you know, a pickleball thing, doing it full time, putting in the work, putting in the training, and giving themselves a chance to be able to perform on the biggest stage. In mixed doubles, it's very hard to predict.
That's just outstanding. I can't believe the number of great matches we've seen. So many going to 3 games. We saw the Rettenmaier Jansen match just going to 3 against Irvine and Koller. And we're going to have another great matchup in store here on championship court as Lauren Stratman is getting warmed up alongside Dylan Frazier. They'll face off against Anna Wright and Riley Newman, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it. And Wright and Newman played there for the first time at the last tournament at Desert Ridge. They lost a heartbreaker in the semifinals to Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova, still able to secure the bronze. But they're certainly a team that people are looking at and saying, hey, they have the potential or maybe even the expectation to be playing some championship Sundays this year for sure.
Well, and we mentioned it when we were calling the match between Buckner, Deakin, and Smith and Dizon. There was a match that took place just prior to this for Wright and Newman as they faced off against that number 19 seed and won 11-4, 11-2. Stratman and Frazier coming from the opposite side. So they've had quite a day of pickleball, picking up some solid wins. The last being over Smith and DeVilliers. That's Callie Smith and Jay DeVilliers in 3 games. It was 10-11, 11-6, 12-10. You want to talk about tight wins. This day has been absolutely insane.
Nothing but nail biters out here, Cameron, and that's an absolute another powerhouse team in Callie Smith and Jay DeVilliers. And so they've got to be feeling really confident and really good about advancing after that last one.
So this is a quarterfinal matchup, a spot in the semifinals up for grabs between Wright, Newman, Stratman, and Frazier. Right now, the other quarterfinal matchup will be Wright, Hewett. That will be Etta Wright and Rafa Hewett facing off against Fudge and Barr as they have moved on. David and Wilson versus Jansen and Rettenmaier in that third quarterfinal. And then the fourth quarterfinal will be Johns, Waters, Johnson, and Johnson. We'll keep you up to date on which ones are coming up next. But that is your look, at least for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, the matchups only get tougher, but better and more exciting for us spectators here. So an exciting day so far and just more to come.
We saw Riley Newman and Anna Wright make their debut together as a duo a few short weeks ago in the desert. Heads up, Riley. Dylan's got a little smirk. Not aiming for the head, but, you know, if it goes there.
Whatever gets the point done. No, he knows he got away with one. His backhand was going to be going quite a bit out, but Riley bailed him out a little bit by touching that one.
Second serve. 0-0-2.
Lauren Stratman lets that go, the new resident of Austin, Texas. Her and Julian Arnold making the move from Tennessee that direction. Lots of pros to train with out there.
Yeah, certainly a hotbed for pickleball pros. And no shortage of high-level play for them, I'm sure.
Well defended by Lauren Stratman as she just lays that up into the corner.
Yeah, it was a good read by Riley Newman, but Frazier's dink just stayed so close to the net that he had to kind of lift that and paid the price for it from Stratman.
One-one-two. Point.
Reaching, he knew he had plenty of room, but too much on it.
Yeah, normally very secure on his volleys. Kind of an uncharacteristic error there by Frazier.
Point.
Yeah, just left that backhand flick up a little bit. And Anna Wright, known to be one of the most aggressive female pros that we have, certainly make him pay the price for that error.
Point.
Lauren Stratman, Dylan Frazier do have some experience playing alongside one another, but it goes all the way back to 2021. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I'm sure they're, going to be working the bugs out as far as their chemistry a little bit today, but they've already played a few matches now, so they should be ready to go here.
Lauren Stratman backs up and unloads.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see players take a step back prior to hitting their counter, just to give them a little bit of time to slide to the side for that two-handed backhand there. Nice job by Stratman.
Second serve.
A lot of spin on that, hard to get a paddle on. It's Riley Newman rocking the sweats. Everyone's trying to stay warm underneath the shade here on championship court. Pancake.
Yeah, his signature shot right on cue. Interesting that we're seeing Stratman several times in a row take her drive directly at Riley Newman. We'll see if that's going to be effective for her.
Left toe is on. Point.
Dylan Frazier just pulling at his shirt there, frustrated as a foot fault was called. Not on that, but right there.
Yeah, it was tough to tell if he got reestablished. Didn't look like he did, and called for the fault there.
Second serve.
Lauren Stratman showing some range on some of those counters. She had gone up the line a few times. That time finds a nice middle angle.
5-2-2. Point.
Tries to drop as low as possible.
Yeah, really, you know, having played Newman a handful of times, really the pressure that he presents, disconnecting, and the amount that he can reach and cover really makes you aim for smaller targets on what would normally seem routine.
Ducking under the way of that one is Dylan Frazier. The ball has definitely entered the Dura graveyard yet again. Finding another is Lauren Stratman. Anna Bright will receive.
2-6-1.
California Golden Bear.
Second serve.
And it'll be interesting to see how that battle within the battle plays out. Anna Bright known for being similar to Leigh Waters, very good at speeding up balls off the bounce, but Dylan Frazier is known to be one of the best counter punchers out there. What a get by Stratman.
Lauren Stratman, seriously, that's wild. And Riley Newman puts a fist to the air. He's thrilled off that one.
Yeah, certainly not a bad speed-up attempt by Stratman, but tougher to get Newman reaching. He's so comfortable sliding to the side and using that two-handed backhand.
Second serve. Six, 2-2.
Ball out of bounds. I think one of the big questions is, will Anna Bright and Riley Newman make an appearance in the final, as they had a match point against Lucy and Matt at Desert Ridge in the semis and couldn't pull it out. Riley Newman. Anna Bright trying to take a shot, but nice lateral movement from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. In order to counterpunch, it really starts from the ground up. He did a good job of getting his feet in position, which made him that much stronger on the backhand counter.
A big swing, but she had the room for it.
Yeah, it was the time for it, and you need to add a certain amount of power on these shots to get through that wall on the other side. So don't blame the attempt, just didn't quite straighten that one out. Great dig.
Great movement and combination between Dylan Frazier and Lauren Stratman. It seems like they move really well together to this point.
Yeah, Stratman had the Ernie, and then they stayed in the point, had a little matrix move to get out of the way of the last one. Really like how she's playing to start this match. The get.
I can't overrule. What's the call? You're challenging the no call. All right.
So you heard Lauren Stratman saying, I'm going to challenge the no call here.
Yeah, I think that's within her rights to do. You know, didn't see it clearly. They don't want to cheat their opponents, but they don't want to cheat themselves at the same time either. So they're going to have a review of this one, just make sure that the correct call gets made.
Video challenges have come into play now as we have hit the quarterfinals. So they're going to challenge this view.
Yeah, certainly looks to be on the line to me, but we'll see what the call is on court.
Don Stanek is our video referee. He's reviewing. Lead is Don Stanley. Ken Reynolds, our second official. And our tracking ref is Paul Raths. Don sets the phone down, so we'll see what the call is now.
And kind of interesting, they said it was a no call on the court. Now, I think this one, to me, looked in, but had it been a little more questionable, I'm wondering, is it an assumed in call since the responsibility to make that call is with Stratman and Frazier? That would be my guess,
I would imagine
but
so.
Just haven't come into this exact situation before. But yeah, my guess would be they would have to have kind of conclusive evidence of it being out for that to be the call here. So we'll just have to wait and see.
After video review, the ball was in, the call stands, the challenge was lost, and the timeout is lost. The team of Stratman Frazier is charged one timeout. We proceed with side out at 7-3-1, one timeout, two timeouts.
And to your point, I actually just asked Don, sitting right behind us here, our video official, and he said with the no call, it is presumed in at that point.
Right.
So you are correct.
Yeah, good to get some clarification if that comes up again. Yeah, great. I mean, great job by Stratman to fend off the initial attacks from Newman, but still just not good enough to get them the point.
You know, it's interesting. At times I've heard conversation about Riley Newman's kind of drop style in terms of drops and resets, saying he gives himself a bit more space to a more margin for error, a little bit more loft on those because he trusts his defense so much. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just trusting his defense, but even when he has a ball, when he's on defense that he defends with a little more height and shape, he still comfortably moves forward better than most because he's trusting his counter-punching ability as well. So it's a combination of both.
Anna Bright with the forehand.
Yeah, not a bad attempt by Stratman there to go at that dominant shoulder of Wright, but seemed to be all over it. Might do better off going more into the body the next time she's in that situation.
And game number one quickly turns the direction of the number 3 seed, Bright and Newman, 11-3. Everything working in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, I think Stratman had a really good game. It was a below average game, in my opinion, for Frazier, so expect him to play a little better and push them more in game two.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
the more
yourself,
forgiving.
Ben.
Full focus for Anna Bright right here. Rocking her Yola gear and her Yola paddle to this point. She picked up game 1 alongside Riley Newman, 11-3 over Stratman and Frazier. You talked about Dylan trying to get a little more aggressive. Where might be some of the locations he looks to become more aggressive?
Yeah, I think it starts with taking more chances on the dink, where he's going to have to dink with a little more aggression to be able to dictate. But then once he has a ball that he feels like he can speed up, I would say he's going to be best served going to the, oh my goodness.
Dylan Frazier is everywhere right now. And that ball's out of bounds. Give it to him, he earned it.
Amazing point, wow. But we're talking on earlier, I would say, going to the left side, kind of the left hip of Riley Newman, and right into the body of Anna Bright could probably be his best 2 locations when he can speed a ball up.
Didn't have a shot there to be able to do it. All the pressure applied to Lauren Stratman.
1-0-2. Side out.
Yeah, another nice leave by Stratman. She's shown some good court awareness and leaving some of these balls that a lot of us would get too tempted to play.
Solid forehand drive from Stratman.
What I'd like to see, what I saw there, is closing in after the drive, especially from Frazier. I think that if they try the shake and bake, I think they might be able to steal a few points away, which it's tough to score points on this team just having to earn it with that many dinks.
1-1-2.
You'll take those when you can get them.
Yeah, it's trying to reset that and just bring the point back to neutral, but a lot of topspin on that dink by Riley Newman.
And I believe Dylan Frazier not happy with that ball. I believe there's a crack in it, so they are switching that out.
He knew something felt a little funky probably on the last one.
Took an odd bounce.
1-1-1.
Yeah, Frazier again in good position there, just a little bit off with some of his kill shots so far.
2-1-1.
Anna Bright getting really aggressive.
Well, and Newman gets so much credit for his defense, but so far this match, Anna Bright has done a great job of digging out those balls and making it very tough for her opponents to actually score points on them.
A nice lob location from Anna Bright. I'm not sure what that maneuver is, Riley.
He's known for being very animated with trying to will the ball over the net. He's unable to get it done that time.
Went whole full helicopter. I don't know. I got to think of some terms for that one, Riley.
4-1-2.
4-1-2. It must be nice to feel so comfortable picking up a ball with a left-handed forehand for Riley Newman, because it allows him to creep so far to the right. He goes, I'll chase that dink all day long.
Yeah, if you feel like you can cover just about everything, it allows you to disconnect and be that much more aggressive with your court positioning consistently.
Riley Newman and Anna Bright on top.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Back out of the timeout now, Anna Bright and Riley Newman in quarterfinal action, looking for a spot into the semifinal here for mixed pro doubles. Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam.
Point.
Yeah, just that pressure of Riley Newman being able to fully disconnect and clog the middle of the court really can make life difficult if you're Stratman and Frazier. And they've all got it all working at the moment. It's tough right now for Stratman and Frazier to really sink their teeth and find some rhythm in this match.
Accountability on full display. Riley Newman holding himself to a high mark.
Second serve.
That's the other adjustment that I like that they did, and I think they should do more of that, is trying for that shake and bake. Stratman has a great low drive, and Frazier is very capable of poaching up at the net.
Riley Newman flying in.
Speaking of someone who's capable of poaching, right on cue, Mr. Newman.
That was a pogo poach. He did that with 1 foot. Look at this.
7-1-1. Point.
At this point,
8-1-1.
can't stop the bleeding for Riley Newman and Anna Bright. They are just inflicting their will. Lefty save. And I think that had some funky spin on it.
Yeah, I think Bright was a little excited there, and that ball may have changed direction on her before that final speed up.
8-1-2.
Puts it on a dime with the left hand.
Point.
I can't do that well with my right hand.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone in that.
9-1-2. Point.
Change of pace off the serve from Anna Bright. Another error added. It is now match point for Anna Bright and Riley Newman.
10-1-2. Side out.
Quick reflexes, out of bounds.
Yeah, nice speed up there by Stratman. It's always tough going right at Riley Newman, but it looked like his feet were still moving just a little bit and was able to generate the error.
Point.
We have yet to see that, but that's one of Anna Bright's favorite and best shots.
2-10-1.
Getting pushed wide, finding the middle.
Well, despite the scoreline, Stratman's really had some great digs in this match. Showed another one there, and they're gradually chipping away here. They've just built themselves, unfortunately, a tough deficit.
Second serve.
And almost every single time Stratman's played that drive right at Newman, he's only been able to kind of block it right back to her. I'd love to see Frazier take a more aggressive angle and take away that play from Newman.
Point.
kind of force him to try to do more with that and go back behind cross court. He hasn't seemed like he's wanted to do that yet. Just don't think Frazier's quite picked up on that in this match so far.
Point. 5-10-2.
And he says, no, 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 not that time.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way. She'd won the last two, but traditionally the right hip of Riley Newman is normally a no-go area, and I just think she went to it one too many times there.
No fly zone. Anna Bright with a big finish, 11-3, 11-5. They're moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, they really had it all working, and just a glimpse of what this team is capable of when they're playing well. Look for them to have a real shot to play on Championship Sunday if they keep playing at this level.
Well, they have one more match to go before they can get there, as they have booked their ticket to a semifinal. Several quarterfinals still to go on this mixed doubles day. We'll be back with more after this.
We're not turning back.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
A full day of action here on a Friday in the desert for the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. This is the Carvana PPA Tour. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Mixed doubles day, probably my favorite day, has proven to be electric to say the least. But we're into quarterfinals action with spots in the semis up for grabs. What's impressed you most on the day so far?
Well, just how many tight matches we've had. We're looking through the draw here, and it seems like most of the games are going three, really anybody's day. It just comes down to who's going to play the best, and we've seen so many exciting points. Like you mentioned, mixed doubles, such a fun, unique event specific to pickleball here, and we've got another great match in store with Ben Johns and Leigh Waters playing the brother-sister duo in Georgia and JW Jansen. They played at Desert Ridge recently. It was a very, very tight match, and I look for it to be another tight one here.
Waters, Johns, Johnson, and Johnson up next on Championship Court.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
tempo pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently, on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Kyle McKenzie and Cameron Irwin here. We were just trying to do some math in the commercial break because we've seen so many games go all the way, the full distance, all 3 games being played on this Friday for mixed pro doubles. Get this, 10 total matches have gone in just 31 matches played here on the day to that 3rd set. I feel like the majority have been on championship court.
Yeah, no, we've certainly had a real treat with some tight matches. But yeah, with pro doubles or just the pro matches, often the first and second round being somewhat lopsided, we really have not seen that today. And it's credit to everyone's off-court time. You see how many different players are embracing this game, loving this game, and really committing to the off-court training.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you look across the board, some big names and some new names hitting the quarterfinals and semis as we take a look out onto the grandstand. Elise Jones and Tyler Lung versus DJ Young and Lacey Schneeman. You know, one of those quarterfinals is rather interesting. It's Rafa Hewett and Etta Wright facing off against Megan Fudge and Deckelbar. This is the first time we've seen Deckelbar on the PPA Tour in 2023. I think that's a quarterfinals. One of those teams get into a semi, and that's pretty impressive, the 23 seed and the 18 seed.
Yeah, either way, it's a great storyline. Deckelbar, easily, in my opinion, a top 10 player. It's tough to know exactly where to put him in that number, but a very capable player here on the PPA Tour, coming in right away and making deep runs in every event he plays. And then Etta Wright and Rafa Hewett. Rafa Hewett known for his Major League Pickleball success, but to me, mixed doubles is his best event, and really the righty-lefty combo of them and Etta Wright being very comfortable on that left side is just really a natural pairing. So look for them to have continued success beyond just today if they continue to partner together.
This is a match now that you're seeing out of the back draw, so 1 game to 15 being played.
We've got the all-Utah team and Tyler Lung and Elise Jones here with the early lead. Yeah, great defense there by Jones, and then Lung using that abbreviated kind of forehand motion, really underrated in his hand speed in those kitchen exchanges.
Saw Elise Jones make her first championship Sunday alongside Leah Jansen, playing in the women's pro doubles division, losing in the final to Catherine and Anna Lee at Desert Ridge.
Yeah, but they put up quite a showing. They really pushed, you know, a very dominant team, and it was great to see a new pairing of her and Jansen look to really have some natural chemistry out there.
You want to talk about fighters, both of them, without a doubt, a fighter's spirit.
Yeah, they're going to let you know how they're feeling out there. Have a lot of respect for players who wear their heart on their sleeve.
Annalie and Ben getting warmed up, as are Georgia and J-Dub. Oh, I can't wait. I'm glad we get this rematch.
No, it's such a great match last time. I forget the scores. I believe it was a very tight 2-gamer. But what's What I enjoy about this matchup is Georgia Johnson and JW Johnson, they have enough ability where it doesn't seem like they really have to press or go for shots that aren't in their arsenal because they're playing the #1 team in the world. They can kind of play their games and really match them shot for shot and let the offense come organically more so to them. So that's certainly what we saw last time. We'll see if we can see more of the same out of them, but I think it's really just a matter of time for this brother and sister duo to really have a big breakthrough at one of these PPA events. It really seems like their level is there right now.
Yeah, we're also looking. J-Dub has been known to find his name on Championship Sunday more often than not, but we're still looking for his first in 2023.
Yeah, he's a little bit due relative to his ability, and I know he didn't play the singles here. Neither him nor Dylan Frazier did. I think they just both wanted to concentrate on the doubles, really have their best showing that they can here, and it can be kind of complicated when you're playing singles as well as doubles in how you prepare and how much of your training kind of works on one event or the other.
You mentioned that matchup between Ben Johns and Leigh Waters versus Georgia and J-Dub back at the Desert Ridge event, and it was 11-8, 13-11. So they didn't take a game off them, but they did push them to some extra points, and I believe they had a game point or two in game number 2.
Yeah, I think you are correct there. And so, again, and even the last tournament, the previous one at the Hyundai Masters, they took a game off of Jessie Irvine and Riley Newman. So when they're playing the very best, it's clear to me that they have the ability. It's just a matter of putting it all together and getting over the hump.
I remember calling the match between these two teams, and I remember being very impressed with Georgia Johnson and her ability to stay within points, stay within her own game. It was on full display. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, I remembered last match she did a good job of not retreating too much off that line and staying right on the kitchen line with those forehand dinks. She'll need to do more of the same.
Here we go, a spot in the semifinals up for grabs. Leigh Waters just misses that third. You can already hear the silence in the stadium. Everyone knows this is all business.
Side out, second serve.
Yeah, I like the aggressive play. It's always tough, though, when your partner's looking to disconnect and do that shake and bake. If you drive cross court, the natural volley is back behind them up the line. So if they're going to do that shake and bake, I'd like to see them go a little more middle and take away some angle.
She had a good look, and that's very, very reminiscent of what we saw. Long, extended, dinking rallies between these two teams. Not necessarily the short play that we've seen in regards to most of the day so far.
Yeah, and for the viewers at home that are wondering why that is, it's the respect that everyone has on the court for the reflexes and the hand speed. So they're really trying to work the points a little longer to really make sure that that opening is there.
Oh, 1-0. 1-0-2.
Point. 2 missed returns now.
2-0-2. Side out.
Yeah, might have just been a little bit too high for Leigh to look to poach off that last one, and JW made her pay the price there.
And a point for the number 8 seed, J-Dub and Georgia.
Yeah, we saw in the last match Leigh Waters having some success speeding up cross court against Kawamoto, but going to be maybe a little tougher to do that against Johnson. I think she has a little more power in her counterpunching ability.
1-2-2.
And a missed dink there. Many have talked about the growth of Georgia Johnson in her game. Probably one of the most improved in 2022 alone.
2-2-2.
Yeah, she came right out and always had a lot of power, but she's done a really good job of improving her hand speed and all the touch shots that you really need to be able to work these slower points.
3-2-2.
The lead change now, 3-2.
Side out.
I think a good idea there from Jansen, just unable to convert on that backhand speed up.
Point.
Not quite able to grab that one, 3-all.
It's tough when the best are always getting better and adding new shots. I think we've seen Leigh Waters try 3 or 4 lob attempts today, and she's made all of them.
Ben Johns with a few shots to get it done. So I have a question for you. With the wrist position of J-Dub, out of curiosity, because he cuffs that ball when he's dinking a little bit more often, we all know he's got the flick on the backhand side to create. How does he create offense on the forehand side?
Second serve.
Yeah, so I think you do need to change your paddle position. When he kind of cuffs it, that's usually when a ball's starting to get behind him a little bit.
Yeah.
And he'll use that paddle position in order to bring the point back to neutral. But when he has the ball in front of him, it's going to be similar technique of really dropping that head and being able to generate a lot of paddle head speed from the shoulder and wrist.
Okay,
I'll recall the score. Broken ball.
You'll notice that Johns will do a similar motion, again, on the forehand side. When that ball starts to get behind him, he'll kind of cock his wrist or cuff it in a different sort of way to be able to bring that back and straighten the ball out.
This is broken one.
That ball is demolished. No surprise there between these two teams. Waters and Johns still with a 1-point advantage, 4-3. 5-3, excuse me. Get that updated on our scoreboard.
Side out.
Right on the body of Ben Johns.
3-5-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Georgia missed that drive, but I like the drive attempt. I think with her brother's hand speed, the shake and bake play is not a bad idea, and she was balanced.
Side out.
Some friendly fire there for Georgia Jansen.
Yeah, I think she thought her brother was going to cut off the angle on that one. Was a little surprised to have to play that next ball.
Point.
Yeah, Georgia just floated that flick just a little bit too much, and Annalie made her pay the price for it.
There's Georgia Jansen, a nice shot, speed up the line.
6-3-2.
And the adjustment, that was the same type of counter and punch back from J-Dub that he had just missed.
Yeah, you see the elite hand speed, and that's why they can push Ben Johns and Leigh Waters, is because they really can play them pretty even in that department, in my opinion.
Second serve.
And I'm going to seem crazy here, but I really think that Georgia Jansen should do a little bit more of dinking or speeding up back behind Ben Johns. I really think he's so good at being an off-the-ball player. She's done it a little, but I really think for them to win this match, she's going to have to up her percentage of dinking back behind him, especially when he's clogging the middle.
Good news is the only person to call you crazy and have you hear it is me, and I won't do that now.
We'll save that for later.
And she changes locations to the right side of Ben Johns. Nice shot.
6-3-2. Side out. 3-6-1.
Saw the pancake come out for J-Dub, but these firefights are what we love about pickleball. So fun to watch all four of these pro athletes go head-to-head.
Yeah, the firefights have been pretty even so far. Ben and Anna Leigh able to get the better of them on that one.
And to your point, Georgia put them in a very solid position. Wow.
She really did. She was very bold. That's what she's going to have to do. They were in a good position to win that. A little unlucky that they weren't able to finally get that point there.
Nice block from Georgia Jansen as Anna Leigh tries to add some more pressure, and there's one for her.
And again, we saw the formation get changed up a little bit with Anna Leigh on the left side, and
they're wildly comfortable doing that.
I think I've only seen them do it a couple of times, and they've won both points. So what can't they do out here?
Anna Leigh just wants to play on the left because she wants to show off her new one-handed backhand. That's all I'm saying. 7-3, Waters and Johns on top over Georgia Jansen and J-Dub.
Listen, think you can take me? Let's go.
It's your journey. Own every mile in an available H-Track all-wheel drive Hyundai SUV. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Tucson or Santa Fe or $750 bonus cash. Hurry in.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddletech, let's go again.
A couple youngins out on the court, but top dogs in their own right. Anna Leigh Waters recently turning 16 years old. On the other side, Georgia Jansen. We're going to say around 16 for sure, somewhere at 16 or 17 years old. It's fun to see these two at the top of their craft
7-3-1
at such a young age.
Point.
Yeah, nice location on that drive from Waters, knowing there's just a little bit of indecision from Jansen, wondering if that's his ball or his sister's.
8-3-2. Point.
Missed return for Georgia Jansen. Again, both trying to unwind the stack. The pressure is on from the serve of Ben Johns.
Side out.
Changing the tempo and a side out.
Yeah, the score hasn't really reflected it too much, but I really like what I'm seeing out of Georgia Jansen and how she's balancing, keeping Ben Johns honest with dinking behind him, as well as varying her speed up locations.
And that ball is put away by Ben Johns. Second serve now.
3-9-2.
Nice volley from Anna Leigh Waters.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the shake and bake, and I think it's a good idea, but when the drive goes just a little higher, it gives the opportunity for that volley to come at a downward trajectory.
The hands of J-Dubs, how he outstretches and just finds that with his wrist.
One, the forearm strength that he must have, in addition to the hand speed. Most people just don't have enough strength when they stab at the ball like that without taking a step. He's kind of the exception.
Point.
Not a lot of dead dinks from Leigh Waters, and that
No.
continued pressure is going to create errors from just about anybody.
And there is another ball that actually that hits and goes on the other side of the net. So it falls on the side of Ben and Leigh. It's a side out. It's for Jansen and Jansen.
3-10-1. Point.
Georgia's starting to feel it.
Yeah, again, having success going at Ben Johns at the right times. She's going to need to continue to do that if they want a chance in this match.
Four, 10-2.
There is a nice flick from Ben Johns.
Yeah, he doesn't need a lot of daylight to work with to find some options. Great job leaning in and taking control of the point.
Game number one to Waters and Johns, 11-4. I think there was some good assessment periods though throughout this first game.
Yeah, I think each side felt each other out just a little bit, but looked like Johns and Waters were able to get the best of them in most of those exchanges. We'll see if that'll change.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Ben Johns and Leigh Waters one step closer to a semifinal as they picked up game number one over Georgia Johnson and J.W. Johnson in quarterfinal action. This is a Carvana Arizona Grand Slam. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Let's see what the adjustments are for Johnson and Johnson.
Point.
Yeah, and that's J.W. Johnson's signature shot. Can really generate a lot of power and spin with a short flicking motion on that backhand side.
Side out.
The challenge that Georgia Johnson has of trying to keep it away from Ben while also keeping him honest. When she does go cross court, she really has to get it out wide enough to keep it outside the forehand of Ben Johns.
What a beautiful ATP from J.W. Jansen. I love it. He gives a nice little blow to his hand saying, yeah, we need to cool that thing off.
Little heat check. He did not have a lot of space to work with.
No.
Really thread the needle nicely there.
She had the right look. The challenge, even I was just working on that yesterday on the court, the challenge of trying to speed up on that forehand side and the margin for error to find the backhand is just so difficult, especially with somebody like Ben Johns.
Yeah, and when the ball is a little lower than the height of the net, it's finding that perfect speed. You hit it a little too fast, and then it floats on you, hit it too slow, and then they're able to get back over there and counterpunch effectively.
It's a nice shot from Ben Johns in terms of location on Georgia Johnson, kind of finding that left shoulder hard to defend above the top of her head.
Yeah, right now Johns is being very aggressive with his footwork, really looking to control the middle of the court at the moment.
Georgia curls that one over.
Yeah, and she has that ability to go toe-to-toe with Johns and win a fair chunk of these hand exchanges. Not easy to do.
Point.
2-all now.
2-2-1.
Georgia getting some help and love from the net.
Yeah, we mentioned, though, that, Waters in her last match was speeding up cross court. It really comes down to the person in front of you. How capable are they as a counterpuncher? Georgia Johnson, I think, has enough power where Waters may have to second guess that particular location.
It was interesting, too, watching the last match for Ben and Anna-Leigh. At times, it felt like one of the ways you could maybe neutralize Anna-Leigh Waters was the dink at her feet. It didn't allow her to be as dynamic as she typically can be.
Yeah, and with using the two hands on the backhand, what you do give up is reach forward, right? So you can dink aggressively at the feet. It's a slightly bigger target than other people.
Well, and there's kind of one of those examples. She's got to step around the ball there, and she has that aggressive forehand roll, but maybe not exactly the amount of speed up that she might have with a one hand.
Exactly, and if you're forcing her to create while she's moving, the percentages go down.
Point.
Anna-Leigh Waters saying, oh my goodness, as another point marks itself on the board. So 5-2 here in game two. Johnson and Johnson on top.
Yeah, obviously Waters holds herself to a very high standard, so a couple of misses in a row is unconventional for her. Quick timeout, we'll see if they can adjust.
Leigh Waters in the ear. We'll see what she has to say to Waters and Johnson, or Waters and Ben Johns after this.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Introducing Simply Spiked Lemonade. Real fruit that left the farm and has seen too much to ever go back. Simply Spiked Lemonade. Tastes like your favorite lemonade. Now spiked. It's getting juicy.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
This is nearly identical to what we saw at Desert Ridge between these two teams. It was all Ben and Anna Leigh in game number 1. Game number 2, well, it was pushed further. 13-11 was that second game score. Right now, Jansen and Jansen are looking to find a third. Ooh, that was a little bit of a risky step in there for J-Dub. He even throws his hand up saying, that was awfully close to the kitchen line for a volley.
Yeah, and I like the move from Waters there, but I think she just needs to have the discipline to maybe lay off that one when she jumps the kitchen if it's not there.
And Georgia changes her MO. She goes with a cross-court speed up, but I don't think she found the location she was looking for.
Well, we talked about Waters maybe needing to avoid speeding up cross to Jansen. Might be a little bit of the same. They both have the reflexes and power to make that a tough play.
Second serve.
Ooh, Georgia snuck one by.
She may have got away with one, but fortune favors the bold, Cameron, and they're going to need to take chances to win this match.
That's pretty bold.
Very bold, very bold. I'd really like to see the Johnsons, if the return comes to Georgia, to look to use some shake and bake here off the Johnson drive, or the Georgia Johnson drive, I should say.
Again, J-Dub just so dangerous on that backhand side.
Yeah, his reflexes are really on another level, and he's putting it on display out here today.
Second serve.
You know, so often we've had the discussion about the backhand and the ability to not only counterpunch with just the wrist, but the amount of balance and control it requires for the rest of your body. It's not just wrist strength that's needed there, it's actually full body control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally if you don't take a step with your lower body as you get reaching, you start to get much weaker and tend to pop the ball up. So it really starts from the ground up, and if you're balanced, good things happen.
J-Dub takes an early shot at Ben Johns in the last rally, 3-7 now.
Second serve.
You can see Anna Leigh trying to take the pace off there, just letting them paddle a little too loose in her hands.
Yeah, just love what I'm seeing from Georgia Johnson. She's really committed when she gets something to work with of going for her shots, and it's working so far here in game 2.
Committed aggression. She finds the body bag on Ben Johns.
And I think that's one of the underrated speed-ups at Johns. If you go right into the body, a lot of times he will just block. And with him wondering, is he going to use two hands or one hand, sometimes there's a little element of indecision going right at him.
I don't think that's a call I've ever made.
Right at the body of
No,
Johnson.
more so that Ben Johns got body bag.
No, it's rare to see him that fooled, for sure.
That never happens.
7-3-2.
It's a testament to his skill, obviously.
Of course.
Side out.
Trying to lift that, changing the pace.
Yeah, smart shot by Johns there. Knows that all that really Johnson can do is just reset that and can't really get out of jail until he lets his foot off the gas.
That ball right on the baseline. You could see how much action Georgia Johnson was trying to get on that ball with the location and kind of fluidity of her paddle and wrist. And another point, make it 5-7. It was 2-7 when they got the ball back.
Yeah, I'd like to see a timeout from the Johnsons here, just for the purpose of changing the momentum and making Johns and Waters think about it a little bit more.
Interesting, too, to watch Johns go with the third shot drop, even while they unwind the stack, wanting to get up to that kitchen line.
Side out.
There's the drive.
Well, the Johnsons will certainly take that. Still a 2-point lead for them with the ball back here.
Caught him on the move.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We talked about the correlation between your lower body being balanced and the quality of your counter punch. Tough to do when your feet are moving.
7-5-2. Point.
There's a beautiful shot off the paddle of Georgia Jansen. They find the 8th.
8-5-2. Side out.
Ben Johns wants the ball back, and he gets it.
Yeah, J.W. Johnson had a short return. He thought maybe he'd test Johns there, but he was up to the task with his counterpunching on that occasion.
It's hard when you're speeding up cross court. It feels, am I wrong, if you want to be able to have success there, it's got to get to the forehand side of Anna Leigh?
I don't know if it necessarily has to get all the way to the forehand side, but it does have to be more in that belly button and body location to just create her not be able to get the extension with her hands.
A belly bitten.
Belly bitten.
I wonder where that is. 7-8 now.
7-8-1.
There's a nice stroke from Georgia Jansen.
Yeah, let that ball drop just a little bit more in order to find that forehand up the line. Nice choice.
7-8-2.
Still with a shot to tie. Georgia instead goes speed up the line. It is now 8-all.
Yeah, obviously tough going at the Ben Johns forehand, but then again, she was there for the recounter, just unable to win that fast exchange.
Oh, ouch. Friendly fire off the bounce. I think that's a steak dinner, Ben Johns.
Yeah, obviously a little confusion there. You don't see that happen very often.
Great placement and location for J.W. Jansen. Great point construction.
Yeah, once he can sink his teeth into one of those backhand flicks, it really sets him up to use his fast hands and dictate from there.
Now just going head-to-head with Leigh Waters in that last dink rally.
Second serve.
And a good leave from Ben Johns. A heads-up play. Second serve now.
9-8-2.
And another point. Make it 10-8. And an immediate timeout called by Waters and Johns.
And again, Georgia Johnson's just doing a great job of not being scared of going at Ben Johns. The last one that she did didn't work out, but she didn't get passive. She didn't get worried. She said, hey, in order for our team to have a chance to win, I've got to do a certain percentage of going at Johns. And so far, she's calibrated the patient aggression pendulum that you have perfectly.
Well, this is wildly reminiscent to Desert Ridge, right? Johnson and Johnson now with a 2-point advantage, looking to push this to a third. Remember, they dropped that 13-11. So what's the difference maker? What are you telling yourself mentally to get over the hump to get to game 3?
You just have to believe. You got to tell yourself that this is right where you want to be. You want to have these opportunities. There's no reason for you to feel pressure of, oh, did we let one slip away? Every point is a restart, and just be happy that you're in this moment and play to your strengths.
Well, and that's the next question, the strength. So where might this third shot go for Johnson and Johnson? Where do they play this?
Yeah, I think it depends on where the return comes to. I would say if it's J.W. Johnson, I'd like for him to just play percentages, try to gradually get in the kitchen line. But if Georgia gets it, I'd love to see her fire away and do a little shake and bake.
Well, there's the drop from J-Dub, and we are going to game 3. You gotta love it.
We said that this had the chance of being an epic match based on the last one where they lost in 2 tight games. We're at least going to 3, and anything can happen, Cameron.
Here's a look at that final point. J-Dub really willing that ball over. A hop, skip, and a jump gets him game number 2. Game number 3 is coming up after this. This is quarterfinal action, which means a spot in the semifinals is still left to be found between these 2 teams here on Championship Court.
Gooder, $25 active sunglasses for anyone. That includes you, Wildcat. We see you out there bringing the fun to the starting line. You're the life of the party, whether there's a party or not. We see you making sure everyone matches. That's important.
No, go back.
Hooligan, Yahoo, troublemaker. You just want fun sunglasses. Find your fun at gooder.com.
There's only one way now, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Come play where the pros play here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Game 3 action in the quarterfinals here for mixed pro doubles now underway. Whoa, Leigh Waters. That's not even flying, and that was wickedly quick. I know she missed, but she's moving.
Yeah, it was a great read. I like the play by them, just unable to convert on that particular occasion.
Second serve.
We started game number 1 with some really extended dink rallies. Game 2, not so much the case. A little bit shorter in points.
Side out.
Leigh, it's almost as if you don't want to poke the bear, and I mean that in the kindest way possible. And you got 2 bears on the side of Leigh and Ben Johns.
Yeah, I don't think people talk enough just about the competitive spirit that Leigh Waters has in addition to all that talent, and she does not like to lose.
Second serve.
J.W. Jansen doing a nice job getting that ball down. If you're just joining us, game 3 action in quarterfinals. The defending champs, Leigh Waters and Ben Johns, drop game 2.
Point.
J-Dub wanting to call that ball out of bounds, but George's paddle was already there.
Yeah, tough to make that decision in a fraction of a second off the tape there.
0-2.
And J-Dub wanted another ball. He said, good job, sis. Look at that expression on Georgia's face.
Yeah, she's taking a deep breath saying, oh, thank goodness it wasn't 2 in a row.
Second serve.
That is a big swing on a big swing, but perfectly timed from Leigh Waters.
Yeah, I actually like the play of the shake and bake, but if Leigh Waters can turn on that 2-hander, it's obviously not going to work out too well.
Georgia Jansen finding the backside.
Yeah, and her two-handed backhand, the power, the ability to turn on that and go line is really giving Ben Jansen fits right now.
And also the ability to keep that in bounds. So easy to overturn that ball. Oh man, Georgia Jansen displayed some pretty fantastic defense. Ben Johns was forced to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, even though they lost that point, her defense, her counterpunching is still making Johns feel some pressure out there.
And it's out of bounds. It's interesting to watch that cross-court dink rally. The backspin of Georgia Jansen.
2-1-1.
The rolling forehand of Leigh Waters going head-to-head. Good cover by J-Dub.
Yeah, great read. He kind of felt that his sister was pushed back a little bit by the serve, knew that they would maybe look to drive there, and he stayed home just a little bit longer.
2-1-2.
J-Dub's getting expressive.
Yeah, his hand speed kind of bailed him out a little bit. Georgia got fumbled with her footwork, popped it up, but they were still able to steal that one away.
Hello, hands. Ben Johns winning that.
Yeah, Johns is dialed in now. The hands are working. He knows he has to bring his A game if they're going to get through this one.
Checking a new ball.
You good? Yes. 1-2-2.
Just when you think you've seen all the capabilities of Leigh Waters, she shows you a new shot.
Yeah, no, she's still adding tools, and it's amazing to me, though, how good of a job J.W. Johnson's doing, covering that speed up back behind his body, even with keeping his feet planted. A lot of times people will get a little too weak if they don't have their body behind them, and he clearly not the case for him.
You know, it's so funny. You talked about not moving the feet. In the words of the great J-Dub, he said, when you have to flick, you don't need the feet.
I love it. I love it. Classic
Somebody
J-Dub.
put that on his shirt.
Point.
Tough getting that on the right hip of Georgia Jansen. Another point. It's 3-2.
3-2-2.
What did he do to that ball?
No, went with an extreme angle where he changed his swing path rather than finishing on the opposite shoulder to the same shoulder, just kind of going straight up to increase the top spin there. Beautiful execution.
Georgia finds the line. So good for Ben Johns. Silky smooth on the speed up.
Yeah, certainly not a bad shot selection by Jansen there, but just you see how tough it is with the presence of Ben Johns completely owning the middle of the court.
4-2-2.
A 2-point advantage for the #1 seed. J-Dub did everything he could as Leigh Waters finds herself on the left side.
Yeah, we had another one of those formation changes that just kind of happened reactively throughout the point, but they're able to get it done.
Side out.
And a much-needed side out.
Yeah, so the Johnsons down early, but still within striking distance here.
Second serve.
Yeah, if they are going to shake Megan, this is why it's so challenging to play this team. I do feel like the drive needs to go at Johns or right into the body of Waters. If she has the ability to extend her hand, she's just generating so much power on that two-handed backhand.
Georgia went up the line, then tried to find that right side of Ben Johns. They're not turning their direction quite yet. Ball back, 5-2. An opposite angle for J.W. Jansen.
Yeah, I thought they did a good job this point of just moving the ball around, eventually got the pop-up and took advantage of it.
Oh, he tried to take a little bit off. That ball did not bounce as high as he thought it might. 6-2 now, so a change of ends. Waters and Johns with a substantial lead here in game number 3. Johnson and Jansen are going to have to find some magic here in game 3 to get themselves back in this.
Not yet, buddy.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Steps and feet are moving as Ben Johns and Leigh Waters have a substantial lead here in game 3 in the quarterfinals over Georgia Johnson and J.W. Johnson. Cameron Irwin alongside Kyle McKenzie. Leigh serves yet again. So Kyle, I must ask, if you're Johnson and Johnson, what can you look to do at this point?
Well, I think the key here to me is Georgia Johnson's been playing a great match, but I think she needs to continue to move the ball around. She can stay in the pattern with Leigh and those cross-court dinks for a little while, but the longer she does it, the more Ben Johns owns and clogs the middle. So she can dink back behind him. That'll actually set up her brother to get more involved with some more forehands in the middle where he can start to dictate.
She can also do that too with a block winner.
Or just do that.
Or just do that
another, what do they need? 8 more times to win the match? Pretty impressive there.
And she does it yet again.
Yep. And I think from Waters' perspective, she's tried it a few times, but unless she hits a really, really good location, the power of Georgia Jansen has been effective enough for that cross-court attack to not be that effective for her.
So instead of the dink up the line, she goes with the speed up the line.
Yeah, and not a bad play either. She also has to balance some attacks as well. It didn't work out for her there, but the dink up the line, as long as she doesn't get earned, will help her brother get a little more involved.
There it is, Georgia Jansen, the forehand winner.
Yeah, and she's making Johns pay for it every time he tries to thread the needle and be a little too predictable with the attacks. Her counterpunching has been very problematic for him.
Back to back for Georgia Jansen. Outstanding play.
It's really elite play right now. It's not just the execution, but really just the pickleball IQ that she's showing out there is extremely impressive to me in how she's balancing her patterns.
6-7 forces a timeout on the side of Waters and Johns. You mentioned the pickleball IQ. She's just 16 years old, but playing in not only a high-pressure situation as you look back on this last one, but the ability to find Ben Johns as he's sliding back to kind of cover more of that left side, and that right hip requires not only execution in terms of the placement, but understanding that he's shifting, and that's a moving target.
Exactly, and it seems like counterintuitive because you think, well, Ben Johns, he's the best player in the game. He's so dominant. What do most teams want to do? Well, I guess we'll hit it to his partner. But when his partner's Leigh Waters, and they know that most teams do that, he gets so comfortable in that off-the-ball role. Really, to make him human, you have to go at him enough to make him second-guess his movement. And when he's covering that much court, he is more exposed for those attacks.
So I guess the question is, what is if he's not human? A superhero?
Yeah.
I don't know.
6-7-2.
Back in action now. Jansen and Jansen down by 1. There's the pattern you were talking about. The dink up the line gets J-Dub involved, and it pays off.
Yeah, it's usually going to create a lift dink to the JW forehand, and it sinks his teeth into the point long enough to maybe get it.
Side out.
Nice shot there by Waters, finding the feet of Jansen as she was working her way in.
So they earn the side out. It was 7-2. Now 7 apiece. Calculated aggression until J-Dub just doesn't even believe it.
Yeah.
Got the overhead look.
Those definitely hurt, but I love that his little sister, Georgia, pats him on the shoulder there and says, hey, we're still in this. Don't worry about it. We still have a chance.
I like the location there for Jansen and Jansen, kind of finding that in-between zone as one player's further in front of the other.
Yeah, generally speaking, if your opponents are staggered and you have a high ball, you want to go to the person closer to you. Nice job there.
Wow, the first missed dink we have seen from Leigh Waters. I can't remember another in this match.
Well, I don't think Johns and Waters are impervious to feeling a little pressure themselves, and that's what happens when you keep the score close.
J-Dub had a good read on it. Speaking of everyone pulling out their best game, impervious in game 3. Look at you.
You know, I like to keep you on your toes out here, Cameron.
8-7. Thank you, net, says Georgia Johnson.
But again, what set that up was the previous dink back behind Johns. She leaned in and was able to dictate from there.
8-8-2.
8-8, second serve. There was one of those in game 1, and Georgia Johnson wasn't able to manage. That's not the case now.
That was a very, very awkward and tough ball to handle, but she got it down just enough to get the error from Johns.
Side out.
So a side out, but the lead now resides on the side of Johnson and Johnson.
8-9-1.
Must win by 2. Just enough of a reach for Ben Johns.
Yeah, good idea by Johnson there to dink behind him, but wasn't able to get that one to bounce. And Ben Johns does not need a lot of daylight to work with to be offensive.
There's the cross-court speed up on the forehand side, or at least to the right side of her body.
Somewhere near that right hip. Somewhere near that right hip will get the job done. Well done.
9-9-2.
Georgia Johnson is jumping up and down. She just won a hands battle versus Ben Johns.
To me, the entire theme of the match is Georgia Johnson's willingness to be bold at the right times. She didn't care about the score there. Really, really great point from her.
She wanted another. Ben Johns showing off his flexibility, getting out of the way.
Absolutely, not just the hand speed, but the body control. Covering that much court in a fast hand exchange is really tough to do.
9-9-2.
9-9, second serve. Wow, that was a nice chicken wing from Leigh Waters. I don't know how she got that ball back, but it's the 10th point. And now match point for J.W. Johnson and Georgia Johnson. Redemption to the semifinals. Johnson and Johnson.
What a fitting end. We talked about how Georgia Johnson was bold. She finishes the match off by going right at Ben Johns, and it pays dividends, Cameron. What a match.
The final point. Georgia Johnson, absolutely relentless, going head-to-head with Ben Johns and picking up game number 3. 11-9. The #1 seed falls to Johnson and Johnson.
It's the first loss that Waters and Johns have had this year. They came into this tournament with double, triple crowns, but just a great performance by the brother-sister duo of JW and Georgia Johnson. Great to see.
Dave Fleming and Drew Filios will walk you through the rest of the day. Thanks for joining us.
The future of pickleball is here. Welcome to Top Court. For my top tip, when it comes to hitting serves, you want your serves to land back here in this area.
You want to keep that paddle towards your body, and it's more of a push with my shoulder.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court, where it is upset city here with the Jansen siblings. Guys, this was an incredible upset. What was going through your head when it came down to the wire in Game 3?
I was just relying on my brother. You know, we're a team out there, and so I was just looking for him for support and him looking at me, and you know, it was just a really fun match. Glad you guys got to see it.
Well, guys, a lot of players out there would love to know the secret as how to take down the #1 team. What can you tell them?
Fast hands. I don't know. We were just patient for a lot of it, trying to look for the right targets, and eventually we found it, and we just kept going.
Well, Georgia, you both have improved so much, but it is really obvious how much you have come, how far you have come. What do you credit that success to?
Just a lot of hard work. I thank all my practice partners back at home, Gabriel Tardio, Dylan Frazier, JW Johnson, and my mom.
Love it, guys. Congratulations. We'll see you play your semifinal later on today. Guys, we'll be back with a lot more pickleball after this.
And I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Leigh, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. Be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Leigh to have something safe. Anna Leigh has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Leigh.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Happy Friday to you, everybody, and welcome back to Mesa, Arizona, as the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai continues. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming, where the storylines have been #1, the weather, and #2, upsets. Dave, incredible here on this third stop on the PPA Tour for 2023.
Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat, sitting here waiting to take this chair. Just a tremendous effort from the Johnsons. You know, I put together storylines for the week of what are we going to look at, and one of them was, is this the week J.W. Johnson gets to Sunday? Now, he's not there yet, mind you, but that team had only lost in one tournament, and now they have lost in 2023. And the brother and the sister gelling together and playing so loose, and what I mean by that is not playing safe at crunch time. And Georgia Johnson on the ultimate point goes at Penn Johns and wins it. So just a tremendous job by them, and they now get to just relax and then get dialed in and focused on what's to come. And what's to come is some more great mixed doubles. We got another quarterfinal here, Drew.
Yeah, one of the biggest storylines coming into this event was the return of Dekel Bar to the Carvana PPA Tour. We're so happy to have him back. The pickleball community thrilled to watch him on pickleball's biggest stage, and he has made quite a splash already today.
Well, just the fact that we get to say Fudge Bar all day long. So pull up the ice cream truck. There's Megan Fudge and Dekel Bar there. So They played fantastic earlier. They beat the 2 seed, Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright, 11-8 in the third in a match that I watched that was nip and tuck all the way to the end. And you have the massive deckle bar forehand that is just going to wreak havoc. He's got the big serve, and Megan Fudge is so steady, so reliable. So that's a great partnership. On the other side, you see Etta Wright talking to Rafa Hewett, the lefty. Etta Wright is a star on the rise here, Drew. Played terrific at MLP. She was thrust next to Ben Johns. A lot of pressure on that. Played flawless mixed doubles in that. And Rafa Hewett had a lot of big wins on this court in MLP, and they are a confident duo coming into this match.
Side out. Underway here on Championship Court. Thrilled to have you with us.
0-0-1.
Just a little bit short from deckle bar.
More of that, please, though. You saw the just massive forehand from Barr, and you're going to see him going mad after big serves here all day.
Point.
And that got that whole thing started with a humongous serve at a right, not able to get anywhere near the kitchen line on the return.
Nicely done by Etta Wright. Dave, how does this change the mood now that Leigh Waters and Ben Johns are no longer contending?
It changes everything, because you're like, we can go win this. Not that these teams didn't think they could win before, but when a team has been as dominant as Johns and Waters have, now this thing is wide open. You have the top seed and the second seed are out. True.
Point. Two, 1-1.
Very aggressive Hewett coming out of the gates.
Yeah, and on grandstand we have just a throttling going on. Zane Navratil and Jade Kawamoto are up 14-1 and have just won 15-1 over Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. So their day is over.
Point.
And that's a very good, excuse me, that's a very good day so far for Navratil and Kawamoto, who beat Catherine Parenteau and Julian Arnold in the first round. You talked about the upsets, they're everywhere.
Fudge and Barr trailing by 3, and that is well done by Etta Wright, dialing it up.
Yeah, so the ladies that have the one-handed flick are very few, and Etta Wright is one of them. And it is a gorgeous shot that she just hit for a winner right there.
Point.
And Barr and Fudge are a little discombobulated here, and they're going to need to think about this. They did not switch out of the big serve from Hewett. That got him behind. They tried to switch, and that's a big, big hole to come out of.
Trailing 6-1, just underway. We're back to Championship Court in just a moment.
On Holland America Line, we'll make it the time of your life. Time and time again. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
One timeout remaining.
Coverage of mixed doubles continues here on day 2. Etta Wright, Rafa Hewett off to the good start here in game number 1. Finally, Barr right down the boulevard.
6-1-2. Side out.
Tremendous dig there from Rafa Hewett, and then got a ball that he'd usually destroy and unfortunately caught the net, but really good start. And there you see Barr going after that serve, but couldn't make it there. So Fudge and Barr got to find their rhythm here. Haven't been able to start this match.
Love watching.
You know, I walked out to the truck to get in position to call this, and I walked by Hewett and Wright, and they were a confident duo. I said, who do you guys got in the next one? And they said, who's got us? So they are feeling very good about their partnership. They played the other Phoenix event.
Etta Wright right now controlling on top of the kitchen.
And the big thing here when you have a lefty guy, as you have with Rafa Hewett, is you've got Etta Wright in front of Megan Fudge, and she is going to win those exchanges heads up with hand speed.
Side out.
Aggressive move from Wright doesn't pay off, but I like it. Just put another thing in your opponent's head here. She comes flying across there. Good hands by Barr.
7-1 game number 1.
And the imposing Israeli that is Barr is what got them the victory over Kovalova and Wright. He was everywhere at the end of that match. That's what he needs to do again.
Second serve. Two, 7-2.
Etta Wright can't get to it. Oh, great get by Hewett. Hewett showing the total package, but hits it just a bit long.
Yeah, he got a little over cranked there at the end. He came flying in with the two-handed backhand and then needed to reset the last ball here. This is great, but a good handle by Fudge. And
3-7-2.
Well deep, but tremendous defense to even get in that position. That's just a great cross-court dink exchange, and Etta Wright wins that one. Megan Fudge, when you have backspin to backspin, it's tough to deal with. She needed to let that ball travel. I'm not sure it would have ever gotten wide enough to make that, so she got the dreaded HTP instead of the ATP. She hit the post.
Second serve.
A little bit wide that time from Hewett. Hewett, the all-time leader in career wins at Point University. Men's singles tennis. Made the conversion to pickleball in 2020.
Yeah, and there's the challenge of having to change to the other side of the court. Megan Fudge on the dead run couldn't make that last volley.
Nowhere to hide that time for Etta Wright.
She got one scorpion, but then when the scorpion is getting squashed and you're getting down, there's nothing she can do. Great sportsmanship from Fudge coming over and checking on Etta on the next one.
Wow. Etta, sorry, not sorry, coming at you.
Sometimes you have great sportsmanship. You think the net would be your friend afterwards, and it most certainly was not.
Deckelbar got to put a little bit more on his plate here, I think.
Yeah, that was the difference for them, and he has maybe the biggest forehand in all of the game. It's got to roar, and it's got to roar now.
Oh, nicely done from Hewett.
And guess who's roaring? It's not Deckelbar's forehand, it's Rafa Hewett.
Hewett and Wright applying all kinds of pressure up against the net. That time, second serve, coming up with an 8-4 lead.
Megan's like, you got to be kidding me. I have good sportsmanship, 2 nets in a row. Don't go my way, but I love that Wright just keeps attacking straight ahead. If she's only going to reset it, keep going.
Side out. Second serve.
And that's the one that's got to be made. You're at 4-9 here.
Into the net that time. Side out coming up. That's hit wide.
And that's the impact of Deckel's massive serve, is they can't switch Rafa over when Etta's returning just because she cannot get all the way up to the kitchen line. A little too much on that one, though. We do have replay in play here, Drew.
Has not been utilized much today, though, has it?
It has not. And that wasn't even close, but just while we're all here chatting.
Wright still in attack mode.
Yeah, and Hewett's third shot drives are so low, and Etta Wright has the athleticism to get up there and shake and bake that. So you got to choose your poison. Do you want Rafa running up there, or do you want Etta?
Hit just long from Wright. Was born in New Zealand, grew up in California, so well traveled. Just 30 years old. Hewett winning those battles here early on.
Yeah, you heard Deckelbar yell at Megan a couple times. No, thought those were going deep, but the confident team I saw walking the grounds looked very good as a partnership there in game 1. We'll see if Deckelbar can really be a monster in game 2 and force a third game. But kudos to that woman. Etta Wright played great in game number 1.
11-6 after game 1. Game 2 coming up right after this.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
Mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Coverage of mixed doubles continues. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming. Barr and Fudge now serving, and it is a new opportunity this weekend here in Mesa for sure.
Yes, and that opportunity is obviously the top seed, Waters and Johns, upset by the Jansen brother and sister duo. Everyone now sees a chance to grab a title. And the ice cream truck of Fudge and Barr needs to get going here now. You can't miss your serve, but got it back without any damage. Really close on the sideline there, and Megan's still looking at it. Megan is a German. Her husband, Ryler, is a tremendous player himself, so a pickleball family through and through. Played her college tennis at University of Illinois, did Megan Fudge.
A lot of Big Ten representation on the PPA Tour.
Yeah, we got Michigan with Matt Wright, Michigan State with Catherine Parenteau. So
easy pickings for Dekel Barr.
yeah, and I think he played so aggressively. He was straddling the tee the whole match against Kovalova and Wright, and he needs to be back, and there's that position right there.
Love Dekel Barr's story. Born and raised in Israel, coming over here to study. And Dave, he is just a giant on the court, isn't he?
Giant on the court and one of the nicest human beings you'd ever meet off the court. So just continues to make an impact on the sport, and what defense in this point from the big man.
And that's long. Did it graze the shoulder of Fudge, maybe even the hair strand?
Yeah, I don't know if the ponytail got clipped just barely there. Obviously everything is in play if it happens, but I think it just missed there. Rafa was wondering.
And now you see Fudge and Barr start to get into a bit of a groove.
Yeah, and if they're going to just keep going at Megan, she just needs to pick a side of her body and let Dekel stand right next to her. He'd been flirting with disaster on the serves. That one slides wide.
3-0 lead. Open court, nicely placed by Dekel Barr.
Yeah, so he's like, go ahead, go behind me, but he's so big and has that great lateral movement. And didn't try to do too much with the open court. Beautiful start.
Little poach that time from Barr at the perfect time.
So hello, Bert. bird, of course, is when you Ernie in front of your partner. And because he is being so aggressive, that play is definitely available to him.
Side out. That time caught Fudge a little flat-footed.
Yeah, Megan can't believe that Barr didn't swat that with his forehand.
0-5-1.
Oh, monster forehand that time by Hewett.
Inside out, right in the corner pocket there. And
1-5-1.
Boy, they are really taking their swings, aren't they?
Well, that's what got them here. That's what makes them such an effective team. So if you do return near Rafa, he is going to pound it and let Etta Wright come finish.
Second serve.
Great defense by Fudge. Paddles may have tapped there. Fudge able to stay in it. Oh, tremendous by Deckelbar and Megan Fudge. That is how you play defense.
And that's how you play winning pickleball right there. You saw Megan Fudge really getting a solid base, getting low. They finally got a ball to bounce, and the big D came roaring in to finish. That's a tremendous point of mixed doubles right there, and that's why people love mixed doubles.
Barr right now the aggressor. So a 6-2 lead, trying to get a game back here in game 2.
Second serve.
Any side advantages you think today, Dave, with mixed doubles?
You know, certainly in this particular setting, we'll see later with the sun as it comes in. It's a lot warmer than it was yesterday. Deckelbars everywhere, and so sight lines are definitely better earlier in the day on the side that Megan and Deckel are on now, because you're not looking into a glare of the bleachers behind you, but the wind in there versus outside is not as big a factor.
Side out now for Wright and Hewett, trailing 7-2 here in game 2.
So you see Megan Fudge giving a direction to return this to Etta Wright as well.
Second serve.
So sometimes your partner will give you not just that hand signal that Deckelbar gave that he's switching, but also where they want to see the return.
And to the neck. Once again, Deckelbar initiating, and a side out to Fudge and Barr.
Yeah, it was Etta Wright coming flying across with the shake and bake, and Deckelbar just stood his ground and blocked it, used Etta Wright's pace.
Ernie attempt, and Barr was there to send it right back.
Yeah, got a little help off the net, but because his paddle is in such a good ready position, able to deal with that. Some quick hands.
Point.
So now it's Deckelbar who is locked in on Etta Wright, and they're only playing 20 feet a court or 10 feet on that side. It's really working.
9-2 here. That is just inside the line.
Clear enough. Okay. Second serve.
Certainly look good from our vantage point there. See another angle of this. Yep, looks like caught right on the line.
9-2-2.
Second serve here. And that's wide. So now we've got game point.
And that's the pressure at Deckelbar, making you try and do a little too much, get it out of range of his paddle. And No timeouts here from Hewett and Wright.
10-2.
Going to just play through this.
Once again, Fudge holding it down defensively from that back line. And a miss hit gives game to Fudge and Barr.
Complete 180. So, Drew, your question about side has certainly mattered because the winning team has been dominant on the side that the Fudge bar was on there. So we're going to play 3, and the winner gets Anna Bright and Riley Newman for a chance to play on Sunday. So we'll see if we get a tighter game 3. We've had runaways in the first 2, but we will play 3.
Fudge bar got a special ring to it. This is a pretty special pair. We've got more in just a moment.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
All right, welcome back to the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. Drew Felios, Dave Fleming, Wright and Hewett now serving to start game 3. Barr and Fudge in the far court. Deco Barr just absolutely teeing off right now.
Yeah, and a great first volley from Megan Fudge there. Handled the drives, which were so effective in game 1 when Wright and Hewett were the victors.
Oh, great get by Hewett. Still playing.
Absolutely ridiculous get from Rafi Hewett, and he left it in a safe place. And then it's hard sometimes as the player on the other side to maintain your composure. Great job by Deco Barr there.
Wright hits it into the net. Another point for Fudge and Barr.
Yes, and this lockdown on Etta Wright, they're just going to play every ball to her, and Big D's going to dare them to go on his left side.
3-0-1. Second serve.
That's the first error that Fudge has made in a long time, since early in that first game.
3-0-2. Side out.
Going right at Barr that time. Side out coming up.
Yeah, and that time they were able to get a ball behind him on his left side, and that set up the point very nicely. And you saw Barr has not gone for the third shot drive. They've been dropping it because they like what's been going on at the kitchen. We'll see if that continues.
All right, so you're Hewett and you're Wright. How do you get back in this?
Just keep driving the ball like that. Etta Wright had another good look at that. She's got to bring that back to Fudge because Barr has been blocking all of her shake and bakes.
Side out. 3-0-1.
Oh, can't get to it. Great effort, though.
Yeah, the net's still bouncing there after that. That's a big man coming at that net.
3-0-2.
Bar just destroying it here on championship court.
Yeah, one of the most violent overheads in the game. That time he went with the third shot drive, and that set everything up. He's looked fantastic here since the middle of game number 2.
Right now, Fudge and Barr like a freight train. And on the other side, Wright and Hewett just cannot find that stroke that they had in game 1.
No, and they're Fudge and Barr just smart. They're just dropping it in front of Wright and then putting that clamp on the left side of the court.
Side out.
Side out coming up.
Yeah, Barr might have played a ball that was out there, and they could have gotten the switch at 6-0 because we will switch sides. Now, if the good side is the good side, it's the one with 0 on it right now from the first 2 games. So that's a little disheartening. You can't even tell yourself that. And Hewett and Wright are going to switch sides and put the backhands in the middle of the court here.
Oh, how about Hewett trying to stay off the kitchen and.
You agree?
So we saw Hewett trying not to fall into the kitchen because momentum matters. Ooh, those toes are very close.
0-5-2.
The call was made, though.
And that miss hit by Barr. And the first point here of game 3.
You know, and that's what got them here. High energy drives, got balls popped up, got mistakes like that one. So they've got to get that, but the drives have to be low, and they have to be smart with their first volley after the drive on the 5th.
Barr gets it done once more.
So going behind him is one thing, but it has to bounce, Drew. So this ball that Wright tries to go behind him with is way too high. That is not an open court when it's up in the air.
Just a little wide that time.
And Deckel does what we all do. We look to the heavens like, how could I miss that after such a beautiful serve? And again, another shot to switch sides with a big lead. That ball's lost. So I think this is a big opportunity for a side out for Wright and Hewett. Get the ball back, maybe get a couple 5-3, see what can happen. 6-1 at the switch. That's a massive lead when a team is playing as well as Barr and Wright, or excuse me, Barr and Fudge are right now.
Megan Fudge serving. Deckel Barr hits wide.
So that's 2 huge opportunities for Deckel, and you see that Hewett and Wright are going to maintain the backhands in the middle positioning.
Second serve.
And so what do you do when you see 2 backhands in the middle? You make them figure out who's going to deal with a middle bar, and that's a tough ball for Hewett to hit. Smart. See if another return finds a backhand.
Barr maybe doing a little bit too much on that point.
Yeah, that's one he's just got to let get to Megan. You're not in trouble at all. Sometimes you got to concede the kitchen, Drew, and that time Deckel let him off the hook, and it carried over. I can assure you I shouldn't have taken that other ball was involved in that return swing.
Left the door open just a little bit here for Wright and Hewett. See if they can take advantage. And Etta Wright, nicely done with the right hand.
So the one advantage they have of the backhands in the middle is Rafa Hewett can absolutely drive a 2-handed backhand. And you saw how low that one is. And as I mentioned in game 1, Etta Wright has that one-handed backhand flick finish. And that's how big those misses by Barr were. 6-1 mentally, that's tough. Now they are the ones calling timeout, even though they have the lead.
Entertaining match here at the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam.
We're not turning back.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
So at a right, Rafa Hewett coming back here, game number 3. Let's see if they can continue the rally. And there's Wright once more.
So the good news for them with the backhands in the middle is that those backhands are good if they just figure out whose ball is whose, and they have done a great job in this run, and they have a chance now to switch with the lead. That looked impossible a second ago.
Have not had many dink battles in this match, but there is Fudge and Barr coming through.
And the reason for that is we now have the ladies diagonal from each other because of the side switch for Hewett and Wright. That makes it a lot harder for Dekel Barr to get involved. The only disadvantage is Barr's forehand is in the middle and Rafa Hewett's backhand is in the middle. And
just missed it.
Little slider off just the millimeter of the net there, Drew. So that's what happened there. So I like the fact that Wright and Hewett said, I don't like how they've figured out a pattern that is wrecking our business, and went to the new side. So that'll make it a lot harder for Dekel to be as imposing.
Coming up next, we got Vivian David, Thomas Wilson taking on Leigh Jansen, and Mr. Rettenmaier. He has played brilliantly over the last few days here in Mesa.
He certainly has. That's a great pairing for Leigh Jansen. Very aggressive guy that she can then finish what he starts. And Thomas Wilson and Vivian David have been lights out since the start of the year. And that's the side of the bracket, ladies and gentlemen, where the top seeds underline used to be, because it is the Johnsons waiting for the winner of that match, and not that that is any treat whatsoever with how well they can play and are playing today.
Just long that time from Fudge, and it's that old 1930s song, Georgia on My Mind. Georgia Johnson, what a performance earlier today.
No doubt about it. Again, the question is, can you match that again? Keep that same adrenaline up.
Side out.
Great job with the two-handed roll of keeping Fudge back there by Rafa Hewett. So he's going to give up a little in reach, but he still has an effective weapon in the middle of the court.
Dekel Barr, big time.
And the margin is so slight, Drew. It's the difference of being able to make that ball bounce versus if it's up, and that tremendous reach that Deckelbar has, and then a great job of putting it in the feet of Wright.
More great defense by Fudge. Can't lift it though, and it'll be a point for Wright and Hewett.
6-6-2.
Tremendous hands from all four players.
It's at high and out, and it's the first lead here in game number 3 for Wright and Hewett.
Yeah, and Deckelbar had a chance maybe to just sell out and take one of those drives from Hewett.
Well, this match has just been absolutely electric.
Side out.
And it's a great chess match here, and there's a rook in a much better position here for Wright and Hewett now. And it is the current positioning with Rafa Hewett, the lefty, on the left side.
Hewett, speeds it up. Fudge caught off balance.
She seems just fine, and you know, it's tempting. The challenge though with a lefty on that side is it's their forehand that's covering the line, so you can't extend and reach and cover that. And Hewett was able to do so there, and now Barr goes for the big serve, can't make it.
What do you make of that Deckelbar serve?
I love it. It's huge. It sets them up in a big way. I think it's absolutely worth it going for it now in this moment. Obviously he hates that he missed that one, but it's a huge part of why he's so effective.
Oh, not coming back.
No, you saw him just say, I dare you to go to my left, and they weren't able to get a ball to bounce.
7-6-2.
Hewett tried the no-looker. Not happening.
Yeah, great push volley dink there. So it short hop here by Deckelbar, caught Rafa off.
And that one's hit wide, so we are tied. Once again at 7, back and forth we go.
And that's the threat. You don't necessarily need to hit a winner yourself. You get
7-7-1.
Rafa trying to do too much.
Trying to attack Fudge here. Barr not having any of it. That one's out.
Eight-7-1. Second serve.
I mean, how precise to set off the point the way they want it. If Fudge gets that third to drop and bounce, Barr can get in there. That's how critical that first ball is.
That one's sailing out.
Yeah, and Fudge was able to get on top of that ball, and Hewett tried to do a little too much. Huge,
9-7-2.
huge third shot coming off the big D. Oh, and he takes a ton off that one. Didn't want to miss it.
Got a 9-7 lead here. Oh, Hewett into the net, and again the hand speed of Deckelbar on top of the kitchen, just incredible.
Yeah, took a chance of going back cross court hard here, and Deckelbar was up for it, and here we go, match point.
The Fudge bar right now tastes delicious.
That's an awesome strategy event that we just saw here. We saw Hewett and Wright switch sides, get up 7-6, And then the last 5 rattled off by Megan Fudge and Deckel Barr, and they will have a chance to play Anna Bright and Riley Newman for a shot at Sunday. So this new partnership looks fantastic today. Deckel Barr played MLP but had a couple of other commitments, so couldn't play PPA till today. It was a storyline coming in. He looks terrific. Good for them. We'll see them a little later today.
Much more from Mesa coming up.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
New People Pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently, on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Well, right now seeing a lot of the hashtag Fudge Bar. Hannah Johns is with Deckel Barr and Megan Fudge.
Welcome back to Championship Court, where Megan Fudge and Deckel Barr are moving on. Guys, you got up very big, 5-0 in Game 3. They started working their way back. How did you dial it back in?
Yeah, no, it was tough. We got to a great start, but I made some errors. They played some great points, so we just regrouped at 5-5, I think, or 5-4 at the changeover as well. Just talked about a couple of things and managed to get it done.
Well, Fudge Bar, as all your fans out there are calling you on the stream and all over the world, you got to debut a new partnership. I think you've played with Deckel a few times before, but we're seeing so many new teams come out on tour. What is your partnership like together, and how does it play out on court?
Yeah, no, it's our first time playing together. It's been such a joy to play with him. He's super positive, and he's everywhere. I mean, he's playing phenomenally, so I'm just excited to be here.
Well, Deckel, you missed a couple of tournaments to start this year. You took a long break. I know you had some business things going on, but you're back, and you're back with a resounding bang because you're in the semifinal. How good does it feel to be back on center court?
Feels great. Yeah, I miss playing in front of this crowd on the PPA, so glad to be back and with such a positive, great partner. It's been super fun.
All right, guys, good luck in your next round. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our next match. Don't go anywhere.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I will be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it. Let's go.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Welcome back here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Drew Felios alongside Dave Fleming. Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai here at Bell Bank Park. You would think it would be a lot cooler than yesterday because the sun not quite as active as it was on Thursday day, but not really the case. Kind of feels the same, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's actually a little warmer, and the wind earlier was rough. So the pickleball was make balls was the plan earlier. Inside this center court, less windy certainly, and not nearly as cold as yesterday. And we have two dynamite teams here. Travis Rettenmaier and Leigh Jansen beat AJ Koller and Jessie Irvine to get here. They were the 4 seed. 13-11 in the third. It doesn't get any closer than that. So that is a big win for Jansen. Jansen obviously already has a Sunday date with Leigh Waters in singles after playing some very impressive singles. And then on the other side, this is a duo that has played nothing short of fantastic pickleball all year long together, Thomas Wilson and Vivian David. And I expect a match that's full of big, aggressive play from the two gentlemen. Vivian David has one of the best two-handed backhand counters in the game on that right side of the court, and we know how good Leigh Jansen is at the kitchen line with her volleys. So which guy's going to be able to dictate more, and then which of the ladies can have a more consistent effort to help their team propel themselves? And the winner here gets the Johnson brother and sister in the semifinal. This is the last quarter.
You've got Rettenmaier, you've got Jansen on one side, a 13 seed. Does feel a little bit misleading with that 13?
Yeah, and obviously your seed is based on the points that you have, and Travis didn't play a lot of PPA last year, so you got to earn your way up, and the way you do it is by beating teams like Jessie Irvine and AJ Koller. So they got that knocked out. Now they have to play a team that just always positive are Wilson and David. You can see even how, look at how Viv comes charging out there ready to play. I mean, that's her in a nutshell right there.
Leigh Jansen to get us going, and off we go from Mesa. And that ball is in. Interesting to see how Thomas Wilson and Rettenmaier, how their two styles after they collide, how each responds, Dave.
Yeah, and Vivian David's going to be sitting there ready with the backhand if Leigh Jansen speeds it up cross court. Obviously, the big difference in this match than the last one is we do not have a lefty, all 4 righties on the court.
Second serve.
So you will see a few more of those cross court dink battles
0-1-2
between Leigh Jansen and Vivian David.
Well done by Rettenmaier.
And that's what you want from the male part of your mixed doubles team. Do not let a third that's up bounce anywhere. Go finish it before they can even think about getting to the kitchen.
Vivian David, so good fundamentally, came up a little short there.
So good fundamentally, and such a great teammate and partner, and so talented.
Oh, she is. Meanwhile, 32-year-old Thomas Wilson, another player that is so popular when it comes to who you want to pair with. You want a guy like that.
Yeah, just crazy athleticism.
There you go on cue. Wowing the crowd here in Mesa. David holds down the fort.
Point.
And unfortunately, a net cord messed up a tremendous point there. But, you know, Rettenmaier has been very aggressive to start this match. That's the way that they will win. And he knows he has a partner next to him that will be able to put away things that he sets up. That's the second speed off the forehand from Jansen. Tried one down the middle that was swatted, and that one catches the net. See if she finds a little more patience in her game.
Oh.
Second serve.
Rettenmaier's really come out aggressive, hasn't he?
He has, and Vivian David's always going to slide to her right and fade and protect with the backhand, and she's okay with letting them have a big swing at her. And there's Thomas Wilson in the middle, but just missed it.
3-0-1.
Wilson will take care of that one. Second serve coming up.
Second serve.
Yeah, puts more pace on a forehand than almost anybody. We had two of the biggest hitters with Deckelbar in the prior match.
Point. 4-0-2.
Hit just long. Got to mention our officials for this match: Gary Miller, Diane Viana, Howard Hepworth, and Roberta Dials with us here in the truck.
Point.
And the Thomas Wilson backhand volley and forehand volley has betrayed him, and he is heading to his player bench with 0 points.
Not a good start for David and Wilson. 6-0. They are down here. Game number 1.
Okay, listen. Think you can take me? Let's go.
It's your journey. Own every mile in an available H-Track all-wheel drive Hyundai SUV. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Tucson or Santa Fe or $750 bonus cash. Hurry in.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddletech, let's go again.
2.
So Rettenmaier and Jansen roaring out of the gates here in game number 1, 6-0 over David and Wilson. Drew Felios, Dave Fleming. See if that timeout helps, and it does.
Yeah, a little too much there. You see Rettenmaier knowing you got to, really swipe up the outside of the ball to be able to keep that in and not let that get too wristy. You see Rettenmaier still going through that swing right there.
Wilson once again, that neck, his worst enemy right now.
0-6-2. Point.
And that is the first point for David and Wilson. Felt like it took an eternity.
It did, but there you see Vivian David smiling away. So this isn't a team that is going to be in any way worked up about a scoreboard. Now it's focus and play. I think sometimes just getting that first one is all you need.
Oh, just a little bit wide. David and Wilson defended that perfectly, didn't they?
After such beautiful resets that got it out of the purvey of Rettenmeier's paddle, and then went for just a little too much after they finally earned the kitchen.
Oh, right down the middle from Rettenmaier. That was special.
Yeah, good hands by David to even get that ball back, and Rettenmaier was ready.
7-1 with Jansen serving.
Second serve.
Jansen comes up short there. Seems like Leigh Jansen making all the right moves so far here in 2023.
Yes, playing very well. Had a lot of fun with Elise Jones last week and will again tomorrow.
Oh, finished off by Vivian David. Best point.
That's her patented shot there after a lot of great reflex volleys on both sides. If you go down into that backhand, she's just ready and rolls that left hand on top of it.
7-1. Second serve.
It's not sharp yet on the thirds from Wilson.
7-2.
Point. Jansen short that time. 7-2 now. Still steep hill to climb here in game one for David and Wilson.
7-2.
Tried the ATP and it's successful. Vivian David couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, so if you try to run around your backhand and then go topspin inside out cross court, the topspin is going to carry that well wide of the post. Nice job by Rettenmaier of letting that ball advance.
Now Vivian David comes out aggressive. Mentioned that positive energy, so important, Dave. When things get dicey, your partner's able to uplift you.
Yes, and no one does it better than Viv David. Yeah, nice patient point there. They haven't had a lot of those where they can push Leigh Jansen back off the kitchen line. Forced an error there, so they've kept him at 7 for a few service opportunities.
David and Wilson need points. They're going to get one here.
Yeah, and overzealous from Travis Rettenmaier there. That ball bounced and he came all the way across and was just committed and realized his error and then still missed.
Try the lob. A little bit too far.
Timeout receiver.
Yeah, you don't want to try and do too much. They were in a great position here in the last two. Came way too far and then not in a position where you need the lob there. Just cut that back cross court, get into the point. Sometimes when I see a lob, I see just a little bit of trying to do a little more than that shot requires.
Timeout on the court. Back to Mesa in a moment.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Receivers, 1 timeout remaining.
A slow start for Vivian David and Thomas Wilson, but they're starting to pick up the pace here in game 1.
Time in, 4-7-1.
Travis Rettenmaier, that is why he is so good.
Yeah, and again, Vivian David was trying to catch that paddle side hip, but caught too much of the paddle. Gotta be sure if you're gonna go, and you gotta be so accurate.
Oh, Jansen upset herself that time.
Yeah, she saw the speed up coming from David and was all over it, but nice reply on this one from Thomas Wilson to at least make her have to hit another one. Sometimes with the two-handed backhand, your follow-through doesn't let you be ready for the next ball, and that was what happened to Jansen there.
And Vivian David hits wide.
So that's what happens with the fade. If you don't get the fade all the way slid to the right, your body will, with the swing, pull that a little wide, and got to be set with the fade and just block it forward. So nice little rally here. And the other interesting thing about today for Jansen and Rettenmaier is they had that upset win over Irvine and Koller just a couple weeks ago. They lost a heartbreaker to that team, so that was a big victory for them to avenge a loss 30 miles north of here.
Thomas Wilson emphatically puts it away.
Yeah, if there's a ball up to that man's forehand, and if he's going to half ernie it as he does here, just forget about it.
7-5-2. Side out.
And now they get a side out here coming their way.
And Jansen and Rettenmaier have been on 7 forever.
Second serve.
Second serve coming up here. Vivian David.
Yeah, you saw Wilson just kept giving a little ground and then let the ball play him instead of just being set and just making that dink. He wasn't in a big problem.
Side out.
Yeah, it's a frustrating couple of errors for Wilson on dinks, but guess what? Ms. Positivity, his partners, cheering him on. And can this duo you see on your screen get that elusive 8th point?
I think it comes right there.
Second serve.
No, that caught right on
the line. Caught the line, yep.
7-5-2.
Still 7-5. Vivian's got to come get it.
Point.
We're laying it all on the line, Dave.
That's the other thing. You'll get maximum effort all day long from Vivian David. Just a tough ball off the net, but look at her go, and then just crazy sliding. It's like she had wheelies for shoes there.
Hands battle now, and Vivian David will put it away. Boy, the crowd just loves her in Mesa.
As well they should. Entertaining. Scott, you know, when the fans see effort and it oozes out of Vivian David and that positive attitude, those are the types of players they love to cheer for. Plus, she's insanely talented.
Tell you what, Rettenmaier doing a great job on the far side right now.
I mean, the hands, I mean, you see Thomas Wilson winding up with a full two-handed swat, and his hands were up to that really immense challenge.
Side out.
Tell you what, Dave, there are some really talented men's players new somewhat to the scene, and Ignatowich and Staksrud, who we're going to see on Championship Sunday in men's singles, and this Rettenmaier can really play.
Sure can. Big serve there from Leigh Jansen, bringing that over from her single. Speaking of singles.
9-5-1.
See that on her arm. She is a type 1 diabetic. Plays through it and so impressively.
Jansen starting to get a little more involved at just the right time.
Yeah, great finish, and kudos to all she says. I wouldn't wish that on my own worst enemy, but it takes a toll mentally and physically, and she has really done a nice job of finding a way to play phenomenal pickleball and monitor that health situation.
ATP, David there takes care of it.
Second serve.
Yeah, and Leigh Jansen's holding her head. Maybe that's going out. Maybe. Not sure there.
10-5-2.
David comes and gets it again. Wilson, great defense. Jansen into the net. Dave, let's go back to that last point. Tough to play coming off an ATP if you're left alone like that. You really don't know where it's going.
Well, you should fill in where your partner came from, which is what Jansen did. So you can definitely read that shot, and just a little uncertainty as to whether it was struck too hard from David to play it or not, and that's why she missed it. But that sort of pattern is well known by the pros now. An ATP used to be a clean winner, and now it's just another shot. Everyone defends it so well.
Nicely done by Vivian David. It's 10-6. They are still in this.
Yeah, and she has been relentless at attacking Rettenmaier, who's been up to the challenge. That time she got him jammed up.
6-10-2.
Rettenmaier teeing off. And a sign out coming up for Jansen and Rettenmaier here for the game.
Yeah, just love the way Rettenmaier's played. Very aggressive, but you can be patient while you're doing that, and he has done that. Oh, no.
Oh, there it is. So game one to Jansen and Rettenmaier wasn't easy. They were stuck on 7 for an eternity, but they found a way in the end.
Yeah, and they kept to the same idea. Let's put a lot of pressure on. Rettenmaier was all over the place, hands winning those battles. We'll see if David and Wilson can up their level. If they don't, they won't be playing anymore in the main draw today.
Game number 2 right around the corner.
Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Introducing Simply Spiked Lemonade. Real fruit that left the farm and has seen too much to ever go back. Simply Spiked Lemonade. Tastes like your favorite lemonade, now spiked. It's getting juicy.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
So Vivian David, Thomas Wilson trying to even this up at a game apiece here to start game 2. David will serve. Nicely done by Wilson. In case you're just joining us, upsets have defined the weekend. Yesterday, Ben John's #1 player in men's singles goes down, and today Ben John's and Leigh Waters defeated by the Johnsons, brother and sister, JW and Georgia. Really shocking the pickleball world, but I say shocking, Dave. I think they were due eventually.
Yeah, it's certainly shocking just because they'd only lost in one tournament ever. So a dominant team coming in, but the Jansen duo had pushed them before and were able to finally finish it off thanks to an extraordinary performance from Georgia Jansen. J-Dub, of course, did his part, but Georgia stared Ben down eye to eye, and even on match point was able to get that to them. So the Johnsons get the winner of this one in one of our semis. The next match on here will be the other semifinal, which will feature a very impressive Fudge bar duo, and they'll play Anna Bright and Riley Newman.
Vivian David can't lift that one up against the net. Jansen, Rettenmaier score a point.
Yeah, and Rettenmaier, you know, some of the guys slide way over. You know, we talked about Deckel Bar was straddling or even on the right side of the center line. He's just maintaining his ground, steady, quiet hands, and he's saying, go ahead and speed it up at me. I'm ready.
Side out. One, 2-1.
Thomas Wilson just a bit long there.
Just?
I'd say, yeah, a little bit of real estate
17 tees on the just there.
Just a bit outside,
yeah,
maybe.
Indeed.
And Rettenmaier with the finish.
Yeah, the one thing they haven't been able to do is bounce the ball to the left of Rettenmaier, where he is not going to hurt you with that backhand over there. But if it's up, you see the great roll he gets on that, and then perfect angle. Love the way Rettenmaier's playing in this match.
Second serve.
Yeah, right now just looks as cool as a cucumber out there.
2-1-2.
There he is to serve.
Side out.
Smacks his right leg after the miss.
And that 0-0-2 paddle is a very, that's not going to give a lot. So that's ringing through the big toe right now, Drew, I can assure you.
Vivian David, the quick hands.
So much better strategically from Wilson and David. Make him play on that side. They bounce one there. Wilson goes there again, and he has to hit up. And if your partner's hitting up, get that paddle up.
Second serve.
Tied at 2. Second serve now from Vivian David.
2-2-2.
Did that graze line? Wilson.
Oh, and Wilson's just said challenge right away. He didn't even hesitate.
Timeout, referees, timeout. We have a video challenge.
Yeah. That ball from my vantage point looks good to me, Drew. And I mean, Thomas Wilson, as you see, had a great look at it. That's a tough call. You can see Rettenmaier has to not play the ball, then snap his head around and call that.
That will put us at 2. That
wow.
will put us at side out.
It really depends on what angle you look at it.
Now on that one.
Proceed to the challenge.
Let's see this one bounce again. Wow. Okay. If you would only have shown me that angle, I'm like, I mean, that angle looks inside the line or on it almost entirely. So I think this ball's in, but man, that angle right there, it's really tough to tell.
First challenge of this match, obviously a very big point for Wilson and David.
Yeah, and Thomas Wilson went direct. I mean, he didn't have to snap his head. He's the one that hit that shot, had the best look at it down the line. And, you know what you hit, and you have a great look at it. That's the hardest ball for a player to call. And, those angles even show you how hard it is to call that particular ball just from the cameras. So our DJ Chris is asking the fans, is it in or out? And you saw Travis Rettenmaier off camera pointed wide. There you see the huddle referees trying to get this right here. And we have replay in the truck making that decision. So not an easy one. If I was making the call, I would say that ball's in. But guess what, Drew? It's not my call, and it's never my call. I just get to talk about it. The one thing that I do like here from David and Wilson, though, is they have adjusted. And look at Travis Rettenmaier doing a little sleight of hand here. And you want to know why his hands are good? That's not easy. Trying to get some kudos from the fans here. But he has been the target, but on the right side of his body. Bounce that ball, and then they're getting into a little better flow here in this match. So the shirt is entertaining the crowd, and so is the ball balancing on the side of the paddle, and there's no rail there on that particular paddle, so that's not easily done.
All right, let's get the call.
On video challenge, the call stands. Ball is out. Loss of timeout, loss of challenge. We will resume play at 2-2-1 for the side out.
So Leigh Jansen will serve.
So, that other angle did show perhaps a little green. And you have to have evidence to overturn the call. So that's what we're seeing here.
So far, it's been the play of Rettenmaier that has really been the difference in this match. 3-2 now, the lead in game 2.
3-2-1. Point.
A little frustrated on the other side, Dave.
Yeah, David had to go full scorpion to protect an attack from Rettenmaier, and then went there again and couldn't come up with it. Tried to go inside out again. Got to bounce the ball on the left side.
Oh, just in from Wilson.
Gorgeous roll from Thomas Wilson. Perfect pace. That's one of those, if you're Rettenmaier, you're like, oh man, I'm beat.
Jansen with that forehand. Misses that time. Side out to David and Wilson.
Yep, and Rettenmaier just says, hey, we're all good. Don't go for too much from the baseline. Let's work our way up to the kitchen.
Point. 3-4-1.
Now it's tied at 4. That's what they need.
Yeah, that's the drive from David to Rettenmaier, drive from Wilson to Jansen. Got to hit better returns to not give them that opportunity.
3 straight points now with Vivian David serving, and it's 5-4.
And that's that ball coming across your body with that much heat on it. That's a great drive from Thomas Wilson.
And Wilson, that time can't catch up to it. Second serve here.
Yeah, David's just not going to stop attacking Rettenmaier. She tried the inside out of the air here. And Rettenmaier even took his first little move to the right of his body and still was able to get a paddle on that. Very accomplished pro tennis player, has those racket skills.
You see a little bit late there from Jansen. Her and Rettenmaier will talk about it. That's how you have a new team, got to mesh together in moments like that.
Yep, big discussion about whose ball that is. That's where I'd love to see Rettenmaier command the middle and take that so it doesn't get to the backhand of Jansen. Oh, and a little Showtime swing and a miss on purpose at a ball going deep. And David and Wilson, thanks to their drives, have done a tremendous job of getting back into this match.
Yeah, David and Wilson, they did not win that challenge, but I think they won the moment. More to come in a moment.
Yeah, so many great sponsors on the Carvana PBA Tour, and those include Baird, Kraft 1861, Skechers, Gearbox Pickleball, Vizzy Hard Seltzers, Selkirk, we are Pickleball, Fitvine, and our title sponsor of the tour, Carvana.
Dave, you do that so gracefully, I got to tell you. All the great sponsors here on the PPA Tour.
Yeah, we love it and we appreciate it, and you can't have it without so many people, the volunteers, the referees, and all the sponsors that make this happen. Thank everybody that has hopped on this red hot train that is the sport of pickleball.
ATP, David there to take care of it, and it's not coming back, and David and Wilson continue the barrage.
Yes, and Vivian David says, come on crowd, look at me. It's interesting because Rettenmeier's ATP is a slice, which is not usually the shot you see. Got around it a little more on that one, but David was ready.
Side out now to Jansen and Rettenmaier. They've gone cold here in game two. Leigh Jansen trying to rev up that engine once again. Wilson's Ernie played, and there's Rettenmaier. Boy, he has made some incredible gets here in this match.
Yeah, I liked where that point was going for David and Wilson, and then just a little confusion on this last ball there as Wilson thought David was going to take it. His paddle was there. He just was stunned. It didn't make it to it.
Great defense by Jansen, but she just cannot keep it alive.
Yeah, again, sometimes it's just pure pace will win.
5-8-2.
I mean, that is some serious paddle head speed.
5-8-2.
Rettenmeier's working for it. How about the defense on the other side? Oh, finally. Had to climb the ladder for that one.
Man, such impressive athleticism from Rettenmaier, and you see the tennis background because that's not an easy ball to swat over your head, but he was able to do it with relative ease.
Wilson and Rettenmaier going at it. Oh, what a point.
True, that's why we love mixed doubles there. Just tremendous on all sides there. We even had a side switch. You're like, what's Vivian David doing over there? And Thomas Wilson says, enough. That's awesome pickleball. Let's see if that can propel David and Wilson to finish off game number 2.
Rettenmaier, once again, one of those circus over-the-shoulder shots.
Yeah, just a little too much on that one, though. Oh, they actually overturned their own call to good there. So, all right, Rettenmaier again with the sky hook, kept it in.
Again, Dave, you always talk about the different shots in this game. They just keep being created, new ones all the time.
Yes, and, you know, again, his ability to put a lot of pace on a ball back behind him there was impressive.
Try the Ernie. Wilson. Did he stay off the line? I believe he did.
He did, and you see that Jansen kept giving ground on that dink. So there's no fear for Thomas Wilson to go looking for that. Once her head's down, that's when you want to jump the line. Great job by Thomas Wilson there.
Once again, Thomas Wilson pulls the string at the perfect time.
Yeah, Jansen had a full cut at a two-handed backhand. The only problem was it was deflected by her partner right before that. So Rettenmaier and Jansen within two.
Point.
And you see how connected Wilson and David are. I want to see the same from Rettenmaier and Jansen. Oh, man. You'll see a paddle tap after this, though. I guarantee it.
9-6-2.
Okay.
Yep. And that should be in. Yes, it is.
Tremendous job by Wilson there. And again, opening up that court by bouncing the ball to the backhand of Rettenmaier. And then you've got that open court.
And now it's game point.
Timeout receivers. 10-6-2.
Timeout going to be called by Jansen and Rettenmaier. Still hoping for a last gasp here in game number 2. But David and Wilson, really it was after the challenge, Dave, that they did not win. They sort of used that break in the action to turn things around. So game point when we come back to Mesa.
Again, so many awesome sponsors here on the Carvana PPA Tour. We've got Vizzy Hard Seltzer. Select Medical, taking care of all of our players, pros and amateurs alike. Hertz, get that great rental from the great people at Hertz. Fila Pickleball outfits the whole PPA Tour crew. Chase, Pickleball Central, where they are the experts to get you the right gear for your game. And Duper, what's your Duper? Go out there and play and get that figured out. And finally, Guaranteed Rate. You see them on the net, and folks, you do not get extra points if you hit the Guaranteed Rate sign. But thank you, sponsors. Really appreciate all you do for our great game.
Also want to tell our audience, if you're in the area, Phoenix, Arizona, come out here to Mesa. Join us here for the next 2 days. We've got men's and women's doubles tomorrow, and then championship Sunday. Should be a blast.
Yeah, and unlike any championship Sunday we've had, Ben Johns does not have a ticket to Sunday yet.
Point.
And he will not have a medal from the first 2 events either.
So Leigh Jansen now to serve with Rettenmaier. The trail by 3. And that's long. So they're within 2 now, making this interesting here in game 2. Still first serve here. Rettenmaier misfires. Vivian David, big time.
That's the no-go zone with Vivian David. She's just sitting there with that compact two-handed backhand ready. She dares you to come in there and beat him with pace.
Thomas Wilson destroys it. Side out, going back to David and Wilson.
So it was teetering there a little bit. Now they get her second chance to force a third game.
Another game point here. Oh, Wilson shanks off his paddle. He can't believe it.
And I think Rettenmaier missed that volley. I think that's going deep, so you got to throw that away.
Not that time, though. Wilson decisively right at Rettenmaier, and 11-8, game number 2. We're going to a game 3.
I mean, we've had about 2.5 consecutive hours of just outrageous mixed doubles. It's so fun to watch. There's all the strategy. There's all the ups and downs, the flow, who's going to do what. We saw side switches in the last match. And in this one, it's just Wilson and David up their level. Who's going to take game 3? We will find out when we come back.
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
Welcome back here to the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. Drew Felios with Dave Fleming as we wind down the day here in mixed doubles. Got a good one going on right now, headed to game 3. Vivian David will let that one go long.
That's one thing Thomas Wilson does so well. If there's a floater and he can get to the sideline and be able to hit that ball even closer to the net but have plenty of room, just adds another extra bit of oomph, and that rarely comes back in the court.
Jansen, just a little bit long that time. Dave, has there been anything in this match that has surprised you?
I think the slow start from Wilson and David was surprising. They usually come out, they're on point. They're a team that's played together quite a bit. Now kudos to Jansen and Rettenmaier for making that happen. They've made the adjustments now, though, and it's going to be anybody's game here. That was the most patient point we've had this entire match right there, and it was Jansen that pulled the trigger just a little early. We'll see who can get into the patterns they like the most. So if you see that, Jansen pulled the trigger early, then Jansen misses a dink. So I expect her to be the target here in the next several points.
Rettenmaier steps in. And there you go. Vivian David going right after her.
And the beauty of that particular pattern was they put the ball on the ground to Rettenmaier, and he put a ball that was up, and it was redirected perfectly from Vivian David.
Leigh Jansen right now is in a bit of a funk.
Yeah, this is almost timeout land. You see Rettenmaier encouraging her, and again, we'll switch sides at 6. Dangerous territory at 4-0 on a 1.
David digging everything at the moment. And on the other side, they can't straighten it out.
And what's most important when you're digging everything out? It's not a shovel, Drew. It's getting low. Get low, defend low, use the pace of the ball. David did it perfectly there. And same girl misses a serve. You hate to do that at 5:01. The pressure's on them. You could switch. This is an actually huge rally right here.
You say the get low strategy.
Yeah.
Is it maybe a surprise more players don't play like Rob Cassidy and even take the knee defensively more?
I don't want you to take a knee. That's something that Rob does. But get a solid base upon which you can defend. And Vivian David does that better than anybody. And that's a gorgeous inside-out ball there from Thomas Wilson.
0-5-2. Point.
Rare miss by David here in game number 3. 5-1 lead, so that's the first point for Jansen and Rettenmaier here in this game.
Point.
So it's been David off the line on that exchange. Good attack from Jansen. And here's the impact of that missed serve. They've got 2 here, and here's the impact of a missed serve on the other side, giving it right back. You see Rettenmaier can't believe it. So Wilson and David really want one of these two, and they get it via a bow and a gift.
6-2-1.
Timeout time. Jansen and Rettenmaier, and the switch of sides here coming up. Leigh Jansen played so well in game 1, but right now struggling just a bit. And these are the moments new teams have to adjust, talk it out, calm each other down. And this is where you kind of need that shoulder to lean on to get you through the adversity.
100%. And you can see we have so many great spots coming up on tour. Hey, Minnesota, here we come. We know it was chilly here the other day, but it's indoors, so that's the indoor national championship. Then we're going to Holly Hill, Florida, Pictona. That's going to be terrific. And then to Austin, the capital of Texas. Go to pickleballtournaments.com, find out, sign up, play where the pros play, get your tickets to see these guys up close and personal. I love that we are spreading out all over the country for the first time this year. Later this year, we'll be in Nashville and we'll be in Seattle, Drew. So a lot of excitement on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Nashville, Tennessee. Yes. Wow, here we come.
Second serve.
Of course, reside in Florida, and there is so much chatter about Pictona, that new facility on the East Coast. Can't wait for that. Oh, right by Rettenmaier, courtesy of Vivian David.
So every time Leigh Jansen goes with a dink back to the backhand of Thomas Wilson, the court opens up a little bit for them, and that time Vivian David hits it into the open position. Just smart pickleball from Wilson and David, and when they get a short return, they are absolutely hammering it.
Lead ballooning now to 8-2. David and Wilson starting to pull away.
Wow, and a couple of uncharacteristic missed serves from Vivian David here, and she's not even someone that goes huge on her serve, so it is absolute go time for these two.
And Wilson able to tag Rettenmaier that time.
Yeah, Jansen just couldn't get the ball down, and he does favor slightly his backhand. We've seen him protect that side of his body all day. Just a little too much pace for Wilson to take care of that.
Rettenmaier trying to do it all himself. Just too much on the other side.
And that's the difference. At the beginning of game one, he was everywhere and they weren't able to defend it. Now the elite defense of David and Wilson is really, really causing trouble.
So Vivian David and Wilson continue to pull away.
And if you see someone trying to do too much, guess what he's going to do? He's going to slide and trying to protect his partner. So what does Wilson smartly do? Goes behind with a beautiful drive, and you can see Rettenmaier shaking his head and pacing. So you could see that pent-up frustration in the last 2 points, and they're trying to get something figured out. You see Chuck Taylor there, sitting there chatting, laughing with Vivian David, and that's Brittany Thomas's wife there too. All smiles on that side, and honestly, I don't know that it would be full smiles if it was 9-2, but you would definitely have something similar. It's obviously easy to be smiling at 9-2, but this is how connected these two are. Look at how close together they are as they prepare. They're 2 points away from making it to a semifinal.
She just brings such a great vibe to the court. Here we go, 9-2. And Wilson hits it long. Second serve now.
And this is where every fundamental has to be perfect for Jansen and Rettenmaier. Can't miss a dink, can't speed up the wrong ball.
And Rettenmaier able to win that battle. So come on back, side out here. Perhaps one final chance to make some noise here for Jansen and Rettenmaier.
Rettenmaier has been terrific with his third shot approach. He's driven it at about 80 to 85% come in, either shake and bake or make the fifth. Really been stellar on that all day. And there's another drive that creates a miss. So I'm trying to get this return as far away from him as I can so that he's got to really put himself out of position to hit this one.
Got a couple points back here. Leigh Jansen could just find a way to get going. I mean, she has just not been herself here in this third game.
And that's a really smart dink to the retreating left foot of the right side player. The inside out backhand dink's the hardest dink to make.
Speed things up and just a little bit too fast, not their speed.
Yeah, and Thomas Wilson's just ready to eat that alive. So can they close it out here?
Oh, nicely done. Rettenmaier again. Second serve here from Vivian David. So 9-4 here in game three. David with the shot. of this third game. Oh, that was perfect.
She has gone there so infrequently that she just waited. She's been attacking his body earlier, and what a shot at 9-4 in the third.
Match point. That's wide.
I love that pattern for David and Wilson. Wilson had lots of options there, but doesn't make that one.
Steep hill to climb here for Jansen and Rettenmaier. Again, Rettenmaier putting so much on his plate. Win or lose, he has been so impressive in this match.
Indeed.
5-10-1.
Once again, finding a way, Dave, to stay alive.
Yeah, and there's but one person who could win a Triple Crown this weekend. It's Leigh Jansen. Holding on by a thread, having saved one match point.
Oh, that was long.
And this is that. Do I call timeout and give them any extra confidence, or do we play through it? So David and Wilson are choosing to play through it.
Oh, once again, right down the middle. And the miscommunication, Jansen and Rettenmaier just frozen.
Yeah, and Jansen seeing Rettenmaier come take those all day long, thought he'd be there for that one.
And then it leads to the next point error from Jansen. So here's Vivian David once again serving for the match. Vivian David speeding it up again. Little help from the net on match point. And they will advance. It's David and Wilson moving on.
Really slow start, but terrific finish and just high quality from those two. They are the epitome of turning defense into offense. You can see it even there. And then David and Wilson, two of the nicest people on tour. They probably meant sorry there, even though they are thrilled to be moving on to the semifinal. So they'll get the Johnson brother and sister duo. What a match.
Gooder, $25 active sunglasses for anyone. That includes you, Wildcat. We see you out there bringing the fun to the starting line. You're the life of the party, whether there's a party or not. We see you making sure everyone matches. That's important. No, go back. Hooligan, Yahoo, troublemaker. You just want fun sunglasses. Find your fun at Gooder.com.
There's only one way now, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Just saw another fabulous match in mixed doubles. And how about the play of Thomas Wilson and Vivian David getting it done? They're all smiles, and right now they're standing by with Hannah.
Welcome back to Championship Court, everyone. Thomas Wilson, Vivian David here with me. Guys, that was an incredible match, and I love seeing the games go 2-3 games. How are you feeling coming into that third game, and what did you want to do well?
We felt decent. I mean, it was tough to find rhythm out here. The ball's flying, the ball's hard, it's cold. So we're just trying to keep balls in and find some rhythm, which it was tough for both teams, I feel like. It was kind of a scrappy match, but Leigh and Travis, they're always tough to play. They're long, they're great competitors. So we're just happy to get the win and moved on to the semis.
Well, Viv, after losing game one, you made some significant adjustments in game two. What were those?
I think just slowing it down a little bit more. We were winning more of the rallies when it was slower versus when we were speeding it up because they were sitting on counters. So I think just kind of taking your time, going back to ground zero, kind of like, okay, let's just play out the point, construct the point, and then wait for our opportunities and go for them. And that's kind of how it worked for us. And yeah.
Well, you've got Jansen and Jansen next with a big upset. What are you going to do to prepare for that matchup?
Maybe go hit some balls, try to find some rhythm before the next match, but it's going to be fun. We're good friends with the Johnsons, so we're going to have a blast out there.
All right, guys, good luck in your semifinal. Drew, Dave.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much. Much more coming up from Mesa, Arizona in just a moment.
Gooder, $25 active sunglasses for anyone. That includes you, Wildcat. We see you out there bringing the fun to the starting line. You're the life of the party, whether there's a party or not. We see you making sure everyone matches. That's important.
No, go back.
Hooligan, Yahoo, troublemaker. You just want fun sunglasses. Find your fun at gooder.com.
There's only one winner, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
It has been an awesome day of mixed doubles here on the Carvana PPA Tour here at the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam, presented by Hyundai. You want electricity, you want a high level of play, you want just great volleys, great efforts all around. We've got it coming at you. Wright Newman with Fudge and Barr on the other side.
Yeah, so there was a lot of uproar with Riley Newman and Anna Bright coming together the first tournament, two of the most talented on each side. They're going to definitely be on Championship Sunday in their first tournament ever, right? Well, they had a match point. They didn't finish it off, and Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright got them, and they ended up taking bronze in their first tournament together. And everybody was like, wait a minute. I'm like, settle down, everybody. They had a point to get to the final. Well, now things have changed here today. They have been wrecking people, as we would have expected from the way that you think this duo can play together. But again, it's only their second tournament. Now, that's one more than Fudge and Barr have played. This is their very first tournament. So I think what you have here is Riley Newman from Phoenix playing in his backyard, wants to be on Championship Sunday, and now Anna-Leigh and Ben are gone. So this is extra incentive. And these two are so talented. Now on the other side, Dekel Bar was an absolute monster in their last match. And Megan Fudge, I think you called it in the middle of game number 3, hasn't missed a ball in forever.
No.
Just was so solid. Obviously, their names have been a lot of fun. We've had fun with the Fudge Bar thing. But the fact of the matter is, Megan Fudge comes in here playing with Dekel Bar in their first match, and they are deservedly on championship court in the semifinal with a chance to play on Sunday. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Game 1, time in. Anna Wright to serve. And here we go from Mesa. First semifinal, mixed doubles. Riley Newman on the run to start. This is a sign of things to come. We're going to be in for a treat. Great first point.
Are you kidding me, Drew? More, please. I mean, even Dekel Bar, who is not one that screams at the crowd ever or even raises his hand, felt that was necessary. Unbelievable defense from Brighton Newman. And all that meant was side out, Drew. That's all that was.
Second serve.
And then 5-hole for Riley Newman on Dekel Bar there. So that's the other challenge of Brighton and Newman. Like, you think you're great at defense, they're even more ridiculous.
ATP, number 1, Riley there to defend it. Anna Bright. Oh, skims the net and lands in.
But another very fun mixed doubles point there. You saw a nice ATP from Megan Fudge, but Riley Newman was ready.
Right in the sweet spot for Dekel Bar.
Yeah, it's like, man, my arm hurts from the first rally of this. I'm going to put this away on my first swat.
0-0-2. Second serve. Still waiting for our first point. Dekel able to sneak one in.
Yeah, that's one that Riley Newman wasn't set, so I had to reach at the last second and popped it up there. The little difference in this match versus the prior one for Fudge and Bar is that Anna Bright will not be bashful to go down the line if she gets something from Megan Fudge to keep Dekel Bar honest. And has the shot selection on that forehand over there to do that, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Dekel cannot let that stop his aggressiveness.
Riley Newman now on the attack.
Bottom of the third, it's 0-0, Drew.
0-0-1. Anna Bright, well played.
Yeah, Dekel Bar saw the opportunity, and Megan Fudge just a hair late trying to help out her partner after the Ernie was defended.
Oh, Riley able to destroy it with the backhand.
You saw Megan Fudge giving ground. She had one nice reset in there, but then the next one was up, and the thirds have been going to the backhand corner of Dekel Bar here to keep him honest. Very narrow spot to put it there, but there's another one going over there.
Looked just wide from Dekel Bar. Dave, if you had a rookie of the year for 2022 on the female side, would you go Anna Bright?
Anna Bright all day long, and received that award from the Dink Just a tremendous freshman season, if you will, from her, the Cal Bear. And unlike a lot of the tennis players coming in, she was fantastic in doubles as well and just keeps getting better. And she admits even in mixed, she has said it publicly, that she's still trying to get even more comfortable with that. So chew on that, all other teams, for a minute.
And she'll have a chance to play with Leigh Waters tomorrow.
Yes.
Really looking forward to that.
It's her turn.
Yes.
And the flip-flop between Catherine Parenteau and herself next to Leigh Waters.
Deckel thinking Ernie. Court's open. Riley takes care of it.
So sometimes Deckel gets Ernie happy, meaning he's going for a lot, and then he puts himself and his team out of position when he has to reach. So you'll see on this Ernie coming up here, he can't do a lot with that, and then Megan's tried and defend 20 feet of court.
Here's Riley now with his first ATP. Wright's going to try and run it down. Doesn't need to. It's out.
And what it takes to win a rally in this match is fantastic. I know the score says 4-0, and obviously it is accurate, but these rallies have been fantastic.
Yeah, that's hit wide. Riley's defense is just next level, isn't it?
It is. That's why you got to hit through it. And Anna Bright had a good look at that, but the pace from Deckelbar was the difference.
Off the paddle of Anna Bright, out of bounds, side out now to Fudge and Barr.
And again, Megan Fudge smiling away. Another great teammate to have on your side over there. These two have looked really comfortable in their first go-round as a duo.
Second serve.
So if your opponent throws up a high bouncing third, step back and attack. And that's what Riley Newman did perfectly there.
Side out.
Just long. Anna Bright to serve.
Here the pro Arizona crowd applauding everything Riley Newman does.
That's long. Yeah, it really felt like Wright and Newman let one get away at Desert Ridge. They had Matt Wright, Lucy Kovalova on the ropes, couple match points, just couldn't finish it. Only so many Arizona events too to go around. The time to do it is now.
It is, and again, Megan Fudge just resetting, so Riley's going to keep slamming it at her until she counters.
Great get by Fudge. Finally, Barr comes over to help. Court's open. Riley knew it.
Yeah, and Deckel points to himself that was trying to do just a little too much earlier there, and Riley would have none of it. And such a smart strategy from Bright and Newman. They're keeping Deckel so honest on the left side of his body with thirds and everything. Don't let him extend that forehand.
Side out. 0-6-1.
Once again, same spot.
Second serve.
And if you're going to challenge someone's hands, those are the wrong hands to challenge. As you see him slide back just a little bit and just sit on the backhand. Really smart from Riley Newman there.
Side out.
And now Fudge hits it low. So Fudge and Barr stuck on the goose egg.
6-0-1. Second serve.
Just in from Dekel Bar. Second serve now from Riley Newman.
6-0-2.
Here comes Anna Bright. Bar reached up, brought it down. Riley able to keep it alive one time, not the second.
Yeah, Awkwardville party of four there. There were a lot of odd strokes in that one. Great scamper from Bright, then Riley on the wrong side of the paddle on the right side of his body, and Dekel Bar had enough.
Second serve.
That first point, Dave, sometimes the hardest one to get.
Certainly has been for the Fudge Bar team here. Big serve from Bar to get a short return to get him a forehand, and he doesn't even go for it there. And then uncertainty. So now both players are back. That was disjointed from the moment he decided not to go after the serve. So didn't want to miss it, obviously, at 0-6, but
6-0-1.
New partnership issues there a little bit.
Anna Bright with a winner.
Gorgeous ball there. And again, if you are playing against an aggressive male in mixed and you trust your thirds to bounce to his left, this is how you neutralize it.
That's hit long from Riley Newman. Second serve now.
Because then his aggressiveness will back off, and that'll open up like the third they dropped in front of Megan there. He's not going to get to that because he's worried about what's going on to his left. So you're making him defend all 20 feet instead of constantly going to Megan where he knows it's going over there. He'll just cheat.
7-0-2.
This is a clinic in smart pickleball from Bright and Newman.
Riley Newman once again takes care of it. They've played nearly perfect in this first game, an 8-0 lead.
No, you're good.
A little discussion about a timeout. Megan kept looking. I'm like, I kind of want to. You really sure? I kind of want to again. That is a part of pickleball too with a new partner. Like, what is our, am I comfortable with timeouts? Do we as a team use them when we're in a big battle? The answer here was yes. So now let's see them chat away here. And, you know, there are so many things and new players coming to pickleball. And Riley Newman, that man just went to Australia to spread the good word of pickleball, and was there and missed the first Major League Pickleball event here in his backyard.
Big question for you, Dave. Inquiring minds want to know. I love to pick your brain on issues all over the PPA Tour in the world of pickleball. We're 3 events in now in 2023. Lots of new partnerships. If something is not working out with your partner, what are your options?
Well, there's so many players coming in, and they were all trying to figure this out in a really short amount of time at the end of 2022. So are you making progress in losing is one thing, but if you are losing and it's going the wrong way, sometimes you need to just have the courage as a duo to say, we thought this was going to be great. It's not. Let's go our separate ways. That's a really hard conversation to have. And I think the partnership thing is an often underlooked at for people just watching it. It's mentally draining when you walk out on the court and you're not feeling comfortable with who you have, or you have a situation with a player on the other side of the court. It's the mental aspect of this beyond the X's and O's and the chess match that I've talked about here. Sometimes you gel, like Callie Smith and Lucy Kovalova just said, let's play together, and wrecked everybody for a few months. Now they had a rough tournament. We'll see if they can rally back on Saturday. And here you have 2 brand new partnerships, literally. This is the second tournament and the first tournament. But talent can get you somewhere. Do you enjoy the experience? So it's going to be the story for the first several months of this 2023 campaign.
Yeah, that issue I don't think applies to either one of these teams. Playing tremendous on both ends. Dekel Bar able to get one to go there. Side out coming to Fudge Bar.
0 though, man.
8-1. Second serve.
And there you see right there, becomes a little bit of a mental game. Just cannot score.
Yeah, he drove a couple thirds last time, didn't hit where he wanted. That time he tried to drop it.
Side out.
And just relentless pressure. I mean, Fudge and Barr are not even getting to the kitchen line to even have a chance to score. I would tell Deckel the next time we serve, go for the biggest serve you've ever hit. It's 8-0 or whatever it may be.
Riley, he can't put it over.
Second serve.
Wanted that one. Second serve coming up.
The first 3 steps to the left where I'm going to hit a gorgeous ATP, and then he didn't see it, so he tried to go back across and didn't have the oomph to get it there.
Side out.
And I think at this point you're like, are we seriously still on 0? So Megan's still smiling there.
Deckel Barr still looking for that first point. Anna Wright doing it all.
If I'm Deckel, hammer this serve. Just hammer it. That's much better.
Oh, looked like may have been out. Played by Fudge. There, finally, they're on the board.
And extra love from the crowd there. They might have won that point twice with the ball that looked just a hair wide, but Fudge wasn't sure, played it in, which is love when players call a true line like that.
Yeah, it looked like that one right there, just wide. Fudge continued to play it, and another point here. It's 8-2.
Go for the serve.
Side out.
Yeah.
8-2-1.
Just missed it wide. There's nothing wrong with keep firing away.
Hitting it long that time is Fudge.
And Wright and Newman are just not letting Fudge and Barr be comfortable at the kitchen at all. It's just so smart.
Now Bright attacking again.
And Barr is still coming to the middle, and all of the thirds are going to his left. He might want to not commit so much and get a better ball out of the air than just cheating to the middle every time, because they are coming for it.
Point game.
And there it is, game one in the books for Bright and Newman. Pretty dominant from start to finish.
Pretty dominant and just strategically so sound. Deckel, we saw you just taking over the court. You're playing on Megan's side. We're not letting that happen here, and they were terrific.
Game two coming up from Mesa after this.
Not yet, buddy.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hyperbole. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Don't Don't let discomfort slow you down. Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Drew Felios, Dave Fleming back here in Mesa getting ready to start game number 2. A shout out to Pickleball Central, their expert advice, low cost guarantee, and no risk paddle test drive make pickleballcentral.com the best place to shop for all of your pickleball gear.
Yeah, they have experts that understand every part of pickleball. If you need a net, you need shoes, you need paddles, tell them what type of player. Are you brand new and need to get started? They'll get you set up. If you're a 5-0 player and need the latest technology, they'll get you. So visit pickleballcentral.com or give them a call. Love their partnership with PPA Tour.
Riley Newman comes out swing. I'll tell you what, the leg extension, he can make an Ernie jumping from about that midline, can
yeah, and he birded there, which is when you Ernie in front of your partner. So Sesame Street on the very first rally of this match.
So athletic.
Yeah. And Anna Bright's just not going to let him get away with that. That's, I mean, I don't think she missed a ball in the first game either with all the excitement of Riley Newman, just so solid.
Wow, how about the erect shots from Anna Bright?
Yeah, and you just see that focused, driven determination that is her game as she walks back, spins that paddle and fires.
Right down the middle from Riley Newman. Dave, pickleball can be like baseball. If you've just got one pitch, you're going to get it knocked out of the yard time and again, right? You got to be able to have a different repertoire.
And it's got to look the same too, so you can't telegraph it to stay with the pitcher idea, even if you have an array, but you give it away every time. You can't tip your pitches, and you don't want to tip your shots here. And these two are on an absolute rampage right now. And it's all starting with that ball behind Deckel. This is a masterpiece, Drew.
Newman can't do anything with that one. So second serve coming up.
You have to have the wherewithal to say, yes, I see that large man in orange, but we can drop the ball behind him. And just look at the court positioning of where Anna Bright and Riley Newman are versus Fudge way back. I mean, look where she ends up in this point, nearly at the baseline when they started even.
And now Deckel cannot get that one over on his vintage maneuver.
6-0-2.
There's Deckel.
Side out.
Yeah, that's maybe the first clean Ernie he's had. They've been so precise with the drops. Now, if you go up the line, that creates a little more of a challenge to be able to keep that shallow. Nice read by Barr and finish there. And there's a mistake from Bright. She can't believe it. Yeah, you've missed one ball in a half hour of a match here. Oh, no.
1-6-1.
Riley Newman, Ernie of his own.
Second serve.
And Anna Bright Tremendous hands to keep that point alive here. She was in trouble right there, was able to reset it, and then, I mean, just like that, it's like a turnover in hockey, and it's in your net in a second.
Turn defense into offense so perfectly. Riley Newman once more side out. Now to Wright and Newman.
And these two are going to be playing all year, and they are going to be an absolute handful.
6-1-1.
Hands battle. Fudge and Bright. ATP. Riley is wide.
And you see the side switch in play. Now, they may have done it just for that rally, but Big D is on the right side of the court, and he will stay there.
Riley Newman outplayed that time by Megan Fudge.
So that's what I love about this. Let's figure out a way. Let's do something a little different. They had the courage to put Dekel Bar on the right side of the court, and it paid off for a couple of rallies.
Riley Newman has the final say.
Yeah, but that's all Anna Bright right there, just setting the table. And it's interesting that Fudge and Barr, after playing a couple of nice points on the receiving side with the reverse positioning, chose not to go back to it when they got the ball back, and that went ugly quickly there. So surprising that they didn't carry the momentum. They'll probably not switch out of it here and keep Dekel. What you're doing there is Bright and Newman are so locked into this pattern that has them winning 17 of the first 20 points. That's 85%. I mean, that's ridiculous in a semifinal. So give them something different to look at and stay with it until it doesn't work. Don't lose the same way a whole match.
6-1 lead here for Bright Newman. Remember, first tournament here for Barr and Fudge. Still getting to know each other.
But again, now you're daring them to go to the right side of Dekel Bar, and that is a no-go zone. So this is a little better setup.
Dekel Bar, perfect opportunity, Dave.
Yeah, and you saw that Newman and Bright switched sides there and said, okay, we're going to play cross-court dinks, and Megan Fudge was solid on that. And they will this time keep Dekel Bar on the right.
That's long.
That's the challenge. Then you are reaching in with the backhand, so you got to have that paddle face down. And Megan Fudge has to stand up on the left side, which she has done since they started this.
Riley Newman right at the feet of Dekel Bar. It'll be a side out.
Yeah, I don't care what side of the court you're standing on. If your drive is that high, Riley Newman is going to squash it every single time.
6-1-1.
6-1, Anna Bright serving.
Second serve.
Newman willpower usually on full charge, wasn't there that time.
Dekel trying to finish. Will drop it. Anna Bright gives up on it.
Well, we were going to have bumper cars there because Riley Newman is going to get there with ease, but he didn't want to plow over Anna Bright and vice versa.
Oh, how about the shot by Riley Newman? And Dave, of course, every point's important, but safety's important also in this game, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, they don't want to run into each other there and ruin a great thing. So they hate that it happened. Now that would have been fixed just by saying mine or yours. So it's hard sometimes. You were thinking that, but you don't get the words to come out of your mouth because you're so into the play.
Wright trying to finish. Fudge can't return it.
And they finally score with this arrangement for Fudge and Barr.
7-1-1.
They were stuck on 6 for quite a while. Those putaways from Deakin not nearly as easy as we saw in that last match.
That's because they're on the backhand.
Yep. Oh, Anna Bright hits it wide. Did a great job defensively until that shot.
Seven, 1-2.
Now it's 8.
Yeah, so Megan Fudge is fading to the left so that she's just sitting on her forehand. And this is a arrangement that Riley Newman and Lindsay won a lot of championships with.
And right now they're just ringing up the points, Dave. It's 9-1.
Yeah, and Barr again, you're putting him in a less comfortable position, having to be aggressive on the backhand side, but the reverse of that just wasn't working. This is impressive from the 3 seed.
Never thought it would be this easy for Newman and Bright. It is a clinic right now on championship court.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai. Drew Felios, Dave Fleming, Riley Newman serving. He and Anna Bright in the driver's seat right now here in game 2. Oh, probably the best point for Deakin Barr in this match.
Yeah, you saw Riley Newman clap his paddle. They played that really well, but that's the thing. If you're going to the right side, we saw that earlier today with Rafa. Hewett was not in his preferred side. If the forehand's guarding the sideline, they can recover.
Second serve.
And it's hard for Megan Fudge to then play a more aggressive role in the middle of the court. You can see her positioning here. She's nowhere near the kitchen line on a ball that could be swatted, but there's a big Deakin Barr in her way.
Point.
That's one of the first impatient choices that Wright and Newman have made all day, going at Deckel bar there.
2-9-1. My mistake. 2-9-2.
Oh, Deckel bar.
Yeah, but one of the most egregious kitchen faults of all time. All 6'3" of him in the kitchen here.
Those size 14s, tough to keep him out.
Yeah, there's nothing he could do.
And Anna Bright hits it into the net. Second serve now for Anna.
9-2-2.
Trying to close this one out. Punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. And now they're 1 point away from doing just that.
Yeah, now Deckel's just trying to do anything he can at the end of this match, but it's just been just absolutely clinical.
Deckel bar reminding you that he is still the Ernie King.
Well, I think Tyler Lung would like his name back there, Drew, but he is certainly a talented Ernie producer, that's for sure.
Riley Newman. Second serve coming up now. Can't really argue with you on that one.
2-10-2. Side out.
And now side out. Another chance for Bright and Newman to advance.
10-2-1.
Match point. Anna Bright and Riley Newman overpowering. Just outstanding together. 11-2, 11-2.
And you see the execution of that, but it's the strategy going into the match, the neutralizing Deckel bar, the consistency, and when they get a ball up, they finish. When they're in trouble, they play a little defense, but so smart, so talented, and so scary for the rest of the field. This is coming all year long. Look out, everybody. We'll talk to them when we come back.
The future of pickleball is here. Welcome to Top Court. For my top tip, when it comes to hitting serves, you want your serves to land back here in this area.
You want to keep that paddle towards your body, and it's more of a push with my shoulder.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Welcome back here to Mesa. One half Championship Sunday and mixed doubles is filled. When you're standing next to Hannah Johns, you know you've done something good here on the Carvana PPA Tour. Hannah, take it away.
Welcome back to Championship Court, where Riley Newman and Anna Bright are headed to Championship Sunday. Guys, congratulations. Oh, Thomas Wilson, stray ball over here. But talk about that last match, and you blazed through those two games in style. What was working so well?
you know, it's great to play here. I was here a couple weeks ago. I want to thank everyone who came out. I don't know what happened. I have a bit of a losing streak against Dekel. I had actually never beaten him, and I didn't want to tell Riley that. But I just needed him to help me out, and we were able to kind of neutralize the Ernie and use some smart strategy, and thankfully we took care of business. But they're a great team, and excited to see what they do in bronze.
Well, you guys are two such talented players in your own right coming together. We expected to see absolute fireworks from this partnership. How are you making this partnership work for you in 2023?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a learning curve. I mean, this is only our second tournament playing together, so we're kind of in between matches talking about what worked, what didn't work. But no, it's so far so good. But this is special because this is where I practice Legacy Pickleball. This is where I train. So it's bittersweet to play in a gold medal match. It's even more bittersweet that I'm actually moving away. I'm moving to a different state in about a week or two. But this is a special moment. I always like playing at Legacy, and thanks to all the fans for cheering, everybody.
Well, speaking of hometowns, guys, we've had almost 3 consecutive weeks here in the desert of Arizona, which has been awesome. But what is it like to be on the road constantly as a pickleball pro?
It's tough. I'm lucky to have someone that I travel with and get to do that with. His name's actually on my hat. But yeah, it's tough. It's a lot, but it's a lot of fun. It's kind of like you see the same people every week, and I feel kind of like a family with a lot of these people, so it's still a lot of fun.
Well, guys, good luck on Sunday.
Thank you.
Drew, Dave?
Oh, so fun to watch this team grow.
Yeah, they're going to be a menace to society for sure. She's, of course, referring to James Ignatowich, so it's nice that 2 talented players are also a couple. We just had Valentine's Day, so he had a good run in singles yesterday, and it's really good when you are able to go back and have somebody understand the travails of what it takes. Now, it's not so great when you are staring them down in a mixed match on the other side of the net. They have to reconcile that every time, but you heard them refer to finding the strategy. They had it, and there's a lot of teams that are like, well, I'd kind of like to showcase some of my offense and play a little different for the fans. They stayed on the strategy of neutralizing Dekel Bar, and they're on Sunday, and their day is done.
Could not believe that fact, too, that Anna Bright had never beaten Dekel. She just did, and they're going to Championship Sunday.
On Holland America Line, we'll make it the time of your life. Time and time again. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
So getting ready for our final mixed doubles match of the day. While we do that, I want to ask you if you stocked up on your on and off court essentials yet for pickleball. Head over to pickleballcentral.com. Check out Fila's newest line of footwear and apparel for players, by players. That's Fila Pickleball.
And here we go, Drew, and now we start to see the outfits changing a little bit. You see Georgia Johnson. Now, Georgia and J-Dub have the upset of the day. They beat a team that had only lost in one tournament. They sent Ben Johns and Leigh Waters home, and then they haven't played in a while. As you went through a couple of other quarterfinals, and we have had long mixed matches other than the last one where we were nip and tuck to the end. So it's hard to figure out how do I warm up and get ready to play, because you don't know exactly when you're going to be on, because other matches have to complete before it's your turn. So we'll see if they can immediately find that level that was outstanding. And then you've got David and Wilson looking to try and play on Sunday on the other side. So we will be back with the first ball in the air right after this.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
Hit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
So the Johnsons set to take on David and Wilson here on championship court. And Dave Fleming, if there's one player who you'd probably call the player of the day, that would without question be Georgia Johnson. What she was able to execute in that big match with Ben Johns and Leigh Waters, how she continually attacked the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, she was fantastic, held her nerve. It was tight. They were down in game 3, and she kept firing away. Does she have another one in there? So I'm not giving her player of the day until I see what transpires here, because what I just saw Riley Newman and Anna Bright do, that's the duo of the day. I mean, they are wrecking people here. Now, the Johnsons beat a incredibly formidable team. So again, can you stack that against Thomas Wilson and Vivian David, who are a really, really good team? This is going to be a lot of fun.
Vivian David to serve. Here we go. First shot just wide by Georgia Johnson.
1-0-2.
Georgia comes back with that one. You got to ask yourself, is Vivian David, is she ever nervous? Always so relaxed in the biggest moments.
Yeah, if she isn't, she's not human. So I think we all get nervous. She just does a great job of controlling that emotion and smiling through the challenges that a pro pickleball match presents to her.
Second serve. 0-1-2.
J.W. Johnson makes that look easy, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, he stands pretty much straight up and just has that insane ability to flick winners.
1-1-2.
Wilson comes back with an inside out of his own.
That's pretty from Thomas Wilson. And again, that connectivity of Wilson and David. They walk back to the baseline together. It's in simpatico. It's really nice.
Thomas Wilson can't return it. Second serve here.
Now those hands in front of Vivian David are a force to be reckoned with, so she's going to have to really pick her spots to go at J.W. Johnson.
Point.
2-1 here early on. Thomas
2-1-2.
Wilson played college tennis, Purdue and University of Texas.
3 points from Vivian David drives that have created misses from the Johnsons so far. Didn't expect that sentence to come out of my mouth.
Lightning fast hands from J-Dub, but Georgia can't return it, and it's a 4-1 game.
Yeah, and if you're going to go there, you have to be ready because you know it's coming back. Thomas Wilson, well done.
And now J-Dub into the net again, 5-1.
Yeah, and just a fourth disaster. And what I mean by that is you hit your return, which is the second ball. The third ball's been driven, and the fourth volley has just been horrendous so far from the Johnsons.
1-5-1.
Right now, nothing going right on the Johnson side.
So again, this is where you need to just
1-5-2.
Stretch out this lead if you're David and Wilson. If you're the Johnsons, you're just like, okay, we're going to start playing better any second here. Just a gorgeous speed up. When you have the two-handed backhand, you can bring it across the body of the person in front of you, and they have to chase that with their paddle. And if it's not up, you'll see a ball that clicks off the outside edge. That is a phenomenal ball from Thomas Wilson, and that is another just freebie. This is Freebie Fest 2023 here so far.
6-1 lead. And now a little help from the net. And a timeout going to be called by JW and Georgia. So you have the greatest win so far in 2023. Maybe a bit of an emotional high. Tough to come down from that coming into this match. We'll see if they can regroup when we come back.
To buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First Socks with Purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Welcome back here on Championship Court. Wilson and David right now controlling the moment as Thomas Wilson will serve. Dave, got to ask you right now, what's going on with Georgia and J-Dub?
Well, sometimes you've been sitting for so long that you just don't come out sharp, and that's, you know, they have a level 7 times above this. I love that they called timeout to just go regroup and play ball.
Side out.
And Vivian's like, I cannot believe I missed that by 7 feet wide there, but 7 is the score they've got.
1-7-1.
J.W. Johnson just slaps it right out of the air.
And guess who's laughing? Vivian and Thomas are laughing. So if he's going to pull the trigger on the two-handed backhand, it has to go within the body frame of Georgia, or that is going to happen.
Second serve.
Thomas Wilson comes right back. I'd love to have J-Dub's hands when I was trying to swat a fly. You know, I'd never miss.
No, that would be a fly's worst nightmare.
Point.
That's going to make it 7-3. So good timeout by the Johnsons, getting their legs back under them.
3-7-2.
Vivian David puts it away.
Yeah, and she saw the paddle position and the choice that was likely to come from J.W. Johnson in front. And if his paddle is down, get your paddle up. And she put it in the Scorpion and just got it out of there. That's great recognition by Vivian David.
Thomas Wilson.
Second serve.
Yeah, a little unlucky off the tape there. They've been at 7 for a while, so this is a little bit, you know.
7-3-2.
They are so talented on the other side. This is when you want to try and get out the door.
J.W. Johnson just controlling things on top of that kitchen.
And how fine you can be. If you bounce that ball in front of J.W. Johnson, he will do nothing that hurts you with the backhand. If it travels a little bit, he'll reach in and absolutely destroy you.
Vivian David gets one back.
Second serve.
Yeah, J.W. caught coming in.
Side out.
So now here's Thomas Wilson to serve. 4-point lead here, 7-3. Game number 1. Little late reaction that time from David.
Wicked return from J.W. Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
That was full Ginsu on the cut.
Oh, did it get a piece of J.W.?
It did not.
Nope.
3-7-1. Second serve. Three, 7-2.
Thomas Wilson
Side out.
pulls the trigger.
So Georgia was very aggressive in attacking Ben Johns on that side, and this time Thomas Wilson just left hand flicks that down.
If you are the Johnsons, J.W. and Georgia, is this a foot fault here?
It is, and Thomas tried to, like, no one's looking at me right. I'm going to casually jump over here. Nothing to see here. Vicky Ryan all over it.
Side out.
Yeah, fitting we mentioned the officials. Vicky Ryan alongside Jim Ryan, husband and wife. Don Stanley also on this crew, and Roberta Dials is with us in the truck.
And there's the Georgia Johnson formula today. I don't care who's in front of me. I'm speeding it up, and you're going to have to deal with it.
4-7-1.
Family affair everywhere here.
Point.
That's a point. J.W. Johnson pulls them to within 1 here.
5-7-1.
Make it 2. It's 5-7. And he hits this one long.
So what's happening now, you see the lights are the factor
5-7-2.
now. It's colder. That ball is going to play faster and faster. That favors J.W. Johnson and Georgia, who like to play a little faster.
Side out.
Side out now coming back to David and Wilson. Can you imagine beating Ben Johnson and Leigh Waters
7-5-1.
and not making Championship Sunday? It's possible.
That's very possible. That's why there's lots of talented teams, and this team right here has looked great all year long.
David trying for that speed up at the hands of JW. We're ready.
You just can't imagine that he can get it because he has such a casual position holding the paddle and just sort of down around his knees, and then it's just everywhere.
They were stuck on 7 for an eternity. Finally, it's 8-5. Lots of court to cover for Wilson. Too much from JW.
Yeah, just one of the absolute freak athletes we have is Thomas Wilson. He's even able to get a paddle on this one, but couldn't keep it in.
Playing alongside that kitchen. Oh, stepping, high stepping, tiptoeing.
Yes, doing that tire drill out on the field there.
Yes. And right now, Wilson's got it working, Dave.
Yeah, and that's just not a good choice for location from Georgia Johnson. Didn't go full pace, just tried to hit an opening that was not really an opening.
David left it up. Not a good idea.
Well, she sped it up at J.W. Johnson, and then it popped right off the tape into absolute Swatville.
Side out.
And Vivian just looks at JW. Where did that come from?
Yeah. So it's been a slog to get anything going on serve here for David and Wilson.
And Georgia hits it long. Second serve now.
Yeah, good dink location from Vivian David there. Put it on the backhand side of Georgia, who hadn't seen many balls in that location in this match.
So the Johnsons starting slow. Can they overcome that and find a way to win game 1 here? And it's in. Georgia Johnson, well placed.
And again, if you put a ball on her right that sits up a little bit, she is firing away, and she ties up like a pretzel here.
6-8-2.
Thomas Wilson.
Side out.
Creeping, creeping, creeping back in. It's 8-6 now.
8-6-1. Second serve.
Second serve coming up for Wilson.
All those freebies are gone from the beginning of this match, too. Volleys on the force have been much better.
Right down the middle from J.W. Johnson. Yeah, the shelf life on those freebies just not going to last long. It had an expiration date.
It certainly did, and that day is today.
6-8-1.
And that time was about 6:25 Mountain.
Point.
David can't return it, so now they are right on top of it. It's 8-7.
7-8-1.
Just to the left.
Yeah, now we're going for some hero shots. A fadeaway two-handed backhand down the line from Thomas Wilson there. And that whole freebie fest at the beginning of this game is over. 8-all.
Johnson's just wearing on David and Wilson right now. We'll step aside, come back in a moment.
My name is Leigh Waters, and I'm a professional pickleball player. My daughter, Anna Lee, is my doubles partner, and her 16th birthday is coming up. It'd be great to get her a car, and Carvana has helped us make that dream come true. They have thousands of options, and I'm a mom, so of course I want Anna Lee to have something safe. Anna Lee has absolutely no idea about this car, so I told her we're going to Carvana's vending machine for a photo shoot. Drum roll. I think this belongs to you.
Oh my gosh, what?
Happy Sweet 16, Anna Lee.
Experience it for yourself at Carvana.com.
New People Pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently, on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
You have one timeout remaining. Serving
Georgia Jansen, the player of the day here in Mesa, after leading the charge against Ben Johns and Anna Leigh Waters earlier. And now they overcome a slow start, the Johnsons, and they're tied at 8 here in game 1.
Yeah, and then they get a short return coming out of the timeout. I mean, this was 7-1. They called that timeout. They were an absolute mess, and now they've got the lead.
Second serve.
And that's big credit to them to be able to get over that mental hump of not playing your best from the start in a huge semifinal.
Side out.
So then it goes to the other side. You were up 7-1. Do you have what it takes to get to the end? It's only 3 points. You're only down 1 here.
Georgia and J-Dub just not missing right now. Dictating everything.
Wow.
Second serve.
Such a fight from Vivian David there, fending off every attack from the Johnsons. But again, nice patient attack, lots of margin, didn't take any of the baseline or sideline into play there.
Oh, Wilson decides to go after it the last millisecond.
Again, off the net cord, because Georgia's not disguising anything.
No.
A ball on her forehand, she is picking a target and attacking.
And that one's long. So here we go, Dave. Thought the Johnsons were poised to take game 1. Now David and Wilson with game point. And there we go. So how about that? David and Wilson looked like game 1 was slipping away. They find a way. And right now they're up a game here.
What a perfect miscommunication right there from Wilson and David. It was kind of both of them saying yours, and then Wilson hits a perfect third shot drop that J.W. Johnson couldn't handle, and that man has willed his team with a great play by Vivian David, and they take game 1 I can't wait to see what we got in game 2. That's coming up next.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I'll be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it. Let's go.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Welcome back here to Mesa. What we got going on here?
Deep in thought is J.W. Jansen. Wow, that's quite a look and a contrast to what's going on the other side. I have not seen a nap during a timeout before, but that is the definition of chill right there.
Get a little smile. I thought we were looking at the Emperor from Star Wars there for a moment.
And you see the difference. I know the ladies both left the court, so there was a little extra time there. But if you think J.W. Johnson's the least bit stressed out about losing game 1, you are so wrong.
So Georgia Johnson there to try and pump up her brother. Let's see if the Johnsons can bounce back here to start game 2 for the right to advance to Championship Sunday.
Ow. Thomas jokingly says it cracked on my knee. And again, temps going down.
And right now the temperature on the court, trying to get a read, 58 degrees.
So warmer than yesterday. In there, little less. Wind definitely less than what was happening earlier today when it was crazy pickleball.
And Dave, it is supposed to warm up big time tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be in the 70s by Sunday, and I think
0-1-1.
we should have mint pickleball weather for the rest of the weekend.
Second serve. Zero, 1-2.
Nicely done by Wilson.
Just tremendous. Goes inside out, but gets it on the ground in front of J.W. Johnson, who really had to scramble and throw it in what he thought was a safe spot. But Wilson's forehand is so heavy.
And that's long.
And then over cranks the two-handed backhand.
1-1-1. Point.
So perhaps it's that side of the court that gives out all the freebies there, Drew.
Starting to think so.
Lob serve, got a short return. Smart to mix it up by J-Dub.
Oh, just gets over from David. Lots of spring in the step of Wilson right now. How about the hands of J.W. Johnson, though?
Those are never in doubt. Even if he's in full tucked-in mode with the hoodie on, just thinking about life on the player bench between games. His hands are always going to be fire.
Vivian David keeps it alive. David and Wilson getting defensive. Oh!
Second serve.
And it's really hard to put a pickleball away because you cannot bounce it like tennis into the 50th row. Smart job by Wilson. Just throw it up and see if they can handle a bunch more. Georgia couldn't handle that one.
And it's in. Well done by Georgia.
So takes a little off of it and goes actually through Thomas Wilson there. That's a great ball by her. Her forehand has been a weapon today.
Oh, emphatic from Wilson.
Yeah, he's like, give me all the overheads you want, because when you want to talk about being able to fire that right hand, man, he got a lively arm.
And Vivian David hits it into the net. Second serve now.
Yeah, she's been trying to go inside out and catch J.W. Johnson, and that has not gone well throughout, but she's been convicted with that idea.
Right down the boulevard. That named the boulevard by our production friend Steve Taylor here at Tennis Channel.
One of the best in the business in so many facets of pickleball, and his photography is just breathtaking. Great man.
Absolutely.
Side out.
So now here's Georgia Johnson, a 2-point lead for the Johnsons. Is that in? Oh, they're going to say it is.
And on the dead sprint with all of your momentum coming at you as the ball scared Georgia there a little bit. So hard to keep that in. Great job by Georgia there.
Thomas Wilson right at you.
Yeah, he has such a good read on being able to do sort of that half to 2/3 Ernie and just smoke a ball down the line and keep it in.
Georgia Johnson standing tall as she has done all day long.
Yeah, she saw that ball earlier that came across her body, and she tried to get it with the forehand, which means your paddle is moving. You take it on the backhand, your paddle is exactly where the ball is coming. So great in-game adjustment from Georgia Johnson.
So David and Wilson sensing it getting away just a little bit. They called timeout. 6-2 here and game number 2. So tomorrow, once again, we've got men's and women's doubles, and then of course Championship Sunday a couple days from now. Dave, it's been quite a few days. We knew that there were going to be some surprises, but we did not expect there to be this many here about halfway through.
Yeah, I think most of the pickleball world, if you would have said, who would I expect of anyone, a person playing singles, mixed teams, etc., Leigh Waters in singles, and she did make it. But the fact that Ben Johns will not be playing in 2 of the 3 disciplines and's got to earn it tomorrow, and there's a lot of guys that would love to say, why don't you fly home on Saturday, big man? They would love that. And then, you know, this team right here have settled in. They were so far behind, they almost got there. One of my storylines for the week was, will J.W. Johnson, who's so talented, finally get to Sunday? This is his first opportunity to do that.
Side out.
The other interesting part of this is J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier chose not to play singles to give themselves focus and energy for doubles, and that certainly played a role without question in the results he's having today.
7-2-2.
Great point. Oh, Wilson graced the paddle that time of JW.
Yeah, and George is just firing away, and that one came off the tape into a place where J-Dub wished it hadn't, but that's part of the game.
2-7-1.
So many moments where little sister Georgia was carrying the load in that Ben Johns and Leigh Waters match.
No doubt.
There's Wilson coming up with one and a point, now 7-3.
And again, he goes behind J.W. Johnson, is looking for a ball in the midcourt that then he can speed up at Georgia. A little help from the tape there.
Point.
And that's as much emotion as you will get out of J.W. Johnson right there. And it's because that fourth volley just has not been clean all day for Georgia or J.W. There's another one that was just a mess.
Point.
Now maybe the door left open for David and Wilson here. They're getting back in it slowly but surely.
And you've got to keep this away from Thomas Wilson's forehand, and they didn't, but he let off.
Oh.
Second serve.
That shot just kind of looked funny, didn't it?
It did, and I think Vivian's like, I need to let that go.
5-7-2.
Oh, comes back.
So interesting how Thomas Wilson had a couple of forehands to really rake, go after it, and chose to drop them. The second one he didn't even make after a bunch of fourth mistakes have happened in this match.
Now an 8-5 game.
8-5-1.
Driving through it is JW, and now it's 9-5.
Yeah, I mean, he's not somebody that drives a ton of thirds, but if you're going to leave the return that short. I mean, that is just tomfoolery there, to be on the dead sprint to the left and go inside out and keep it in the court with the paddle position that requires. This guy is a freak athlete. Look at that.
9-5. ATP, David is there. Georgia Johnson holds it up as well, and JW just on top of it.
Literally on top of it as he uses the lever of his arm to watch he doesn't hit across his body, he hits up and through to get that angle on that one right there.
10-5-2.
Just absolute filth from J.W. Johnson, and such a smart use of the paddle.
Game point for the Johnsons. And there it is. So we're even at a game apiece. Georgia and JW, they shake off that slow start, and it was vintage. They played their game. They executed it in game two.
Yeah, and if we show up this weekend, more often than not, you're going 3. So you're welcome, pickleball fans, and thanks for tuning in. I know it's almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast, so we appreciate you watching. This is going to be one heck of a last game here from Mesa. We'll be right back. Game 3 at the Carvana, Arizona Grand Slam.
Okay, listen. Think you can take me? Let's go.
It's your journey. Own every mile in an available H-Track all-wheel drive Hyundai SUV. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Tucson or Santa Fe, or $750 bonus cash. Hurry in.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Some great scenes during the timeout. Georgia Jansen literally talking to her big brother, keeping his head in it, saying, come on, let's go. We got one more, and we're going to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and she's like, hey, you need something to eat? Like, she's going through the bag. Like, come on, make sure you have all the nourishment that you desire.
Side out.
We can also confirm he did not go into hibernation cloak mode with the hoodie over top. So although that worked perfectly, came out and wins 11-5. So maybe he should have.
Never seen that during a timeout, I must say, as David can't return it. It's the first point of this game.
Yep, we'll switch sides at 6. Again, anytime I see something a little one-sided, you wonder if somebody likes the other side of the court a little better.
And Georgia Jansen, that grazes the line. We could have a challenge, though, here.
I don't know what the call is. I mean, Thomas and Thomas might challenge his own call. I mean, these two call as good a line as anybody. I don't know where we're going here.
You're
I'm guessing. I think Thomas is challenging his own call here, but we're waiting for word.
Okay, we have had one overturned today, Dave. And once again, can look a little bit different from the two camera angles.
He said he didn't see it.
I don't know how a referee on the far side could see that. So they are going to challenge the call on their own side here.
2-0-1. Yep.
So getting a good look at this in the truck. Interesting to see which way this call goes.
Yeah, and it's again one of those where you got to snap your head around and make that call. And Thomas was in the middle of one of these earlier today too. I mean, from this angle, I mean, that looks like, I don't ever see white. It looks like green all the way from that angle, but my goodness, that's close. I mean, obviously we're not staring down the line there, so again, it's this one that where you're like, well,
officials now gathering. It's obviously a big point.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure Jim and Vicky are not discussing their dinner plans later, the husband and wife duo.
After video review, the ball was out. Call was overturned. David and Wilson are not charged a timeout. We'll resume play at 1:02.
Okay.
And that's what we want. More than anything, Drew, let's get the call right. And that's what we got here.
1:02.
So up one, J.W. Johnson serving. Right down the middle.
And you heard Thomas Wilson say how many, not referring to how many winners that have been hit, but how many net cords. So all of them in the Johnson's favor on that point. And even one on the serve, which is a replay. It's got to get past the kitchen, though, which that one easily did.
And that was hit long from Wilson.
And again, the ability of Georgia Jansen to stare down the male in front of her and say, go ahead and attack me too. I'm going to attack you, and then if you come at me, I'm going to counter.
And there's Wilson coming back.
Boy, is that a big moment potentially, because J.W. Jansen had a ball to absolutely destroy,
0-3-1.
and Vivian David got that back, and they end up winning that rally. That is massive.
Absolutely no sending that one back.
Now, if you are going to throw it way up in the air, it has to have some depth to it, too, or you're still giving way too many angles.
Wilson and David got to come up with something here. Oh, look at Wilson. He just fought that one as well as it could be fought, Dave.
Yeah, and then he hits a winner with his feet standing in the green on the outside of the court. He keeps setting up the forehand, but look at where this ends up.
Side out.
So 3-1 lead. J.W. Jansen here to serve. And that is long from Wilson.
Point.
So it's 4-1. Thanks for staying up with us. Vivian David will lay the paddle down. Call timeout here. Talk things over. They do not want to let this get away. You're trailing by 3 to a red-hot team on the other side with the upset win of this tournament thus far. And if you are David and Wilson, what are your options right now? How do you get momentum back on your side?
You know, remember what we did well in game number 1. We did get some help, but when it got tough at the end, it looked like they were going to drop game 1, and they dug in and they played some really smart points. So no hero ball, number 1. Let's play by the book. Vivian, if you're going to attack that man who is as stressed out as he looked before, just, you know, hey, let me know when to go back out there. I mean, it's just so interesting to see what motivates different players. Some would be yelling and screaming, but back to the question, if Thomas Wilson has a ball to drive, he's got to drive it, because where they've gotten a ton of their points have been missed fourth volleys off of shorter returns. Wilson chose to drop a couple of those in game 3, and that did not pay off for them. And then just play smart. The kitchen battles have been pretty close here.
See David and Wilson push back, but able to advance forward and eventually win the point.
I mean, again, just ridiculous defense. Watch them retreat and defend. And folks, anyone that tells you to just stay at the kitchen line is teaching you wrong. If that ball's up, give yourself that extra time, and you see the benefit there. And then to have that happen after just such a gorgeous point.
5-1-2.
This is dangerous. We're going to switch at 6 here. You don't want to be down 5.
Side out.
Get the side out back. That's plays like that'll keep you up at night, huh?
For sure. And the play Vivian David made on the dead run to be able to volley that safely in the kitchen there was fantastic.
Georgia coming right back.
Yeah, they got to get a third on the ground here. Get a good drive from Thomas.
And there's Vivian David once again getting on top of it.
I mean, that's the recipe.
Two, 5-2.
Comes off the net. No problem for Wilson.
Point.
And that one's wide.
Another ball in almost the exact same place where the Johnsons were interested in what Vicky Ryan saw. We're going to play on with a wide call.
Oh, David can't straighten it out.
But back to driving the thirds and being aggressive, and now within 2.
So here's J.W. Jansen to serve. Have a side switch coming up at 6. And Wilson once again fighting it off Here's our second serve.
And J.W. Johnson not happy with himself. There are dangerous places for you to put the ball, and high in the middle to the Wilson forehand is the most.
This David Wilson team, they are showing some fight here.
3-5-1.
Georgia Johnson again picks the perfect time.
Yeah, you got to be patient. You got Viv to pop up dink and just relentless attack. You work so hard to get those, you have to be willing to pull the trigger when you have it.
There's JW right back at you.
Yeah, and way too high, and Thomas knows it.
5-3-1.
Johnsons have been stuck on 5 here for an eternity.
Second serve. 5-3-2.
Wow.
And there it is. So 6-3 here in game 3. Again, the winner gets Riley Newman and Anna Bright on Championship Sunday. And right now the Johnsons have the edge, but David and Wilson do not count them out. We're back with more of game 3 after this.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
The brother-sister duo of JW and Georgia Johnson here with a chance to advance to Championship Sunday. Vivian David, Thomas Wilson on the other side. We're in game 3. Into the net from David. And now it's a 7-3 game. So the timeout not effective for David and Wilson.
7-3-2. Point.
So switching sides has gotten David and Wilson in trouble. You saw Viv miss a return when she was in a hurry to get over there before we switched sides, and there ran through a volley. And there's the same thing right there. And this is a mess on the switch. And the returns have got to get better immediately.
Wow. And that skims across the net. It's amazing how those missed returns become contagious too.
Yeah, and then you want to put even more pressure. Now there they got lucky, but Georgia did the exact right thing. You drive it to the person on the run and make them hit a ball when moving.
Second serve.
That one misses as well. David and Wilson running out of time here.
3-9-2.
Tell you what, Georgia Jansen picked all the right spots here today. She has been the MVP. JW now with a chance to put this one away. They're 2 points away.
Second serve.
Yeah, J-Dub took a bad step in the middle of that point, so glad that didn't go anywhere.
Point.
So we are at match point here. JW and Georgia Jansen.
10-3-2.
This to advance to Championship Sunday. And there it is. The return is long. JW Jansen and Georgia Jansen, the biggest upset so far in 2023 on the PPA Tour, and they follow it up. They do what they're supposed to do here in the nightcap to advance to Sunday.
Yeah, there's a lot of love for the brother and the sister right there, and they played fantastic. They deserve to be on Sunday. I put out earlier in the week the things to look at for this week. I said, is this the week? I kind of had a feeling with J-Dub, is this the week he's going to get to Sunday? And indeed it is. So what a match that's going to be. J.W. Jansen and Georgia Jansen against Anna Bright and Riley Newman. So we don't have the top seed, but we're going to have one heck of a best 3 out of 5 on Sunday. And what a deserving duo. So now we're going to get to see, they've been doing some media training with my friend Michelle McMahon. We'll see how they handle up with Hannah Johns when we come back.
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
Well, it has been quite a day for the Jansen family. Georgia and JW celebrating the moment, and it's not done yet. Time for the interview with Hannah Johns.
Well, back to center court one last time with Team Johnson & Johnson here with me. They have earned their spot on Championship Sunday after a hard-fought 3 games. Guys, how good does this feel right now?
Oh, really amazing. I mean, yeah.
That's it, just good?
Really amazing. I thought we played really well. At first, we were playing a little bit not as good, and then we started picking up the pace a little bit more. So.
What do you do in those moments where you know you're not performing at your best? Do you guys talk to each other, or is it mainly you both know what you need to do?
We obviously talk to each other a little bit, probably take a time out here and there, and then just strategize a little bit and see what's going on.
Well, Georgia, you're going to see some tough opponents in Championship Sunday, but what do you know you need to do, and what mentality do you need to go out there with on Sunday?
Well, I'm just really excited that we made it to
Championship Sunday. It's my first one, and I'm really happy to do it with my brother. So I'm just going to try and live in the moment, and the chips fall where they may, and try and play my best.
Well, you are one of the ladies on tour who does not care about the guy in front of them. They'll go at them time and time again. I love that confidence. Where does it come from?
Well, no one has faster hands than my brother, at least in my experience. So getting to practice against him all the time really helps train for all these tough opponents out here.
Well, J-Dub, you've been in finals before, but this time you get to do it with Georgia at your side. Are you excited for that, and how will you prepare for it?
Oh, very excited. And then, I mean, we're just going to strategize a little bit. Obviously, I'll trash talk Anna a little bit, you know, probably tonight or tomorrow, just to get in her head, which I definitely will. And then, yeah, but also I want to say gracias for me, Trace Amigos that we're watching over there. That was nice. And then, yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Is that Pablo and Federico that you're calling out to?
And Gabe and Dylan. Sorry, that was Cuatro Amigos.
Spanish is really coming along here with Team Johnson & Johnson. Guys, congratulations. We'll watch you play on Sunday. Dave, Drew.
Oh, we cannot wait for Championship Sunday. There's a new family that has come to stake their claim in Georgia. It'll be her first, as she said.
Yeah, certainly has other victories in other places, but this is a big opportunity here in 2023 on the PPA Tour with her brother by her side. So we got our singles figured out. Now we've got mixed figured out, and then so much good pickleball tomorrow, Drew. Men's and women's doubles. We've got Anna Bright back in that audition hot seat next to Leigh Waters. Can the Johns boys get there? Colin's going to have a very motivated Ben Johns because as we've talked about, he has nothing planned yet for Sunday. That's usually not the case when we get here. And Deckel Barr, who played brilliantly today with Megan Fudge till they ran into a buzzsaw, is with AJ Koller.
Hope you enjoyed our coverage. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. For all of our Tennis Channel crew, for Dave Fleming, I'm Drew Felios. We'll see you tomorrow from the Carvana Arizona Grand Slam presented by Hyundai.